Chapter 1. A Different Fate. Oh! The sky itself seems to cry for Naruto as the sky turned gray. The life-giving waters finally fell upon the fire and son of Konoha as he lay motionless, his heart, soul and body battered as the only boy he ever loves and who he thought accepted him turned his back on him for the last time. Before darkness fully consumes him, however, a tall, shadowy figure bent down on him, a confident expression on his pale, regal face. Well now, what do we have here? Oh! The sky growled angrily as Kakashi sped up, anxious to get to the battle ahead. Pakin have been complaining of the impending rain, and the fact that they might lose the scent is making the silver-haired Jounin on edge. As the rain finally fell, he tried pushing himself even further to no avail. True enough, when he reached the far clearing, they have lost the scent with no Naruto or Sasuke in sight. Kakashi cursed under his breath. He knew it wasn't a good idea to send a bunch of kids against Orochimaru's elite, but in the ninja world, kids are considered adults the moment they are old enough to kill. Cursing under his breath, Kakashi could only shake his head. This day, Konoha lost two good ninja with a lot of casualties in their ranks. Oh! A loud crash echoed through the Hokage tower as Tsunade's fist hit the desk, turning the poor furniture into crumbling dust. She couldn't believe it. It's the curse of the necklace all over again. Too many people have been taken from her because of that damn necklace. What do you mean you've lost his trail, Kakashi? Find him. My apologies, Tsunade-sama. Even some of our best tracker Nins could no longer find his chakra. It appears that Naruto vanished entirely, and no one knows why. Tsunade sunk to her seat, feeling as if the heaven and earth fell upon her all of the sudden. Naruto is the only reason she returned to this godforsaken village, and now they're telling her that he's vanished? What about your promise, Naruto? Didn't you want to become Hokage? She wanted to scream, but all strength has left her at the realization that yet again another person she considers her family has been taken from her. I refuse to believe that, Kakashi. Find him. Konoha will not rest until he is found. Damn it, he's out there somewhere, Kakashi. Don't expect me that a genin can evade our top ANBU trackers. Jiraiya? Where is Jiraiya? She asked through shaking voice, still unable to believe the news that she received. He's out on a mission assigned by the council. But he should be returning shortly if he's on time with his timetable. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That old toad better hurry it up. She can't stand all this standing around when her son is out there missing and injured. Damn that Uchiha. Damn that snake, Orochimaru. Damn it all. Then tell him to go look for Naruto as soon as he returns. I am Hokage, damn it. And no one's resting till he's found. Kakashi gulped, now aware of the aura that's seeping from the female Hokage. He knows of her terrible temper, but this is the very first time it's aimed directly at him. And he can understand, partly, especially her relationship with Naruto. He too wanted to find his student. But what else can he do now? Not one of his dog summons can find him. It's as if someone is blocking Naruto's presence. And he can't help feel that someone else is at play here apart from Orochimaru. Oh! My lord! It's just as we feared. The seedbed is not yet ripe. And the god tree is nowhere to be found. Preliminary scans indicated that such a tree have never been planted. Interrogation with those ninja revealed that they have no knowledge of it, either leading me to believe that Kaguya may never have planted the god tree at all. TSK. That vulgar woman. I knew she would fail. This planet is still ripe for the taking. Such a pity we didn't bring any seed with us. I should not have trusted her to do her job properly and prepare for this possibility. Pale eyes scanned the lush greenery around them in disdain, a bored expression on his face. Yet his eyes bore irritation and annoyance. In any event, we must learn what we can of this seedbed for the meantime. We have no idea what Kaguya have in store for us. Yes, my lord. Where is Urashiki? I want you two to finish scouting the rest of this blasted planet. I want another seed transported here immediately. On it, sir. Before I leave, Momoshiki-sama, I detected a massive surge of chakra in that direction. It feels close to a god tree's chakra signature, but it's weaker in intensity. Maybe Kaguya did succeed in planting it. The other man merely grunted. Damn that woman. She always have to make things more difficult for us. Fine, I'll check it out myself. But this better be worth my while, Kinshiki. Then I'll take my leave, sire. The two separated. One disappeared into an unknown dimension, while the other floated straight for the Valley of the End. Momoshiki was glad to know that Kinshiki's intelligence have been right. It appears that he isn't being sent into a wild goose chase after all. He can feel the vibration and pressure of the air. Such power definitely could only come from the God Tree. But its power have been diminished somehow. Still, it's up to him to investigate, now that Kinshiki and Urashiki are out scouting the area. How tiring, and how beneath him, but not entirely fruitless. To be sent on such a lowly task is humiliating. But fortune clearly favors a superior being such as I. Momoshiki uttered to himself as he watched red chakra ebbed from a frail boy. Amazing. The red chakra is already healing its host. Momoshiki bent down, a rare act for a being such as him. But curiosity won over as he reached over to touch the last trail of chakra leaking from the sleeping body on the ground. He can still see huge gashes on the boy's forehead and a nasty bruise on his torso. But as soon as the chakra worked their magic, the wounds instantly disappeared, fascinating the ethereal being. Fascinating, he uttered to himself, as he reached out to claim some of the chakra, transforming it into 3 red pills. Curious, he swallowed one of the pill and his eyes widened in an instant. His body felt hot, as raw power surges from within. This is amazing. A rare smile twitched on his lips as he tried to grab more of the fading red chakra. I must have more. But as soon as the boy's wounds disappeared, the red chakra stopped leaking and Momoshiki could no longer feel that suffocating pressure that drew him close in the first place. He activated his Byakugan and for once he understood just what happened. There seems to be 2 chakra pathways on this boy. Interesting. Very interesting. As Momoshiki continued his study, bright blue eyes snapped wide open. Who are you? Momoshiki rolled his eyes. Such vulgar creature. But this creature seems to be a cut above the rest. Of course he and Kinshiki have already encountered some lowly beings who called themselves ninja when they touched down on this planet. But this being fascinates him as well. Wait, who am I? As soon as Momoshiki heard that, an idea formed in his head. Well, this could get interesting. He can learn what he can of this creature, and then find out just what's going on with this seedbed and Kagaya. TSK, TSK, TSK. Foolish child. Did our trip really disoriented you that much? Come now, Minashiki. Surely you'd know who your father is. Ōtsutsuki. Naruto's voice was still hoarse, tired from the battle that took place a while ago. Sorry, I really can't remember anything. Naruto looked down. His blue azure eyes clouded with confusion. Worry not, my child. The effects will wear off in time and you'll remember soon. Now, time for you to rest. Naruto didn't look convinced, but since his mind is blank at the moment, he simply snuggled to the other man's warmth who's now holding him in his arms. What happened to me? Shoo, ask the questions later. For now, sleep. And Naruto did so. Oh. Reporting, sire. It appears that Kagaya did indeed succeed in planting the tree as was ordered. However, it's a bit of a long story, and the natives of this seedbed are hostile. Might I suggest we locate a suitable base of operation before we discuss this further? Kinshiki approached his lord, confused at the small bundle in the master's arms. My lord? What is that? Momoshiki smirked. A rather interesting find, Kinshiki. Now come, we have much to discuss. As you say, my lord. While scouting, Urashiki and I were able to identify multiple isolated locations that might serve to hide us for the time being. There is one village that's highly isolated. There, we might begin our study of the seedbed and research the rest of what Kagaya is up to. Well done, Kinshiki. Now come. This seedbed is rather unsettling, and I'd rather have this business done and over with. Before the two could make their leave, however, 2 figures approached them. Is that the Kyubi vessel? The figure was cloaked in black with red clouds. A hat covered their faces, which Momoshiki found insulting. With a snarl, he turned his back and prepared a dimensional portal. Take care of them, will you, Kinshiki? I can't be bothered with such trifling matters. Yes, sire. Wait, you're not getting away with the Kyubi vessel, An explosion rocked the surrounding area as multiple crows surrounded them. Momoshiki merely rolled his eyes as a fishhook emerged from the space around them, going through the cloaked bodies effortlessly. The bodies fell to the ground instantly, as another pale-faced person emerged from a dimensional rift. "TSK, such distasteful chakra. Is everything all right here, Momoshiki-senpai?" "You're late, Urashiki. Come now. We have some work to do. And grab those two, will you? We might be able to obtain some information from them." Tisk as strict as ever. All right. Urashiki grumbled as he munched on the chakra he fished from the two. Once he did so, Kinshiki grabbed the two fallen bodies and followed his master. What a strange situation they found themselves in. Chapter 2 Out of Time. "Oh, pray tell me, you lowly vulgar creatures, what are these tailed beasts and why are you hunting them?" Momoshiki's patience was wearing thin. These captives have been cooperative so far, yet their lexicon and their lingo is beyond him. As the progenitor of chakra, his clan should be well versed in all things chakra, but these vulgar creatures are spouting nonsense that even he couldn't comprehend. It doesn't help the apparent condescension and hint of amusement in the raven-haired man's expression, as if he, the heavenly Momoshiki, is nothing but a mere idiot who can't comprehend this grand plan that their group is embarking on. What a bunch of idiotic, blasphemous curs. "Ano sa Momoshiki-senpai. It seems that I've finally figured out what's wrong with this place. It had been bugging me since we arrived from the dimensional rift, and I decided to take a look into it." Urashiki interrupted as Momoshiki was about to suck the mortals dry of their chakra, annoyed that with each of these ninjas' answers, only more questions arise. "Do share your insight, Urashiki. My patience is on the verge of collapse, and please speak properly. Your vulgar language disgusts me so." Urashiki merely grinned, used to their leader's stoicism. "Well, upon scouting the seedbed surface I was bored, yeah? And well, I did a little side research of my own." Momoshiki, now completely lost interest in their two captives, turned to his underling. "The dimensional jump did send us to the proper coordinates. Of that I am certain. However, a space-time anomaly sent us to a different timeline. Rather than a simple space travel, we've actually traveled back in time years before our intended destination." If Momoshiki's face couldn't get any paler, it did now, and Itachi and Deidara watched on in amusement as their proud and regal captor lost composure. "And pray tell me, Urashiki, that we still have a way to contact the clan?" Urashiki sighed, disappointment yet dread also apparent on his face. "I'm afraid not, senpai. The wormhole that we got sucked into is a one-way singularity. We will have to traverse all of the possible timelines to get back to where we are. And well, as we know, there are infinite timeline possibilities, so going back to where we were is impossible." Momoshiki finished for him. "So you mean we're stranded here, with no means of contacting the others or returning from whence we came?" "It would appear so, senpai." Itachi observed the brief hint of panic that overtook the being's face but hid his emotions when Momoshiki regained his composure. "Surely, there has to be another way. We'll find a way back sooner or later. In the meantime, we'll make the most of this current situation that we found ourselves in. Our next priority, therefore, is to find more sources of fuel. If a path opens for us, we'll be fully supplied for the return trip home. Unfortunate it is to admit, but the dimensional travel have exhausted much of our supply. Sire, if I may, these two seem to possess some knowledge regarding the tailed beasts. And as I understand it, the tailed beasts possess great chakra supply that may be comparable to the fraction of a god tree. They claimed to have some in their possession." Kinshiki interjected, sensing his lord's distress. Momoshiki's eyes narrowed, then a look of understanding dawned on his face. "Ah yes, you did mention that your organization is out to capture these tailed beasts, didn't you?" Momoshiki turned to their captives, and Itachi and Deidara knew then that they're doomed. "Oh." Time skip years later. "Oh." To an untrained eye, Konoha is peaceful, well as peaceful as it could be. Tsunade's drinking habits have worsened since Naruto disappeared. And that's evident even now as she watched the streets with disinterested golden amber eyes as she sipped from her sake cup. It had been years since Naruto was deemed Kia, And as much as she wanted to turn every nook and cranny of the world just to find the boy she saw as her son, the council deemed it a waste of resources to look for a boy that is significant to some and, more importantly, hated by most. So even with her threatening to step down as Hokage, the council was not deterred. At Jiraiya's urging, Tsunade didn't follow through with her threats, aware that once she's gone, Danzo will take over in her absence, and that is something that they simply cannot allow. So she's stuck, but that doesn't mean she can't indulge in one of the greatest pleasures in life as she opened another bottle, her only source of comfort now that Naruto is gone. Besides, it's not like there's any more threat out there. A few months after Naruto's disappearance, the Akatsuki's activities have stopped entirely to the world's relief, and even sound hasn't been making any trouble lately. It appeared that a tenuous peace have been achieved between the villages, while each remaining wary of each other. Tsunade-sama sent their intelligence back, and it has something to do with Akatsuki. Shizun appeared in her view, tearing Tsunade from her musings of regret and the loss she had over the decades. But what caught her attention more was the mention of Akatsuki. Akatsuki, who have gone dark for quite a while now, is suddenly back in action? Really now? What does it say? Here, they told us it's for your eyes only, but they stress that they require our help immediately. Tsunade opened the scroll and her eyes widened in shock. Get me Jiraiya now, and assemble the council too. As much as I detest those loathsome fools, this is an international emergency that must be addressed by both civilian and the military branches. Shizun saluted, confused but spurred by the urgency of Tsunade. It's not a regular occurrence when those dull golden eyes were suddenly wide and alert. Oh, stupid, pitiful, vulgar creature. To think that you deign yourself as a god is an affront to the reality of this universe. That you see yourself as superior is a blasphemous abomination that must be purged. I grow tired of your nonsense. Time for your destruction, mortal. Yes, you would do well to remember that you are but a mortal. You are nothing to a heavenly creature such as we. Momoshiki calmly floated towards the sickly and thin man who the Akatsuki worshipped as their god. Bah, what fools! Most of the troublesome humans are dead now, harvested for fuel and preserved for future use. After the revelation of their predicament, Momoshiki decided that the best course of action was to settle for a small country called Rain, and as per his hypothesis, they did possess the tailed beasts, enough to fuel him and his assault on their country, eventually culminating in a face-to-face with their leader. Still, your ability is unique, and while neither I or my lackeys would be able to make use of them, my son is a suitable host for those eyes you're so proud of. You claim to know much about pain, but that knowledge is only superficial at best. By my hand, you will know what it truly means to suffer. And Pain could only look on helplessly as black receivers materialized around him and his aide, Conan, immobilizing them from moving. Now, it's time that I remake the clan in this timeline. I grow tired of having to do everything by myself. Kinshiki, summon Minashiki for me. I believe I have a gift for my son. It didn't take long for Naruto to appear at the Akatsuki's throne room, ushered in by Kinshiki and Urashiki, who were dragging the Akatsuki's bodies behind them. My dear son, behold, for I have a gift for you. Receive it in the knowledge that you would use them to serve me and my purposes. Naruto, now known as Minashiki, knelt by his father as the Ōtsutsuki patriarch carved the Rinnegan from Pain's twisting body and nearly screamed at the searing hot pain that invaded his eyes. But his father has taught him to bear with it, for such indignity is beneath him, or so he's told. Whoa? What happened, Dad? Naruto inquired, and Urashiki held up a mirror to his face. Isn't your father generous, Mina-chan? Look what he gave you. What is it? What is it? Nay, Urashiniken. What is it? Naruto inquired, now completely forgetting the pain, excited at the change in his now purple eyes with concentric rings around them. Settle down, kid. That is the Rinnegan. And your father has gifted you with such a talent because he wants you to do something for him. Can you do that? Will you be a good son for him and do it? Of course, Niken, Naruto exclaimed. Ano esse, to-san. Thank you. Whatever these are, I will treasure them because it's from you. Sent a grateful bow to Momoshiki, who only smirked in return. Over the following days, Urashiki will be teaching you how to use your new eyes. He will become your guardian, much like how Kinshiki have become mine. You will afford to him the highest form of respect. Will you do that for me, Momoshiki-kun? Of course, Tuchan, you bet I will. I'll master it in record time and make you proud. Naruto exclaimed as Urashiki ushered him to a separate room. Once Naruto and Urashiki left the room, Momoshiki turned to his guardian. Prepare these pitiful bodies, Kinshiki. They might not be the same as our clansmen, but they will have to do. Once Momoshiki reanimates them, I can finally leave behind the menial tasks and return to some semblance of normalcy. As you wish, sire. Oh. Under the tutelage of Urashiki and the careful teachings of Kinshiki, Naruto was gradually introduced to the teachings of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and over the coming weeks he would be trained, taught, and tutored in their ways. And the Rinnegan wasn't all he was gifted with. For Momoshiki, who wished so much to remove any semblance of mortality from his adopted son, has also given him his Byakugan. Indeed, the two Ōtsutsuki under his charge were baffled, but dared not question their leader, fearing his anger. It appeared that there's something in this Momoshiki that stirred their leader's paternal feelings, and it is obvious that despite Momoshiki's aloofness, he does care a lot for his newly adopted son. Although the two believed that it is simply for the purposes of creating new servants for them, they aren't so sure of that reason too. Because ever since they touched down on this seedbed, Momoshiki had refused all chakra pills except those made from Monoshiki's chakra supply. The two theorized that something is in that chakra that's affecting their leader. But that thought, too, disappeared once they tasted the pills from Monoshiki's chakra. Who knew that such a chakra could taste so exquisite and divine? And they too developed strong protective feelings over the young mortal as time passes. It doesn't help that even though the young Momoshiki has no memories, he is a generally pleasant and positive person to be around, something that the two were not used to given the general stoicism that ran rampant in the Ōtsutsuki clan. Monoshiki's presence is a breath of fresh air that Urashiki and Kinshiki looked forward to every day. All right, Urashiki-kun, Kinai-kun, I'm ready. What training are we doing today? The two looked at each other before smiling as they ruffled soft golden locks affectionately. We'll teach you how to make chakra pills. Chakra pills is the basis for the clan's true powers. While you should have known this already, your father has deemed it important for us to review the basics given your memory loss. So, shall we begin, young master? You bet I'm ready. Let's start. As the trio started their training, sharp fangs glistened as mischievous kitsune eyes observed through his host, observing ever so slightly as the early stages of his plans started to take root. Chapter 3: Rising Power. Oh! True to his word, Naruto did reanimate the Akatsuki's bodies, and just as Momoshiki predicted, he was able to rule reign through them, the people being none the wiser of the fact that their leaders are now controlled by the very invaders they sought to repel just mere days ago. He's proud of his son's growth, as is his ability to adapt especially with his mortal body to the clan's teachings. The trainings under Kinshiki and Urashiki aren't easy by any means. While Momoshiki had it easy, being born from the main branch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he's aware of the grueling training that most of the branch members underwent, and Urashiki himself may have implemented some of his clan's brand of training on Momoshiki. Still, the mortal pressed on undeterred, laughing in the morning and even pulling pranks with Urashiki on the people of Rain despite the very same trainer's torturous methods by night. And Momoshiki was curious just how far he can push the mortal's potential. It wasn't long until he too allowed training from some of the old Akatsuki's members, especially now that he's more and more aware of this world's brand of jutsu and means of manipulating chakra. And he too is amazed at his son's growth that one day, he called his son to his throne room one day. Momoshiki, you have grown strong enough not to rely on me anymore. I believe that you deserve a land of your own, a place to call your own. Urashiki and Kinshiki have determined various lands for you to do so, to amass a followers of your own willing to sacrifice themselves for your growth and further power. But I like it here, Tuchan. The people are nice and funny. Oh, but they will be even nicer if they serve directly under you. Oh! Naruto seemed to pause for a bit before posing another question to his father. Nay, Tuchan, I have a question. What is it, my child? Why can't I fly like you and Urashi and I? The question was so innocent, but it has taken the patriarch aback. Not wanting a humiliation in front of his son, Momoshiki quickly called for his underling. Ah, of course, of course. How could I forget? Urashiki. Yes, senpai. Your horn, please. Urashiki's eyes widened, realizing what their leader is asking of him. What? You can't be serious, Momoshiki-sama? He's not even your. Silence. I will not have my authority questioned in front of my own son. How dare you? A member from the branch family deny my request. Your horn or I will have your head. Urashiki, are you his guardian or not? Defeated, Urashiki tore off his horn, shocking Naruto as he watched his Urashinai brutally tore off his own horn and turned it into a fruit. The young Ōtsutsuki watched in fascination as his trainer handed him the newly formed fruit in his hands. This, my son, is one of our clan's abilities. By eating each other, we gain the other's abilities. Though yours is a bit of a special case, but I will explain later. For now, Momoshiki, you must partake in the fruit that Urashiki is offering you. Do this and I shall be pleased, my son. Naruto hesitated, knowing exactly where that fruit came from, but he understood what it meant to disobey his father. And so he accepted the fruit, gingerly placed it in front of his lips and ate it. To his surprise, Urashinai's fruit tasted good, and he can't help but savor it, which seemed to fascinate Momoshiki as he watched his son greedily devour it in front of him. As he finished the last of Urashiki's horn, a sharp pain shot through his stomach before he fell to the ground. He can feel Urashiki-nai's essence fill him as heat spread through the pit of his stomach before it radiates to his whole body. He glowed before finally he emerged a small replica of his father. Not as pale-faced as the ruling Ōtsutsuki, but he too gained a small horn of his own. Now, my son, you can fly. You have awakened completely into the blood of the Ōtsutsuki. Urashinai, your horn, Tuchan wa? No need to apologize, Momoshiki-kun, Urashiki quickly remarked, still clutching the broken stump on his head. Such is the way of our clan, for I am merely a branch member, and we live to serve you from the main branch. Such is the fate of all Ōtsutsuki. The same is also done when Kinshiki broke off his to feed your father's growth and metamorphosis. Naruto's eyes have turned back to their blue, but there's still the faint markings of the Rinnegan in them. Yet those eyes were full of concern for the man he came to know as his big brother through the times they spent. Such minor injury is nothing to a being such as I, Momoshiki. And now come. Your father has big plans for you soon. Mustn't disappoint him now, right? Urashiki gave Naruto a small smile, while Naruto, now fully Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, gave an uneasy smile. Indeed, Urashiki is right, my son. Conquer the village of Wave for me. Your powers should be enough to handle their paltry defenses. They are close to the land of rivers, where the main power of Akatsuki is seated. Take Itachi, Deidara, and Urashiki with you. You've more than earned their service. Then shall you too possess the means to fuel your own growth. Do this and I shall remain pleased. Yes, Tuchan. Naruto bowed, not showing the growing unease and hesitation in his stomach as Urashiki and the reanimated forms of Itachi and Deidara followed him. As soon as Naruto and his group left the throne room, Momoshiki turned to his other servant. Now that Momoshiki is learning his independence, I can finally rest easy. Now, let us return to our special project Kinshiki, for we too are in need of fuel of our own. As you command, sire. Kinshiki bowed and followed after his master. As he and Momoshiki left for their personal quarters, the reanimated forms of Konan and Pain, who was now been given a more mobile body, were left to govern the country in their behalf. Oh! True to his father's words, Naruto had no difficulty in subverting the people of Wave. In fact, they welcomed him with open arms and allowing him in as a hero, much to his surprise. The daimyo even offered him custody of a small compound right in the center of Wave, a fact that no one in the village contested. In fact, the people of Wave kept calling him their beloved Naruto-sama. But Momoshiki brushed off their name for him as some kind of mortal mistranslation. At any rate, there are some who have taken to his new name, and soon his name became known as simply Momoshiki. Over time, he was quick to apply his father's lessons, establishing a small ninja academy in the land, and soon droves of people joined to apply. Though some of them would not survive Itachi and Deidara's training, and would be turned into chakra pills to fuel him and Urashiki's appetite, Eventually, the Land of Wave had its own ninja army, much to the joy of Wave's new daimyo. While other villages use their ninja army to complete missions for financial growth, Wave has no need of it, since their finances have exploded by leaps and bounds following the completion of the Great Naruto Bridge. Currently, the ninja army served a much darker purpose, aside from escorting the daimyo and serving as Wave's personal military. For they, blinded by their loyalty to their new leader's charm and story, had also kidnapped and indeed offered some of their own to be his food and his source of chakra. This information would be carefully hidden from those outside the village. But some could not escape the growing suspicion of Fire Country, who have had their own citizens kidnapped as well. Which now leads to the present meeting with envoys from the Leaf, a ninja cell assigned a mission to broker a treaty with Wave. Lord Momoshiki, a group of ninja from the Leaf wishes for your audience. Urashiki bowed as he presented a group of mortal ninja to the current Namekage of the Land of Wave. Oh! Tsunade could barely believe it. Apart from the attempted kidnapping of Gaara, there have been concerning reports mounting of people being kidnapped by the newly formed ninja village of Wave. And that had been the cause of her calling the council for an emergency meeting. Because if true, this could mean an international incident, something that must be addressed not just by their ninja village but by the daimyo rulers and their combined ninja villages as well. Still, the council has insisted that such a small country as Wave could not possibly have orchestrated such an elaborate attempt, and so a compromise have been reached. A small team is to be sent as diplomatic envoys to the secretive Land of Wave. The council has allowed the mission to be assigned between two teams, considering the rumors that Ōtsutsuki are somehow involved, but since the intelligence have been nothing but rumors, they couldn't assign a larger force. But Tsunade settled and allowed Shikamaru's team and Sakura's team, consisting of herself, Sai, and special participation of the special Jounin Anko as the small representatives to be granted the mission. As the team embarked on their mission to the currently mysterious land that is Wave, Sakura herself was nostalgic on the place, especially when greeted with a big sign reminding her of her teammate when they entered the main entrance. So, Naruto's still pretty famous around these parts, huh? Commented Ino as they passed by the gigantic signs with his name on it. This only seemed to darken Sakura's mood, who's been hit the hardest by the disappearance of her two teammates all in one day. To this day, the pink-haired shinobi still blamed herself for her losses, especially since she had been the one to beg and ask Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Chuji elbowed Ino, noticing Sakura's mood, and Ino seemed to understand right away. Right, sorry. I didn't mean to. Hey, look at this shop over here. They have stuff we don't even have back at home. Come on, let's take a look. Ino, we're here on a mission. Maybe after we've met the daimyo? Before Ino can offer a retort, a new voice joined in their conversation. You're mistaken. The daimyo is far too busy to meet with you. But the Namakege's advisor has graciously offered the Ōtsutsuki compound to receive you. A man in cloak greeted them and team was instantly on edge, as the cloak have red clouds on them. Ōtsutsuki. Peace, Kanahans. We are with the Namigakure now, and if you want us to remain peaceful, you will enter with no hostile intent. Am I clear on? Of course. My apologies. But Asuma was cautious nonetheless. The cloaked figures were in mask, but their presence are strangely familiar, especially the one beside the blonde-haired one. Still, not wanting to cause an incident, Asuma calmed the team down as Kakashi tried to still his shaking shoulders, his previous encounter with the Ōtsutsuki not ending well for him. Before more words can be said, an even stranger being greeted them at the Namakege's estate, followed by a small contingent of samurai positioned at the ready to defend their lord's life should these visitors ever try anything. They have never seen anything like him. Quite a tall man with a pale face, though his eyes were obscured by a thin veil. It is clear that his features are otherworldly, and the group was vaguely reminded of Orochimaru's complexion. Still, they brushed it off as the voice was different and the man was much more friendly in demeanor. We are from Konoha and we have originally wished to speak to the daimyo, but now we're speaking with the Namekage. We weren't aware that a ninja village have been set up here. Ah yes, as you can see, we are fairly new and the daimyo have recently appointed someone to found a ninja village here. He's fairly close to the daimyo, of course, and considered a war hero apparently. Come on, my master will see you now. He's a young lord, but he's capable enough, I assure you. Urashiki can't help but smirk. These humans' platitudes never really cease to amuse him. Still, if Momoshiki-sama ordered it, he has no choice but to obey, especially since this is their stepping stone in receiving more supplies of fuel. The more gullible humans they can enlist on their side, the more easier it will be for them later, especially now that they're cut off from the clan's main supply of chakra pills. At his tone, Sakura's emerald eyes narrowed, a hint of familiarity and maybe of longingness and wishful thinking glistening behind their depths. True enough, as they were seated in front of the Namekage, all of them were assaulted by that feeling of familiarity now as a veiled figure sat in front of them. I present to you, the Shodame Namekage, Lord Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki of the village hidden in the waves. Ugh, too formal for me, Urashi and I. A gentle yet familiar voice floated to the air and their reaction was immediate. That voice. Welcome, Konoha. Welcome to Namigakure. We are but a small village at the moment, but we are still flattered and thankful that a big village such as you decided to grant us their presence. Now, I won't drag this out any longer. How may I help you? Though the figure in front of them has a veil on him, the voice was very much a familiar one. That unmistakable voice of Konoha's long-lost sunshine. It was Sakura who broke the peace this time, unable to contain herself any longer. It's you, Naruto. That's you, aren't you? The figure paused for a bit, confused at the familiarity by which Sakura has addressed him. Yeah, I guess that was the name that the people of Wave used to call me. But gee, I'm Momoshiki, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. I always wonder how they came up with that name. Naruto, please, stop this. We've looked for so long. If it's you, come back to us, to Konoha. I missed you. We all missed you. Before she can say anything more, Kakashi was the one who was by her side this time, calming her down as he whispered in her ear. Calm down, Sakura. It's obvious that while this is Naruto, this is not entirely our Naruto. We'll get to the bottom of this, so calm down. Kakashi whispered as he hinted at the man's protruding horns and his similar otherworldly complexion to the man they now identified as Urashiki. Once they have calmed down Sakura enough, Kakashi offered his apologies. Again, our apologies, Namekage-sama. She must have mistaken you for someone else. I assure you that our intentions here are nothing hostile to you or your village. Well, I guess it's pretty rude of me to hide behind this veil. Tuchan always taught me how it's not proper to show my face to mere mortals. But if that contributed to your unease, then it shall go. And before Urashiki could even move to stop his lord, Naruto has already removed his veil, earning a collective gasp from their visitors. Chapter 4. Upheaval at the Throne Room. Oh! Monster! Sakura yelled, too shocked at the appearance of the man in front of her. Naruto, what happened to you? This is not possible. Naruto flinched, as if remembering a deeply repressed emotion, an action that did not escape Urashiki's notice. It has always baffled the lower-ranking Ōtsutsuki why their proud leader had taken to a frail human child. But the protective instinct within him flared, for some unknown reason, as he watched his little brother getting hounded by these mere mortals they only met moments ago. As Naruto stood frozen at Sakura's words, Urashiki could bear it no longer. He ripped open his own veil and revealed his glowing red Rinnegan eye and a Byakugan in the other, ready to show these mortals a real monster if they so require. Insolent mortals, we allowed you here on the condition of no hostilities. But to insult my own little brother in his own home is something that I cannot abide. You speak of monster little girl? As if this heavenly visage is an abomination. Then what do you think of my form, mortal? You blasphemous curs have outstayed your welcome. Momoshiki-senpai's orders be damned. I will spill your filthy blood as you mongrels deserve. As he spoke, puppets emerged from the floors, towering over the Konoha delegates. Asuma and Kakashi immediately took defensive positions around their students, aware that while Sakura and Sai are combative chunins, the Ino-Shikacho combo is not a team that's suited for a frontal attack like this. Anko herself protectively stretched her arms over Sakura and Ino, surprised at the sudden outburst from what they believed to be a docile attendant was actually the brother of the Namekage they just insulted. The brief commotion was enough to bring Naruto back to his senses, as he was quick to call out to Urashiki, aware that if trouble were to break out with the Konoha Nins, it will only endanger the mission that his father gave him. Wait, Urashiki and I. These mortals should know their place, Momoshiki. To call you a monster is to call the Ōtsutsuki clan an abomination. We who are destined by the heavens the right to godhood. Oblivion cannot wait for these mindless vermin. I said to wait, Nizan. Naruto activated his own Rinnegan, and as he did so, the clocked figures by the door activated, going between the Konoha Nin and Urashiki's puppets. Urashiki have calmed down a little, seeing the determination behind his brother's eyes, and sighed. But of course, since my cute little brother says so, I will spare you Konohans, but make no mistake, one more insult like that and I will personally see to it that your demise is worse than the coldest of hell. As momentary calm restored in the room, the Konoha ninja relaxed and the two cloaked ninja returned back to their post. Kakashi was able to regain his composure and prostrated himself in front of the Namekage. Our deepest apologies, Momoshiki-sama. I'll see to it that she will receive the appropriate discipline. Just spare the rest. That's not necessary. I understand that we got off the wrong foot, but there's still an important matter that we must address, yes. Kakashi and the rest were completely taken aback, and if they weren't certain now, they are with the way Momoshiki has instantly forgiven them. Urashiki could only roll his eyes at his brother's kind and forgiving nature but said no further, reminded that they're still the object of their current mission and the real purpose why they have to conquer these villages. An all-out war could only result in dead bodies, bodies that cannot be harvested for chakra and fuel. Right, Namekage-sama, if you will, we have something to discuss with you. But just so we don't have any misunderstanding again, allow us to properly introduce ourselves. The return to a conversational atmosphere have reassured Urashiki somehow, and he withdrew to the room's corner. Well, whatever it is that needs accomplishing, if Momoshiki-senpai's confident that Momoshiki can handle it, he'll leave it to the young boy. As the introductions were underway, Naruto invited the delegation to a small dinner which was happily provided, and there, they finally decided to broach the topic of their visit. Shikamaru, on the other hand, discreetly warned his teammates not to refer to Momoshiki as Naruto anymore, as he obviously have no memory of them at this point. There have been troubling news that reached us, my lord, and if I may be so bold, there are rumors pointing your village as the culprit. There have been a string of disappearances in Fire Country, you see. And what? You think that's us? Naruto retorted, a piece of ramen noodle dangling on his mouth as he played with his bowl of ramen, a habit that placed the rest of the Konoha ninja at ease. It almost feel like they have the old Naruto back already. Well, Asuma tried to join but was interrupted when Naruto spoke again. I'm flattered that you think our village is capable of that, but really, we're nothing but a small ninja village. If we're that capable, we would have invaded already. Besides, what will kidnapping a few ninja do anyway? Doesn't make sense, right? In fact, even my own village have its own share of disappearances. What you think we kidnap the people of Wave for kicks? Naruto chuckled, earning a laugh from those who were present. Shikamaru, on the other hand, have been watching the conversation intently, but his eyes were darting between Naruto's as well as the cloaked figures by the door. We were only tasked to verify the rumors, Namekage-sama. My apologies if we offended you. We understand that we may not have started off to a great star, but we also acknowledge that cooperation is important between us. Wouldn't you agree? I suppose you are right, Kakashi-san. While my brother is too stubborn to admit it, we do need the support of a larger nation like yours. And if there's anything we can do to maintain friendly relations, then I'm all for it. Then let me take this opportunity to formally invite you on an official alliance with us, Namekage-sama. I'll make sure you'll be benefited from it greatly, even the land of waves itself. A generous offer, Kakashi-san. I'll be sure to send in an envoy to your village to meet with your council. However, since this is an invitation for cooperation, I trust that you will not harm my envoys in any way. Of course, Namekage-sama, I understand that what happened today have made you a little more than apprehensive of us. But it's really not our intention to offend you. There are just certain, shall we say, developments that caused my dear students' emotions to rise. But I assure you, we are here wholly in good faith. Glad to hear that. I'm sure, as you're well aware, Kakashi-san. And this is not a threat, but as of this moment, Wave is under the protection of Rain. Kakashi's eyes widened at the revelation, the news itself not known to them until the Namekage revealed it. Causing trouble here will cause a three-way war between our countries, right? Kakashi merely regained his composure and smiled. I understand, Namekage-sama. I'll be sure to pass your message to our Hokage and the council. Well, we'd best take our leave. And my most sincere gratitude for your endless patience with us. Oh, that's quite all right. As leader, it's always in my best interest to maintain peace not only within this village but outside of it. Well, I hope you'd enjoy Wave in the meantime. I'll take my leave now. As Naruto stood up, he floated outside of the room, earning curious looks from his peers, but they said nothing. The tension was only broken, however, when the teams were finally outside of the Namakege's estate that day, having finished with their meeting. Once they know they are alone, Shikamaru finally said his thoughts. Sensei, if I may. Yes, Shikamaru? From what I collect, that is obviously our Naruto. The only real mystery now is how he got the Byakugan and the Rinnegan. He may have lost his memories, but who and what I felt and heard in that room is definitely Naruto. Very perceptive of you, Shikamaru. And to think you're also aware of the fabled Rinnegan. Regardless, there's definitely more to what's been said here, and it's definitely a curious thing worth investigating. I agree, Asuma added as he faced Kakashi. But what the hell possessed you to make that offer, Kakashi? Will the council even approve it? I have no idea, but if it pushes through, it will at least give us a chance to get closer to this new mystery and study it more intently without fear of reprisal. As you are aware, while there's only 4 of them there, their powers can easily match us 8. Asuma shuddered. True, I can feel the pressure simply by stepping foot in that room. And what the hell is Akatsuki's doing here anyway? While they doesn't seem to be hostile, it would appear that the rumor their involvement is true. Right? But there's something wrong with those Akatsuki members. Ino was the one who commented this time, earning a look from Sakura, who was curious what she had to say. Yeah, I believe you're right, Ino. Shikamaru replied. Their movements feel dead. There's something off about those two. And the way they responded when Naruto stopped that Urashiki guy from attacking us. It's almost like they can read his mind. Curious, Asuma remarked, noting that his students are right. Having encountered the Akatsuki before, he's aware of them himself, and he too noticed the peculiarities in the figures that greeted them. Regardless, it's a mystery that we'll have to solve soon. How about we take a break and grab a bite to eat? That would be best. I think we all deserve some food after all the shock we went through for the day. As the group turned to leave the government central of Wave, a voice called out to them, however. Oh, aye, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-Nizan. They turned as they saw a small figure running towards them. Is that really you? Oh. Naruto slumped in his room. The meeting had taken more from him than he thought, and he was completely and utterly drained. More importantly, why did being called a monster bother him so? Why did these people seem so familiar, and why did when Urashiki Nizan wanted to destroy them, he felt compelled to protect them? Naruto tried to think on it before a familiar voice clawed its way into his mind. Because of who you were, kid. Whoa? Who's there? Naruto asked, feeling the sensation of an enormous pressure within him, a being that's so familiar yet so unknown to him. Behold, it is I, but now is not the time to reminisce. Just know that the people you've met are linked to the memories you've lost. Something that even I have no access to in this point in time. If you wish to remember, it might lead you away from the man you call father. Naruto mulled on the voice's words. If the voice is right, and if remembering would really lead him away from his father, then he doesn't want to remember, especially since his father has given him everything he could ever want. What if I don't want to remember? Do not be so quick to decide, young kid. In time, you'll find that who you are will eventually want to break free. But right now, something deep within you is preventing you from doing so. As much as I missed the you who were once before this, not even I have the power to bring it back. Confused, Naruto looked up to the ceiling, contemplating the meaning behind those words. What do you mean? I meant precisely what I said, but right now I will have to rest. Sustaining your father is more draining to me than I'd like to admit. Wait, sustaining my father? What do you mean by that? Naruto was left alone in silence, however, as he felt the presence in his mind recede. Oh! Meanwhile, deep within Sound Country, golden snake-like eyes narrowed at the news. So the intelligence was true, then. The Akatsuki was obliterated by this mysterious being. So it would appear Orochimaru-sama. This is not known to many even within Rain Country. There was a huge battle that single-handedly destroyed most of the Akatsuki members. No one was sure who the culprit is, but all accounts spoke of a godly being that floated, absorbed all their attacks as if they were nothing and ate the Akatsuki's captured beasts. Eyewitnesses are pretty sketchy at best, but that's the current intelligence we have so far. Well done, Kabuto. Notify me if there's more progress in this. As much as I'd hate to admit it, any threat that can turn the Akatsuki into nothing but mere child play is something that we have to look out for. Continue your surveillance as usual. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. As the two parted, however, no one noticed the raven-haired figure eavesdropping on their conversation. Chapter 5. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Oh! Indeed, the approaching figure turned out to be Inari, who invited the delegates from Konoha to his house. Unlike the previously dinky one that Team 7 used to stay in during their last mission there, Tezuna's house was much larger this time, being that his contributions to the bridge earned him quite a reputation in Wave. And so their reception was a bit better this time, with a long table filled with foods and delicacies that Tsunami especially prepared for the group. Welcoming them with open arms, the woman simply said that any friends of their hero is a friend to the land of Wave. And so when everyone was seated, they were more and more at ease at finding something, or rather someone familiar that they can relate to, especially Sakura, who fully regained her raging emotions when she started reminiscing with the younger boy. It's so great that you visited us again, Nei-chan. It's just like old times again, right? Especially now that Naruto Naiken is here to stay for good. This piqued Sakura's interest, and so she decided to prod for more answer. Perhaps Inari is the key to understanding Naruto, given how close they were back in their genin days, before Naruto disappeared from the face of the earth. Say, Inari, I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course. But however did Naruto ended up here? It's just that he had been gone for so long that we thought he died. Sakura's eyes were downcast, trying not to remember the grim day where news of her two teammates disappearing on her reached her. She was met with Inari's indignation. Hey! Naruto Naiken wouldn't die even if he wanted to. It's a funny story, really. His brother and him showed one day claiming they want to take us all under his protection. Weird thing is, he doesn't seem to remember any of us. But his brother explained he got into a bit of an accident and lost his memories. Must be tough for him, but we're here to support him always. At Inari's excited monologue, this confirmed it for everyone. The Naruto that's now the young Namekage of Wave is their very own Naruto. Ano sa Sakuranizan. I don't know how to put this, but didn't Naruto Naiken say that he's an orphan? That's true, Inari. Naruto grew up having never known his parents. Why do you ask that? Well, he did talk about a father when he first came here. So I was wondering. Curious. Kakashi interjected, having been listening to their exchange with great interest. As far as I know, Naruto never knew his parents. But it's true that he disappeared for a long time, Inari-kun. Imagine our surprise when now, after more than 2 years have passed, we found him here in the very same village that had been one of our most memorable missions. Well, if you ask me, it appears that Naruto-kun may have himself an adoptive family. Most likely, the very people who found him when he lost his memories, possibly. Tezuna offered. He did look a bit different, slightly paler. Could be related to an accident. You may be right, Tezuna-san. But that doesn't matter one bit at all. He'll still be our Naruto Naiken, even if he preferred a different name, and now he's even trying make our village stronger. I'm actually considering enrolling in the academy. I heard the teachers there are brutal, but if I can protect this land, it will be worth it, Inari declared excitedly, his eyes shining with admiration. And if I can do it with Naruto Naiken, it's even cooler. Sakura was silent, contemplating Inari's words as the revelations came out. As they discussed the recent events, they all have the same conjectures, and she believed that they may be closer to the truth than they realized. They now know for certain that after his battle with Sasuke, Naruto lost his memories and was somehow found by this father that Inari spoke of. And somehow this father had a hand in changing Naruto to who he is now. If they can perhaps find this person, maybe he'll be the clue to restoring their old Naruto, the sunlight that warms Konoha up. Tazuna-san, if I may ask, do you know anything at all about the Ōtsutsuki fellow that Naruto calls his brother? Nothing much, I'm afraid. Just that he's incredibly strong. Powerful even. Not one of the daimyo samurai could even land a scratch on him when they asked for a demonstration. That's one of the reasons why the daimyo immediately accepted their protection. Apart from Naruto-kun's reputation here, of course. It helps a lot that Naruto is our hero and well, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity of their hero being their protector? In time, we believe that Naruto-kun will gain his memories back. But we're content with the way things are going here. Oh, speaking of which, Naruto-kun is so strong right now. He flies. Sakura-nichan. He's so cool. Inari added, much to the bewilderment of the Konoha nin. Because common knowledge will tell them that barring some kind of jutsu, there's no real way that a ninja can fly. This is why airships exist. Still, they're thankful to at least unravel some of the mystery behind their most unpredictable ninja. After dinner, Kakashi met up with Anko, informing her to report their findings to Tsunade, hoping that the news will at least help cheer their gloomy Hokage up. And what about the rest of you, Kakashi? Just what are you planning? There's still a lot we don't know about the situation. For instance, if Naruto's adoptive family would be, shall we say, really cooperative with us. And if this father is truly interested in Naruto as his son, or he's just using him for something. Like what? Remember that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, a fountain of never-ending chakra. And if this father is in league with the Akatsuki, I have no reason to believe that their intentions are anything but good. Still, that Urashiki fellow's anger seemed genuine that Sakura insulted his little brother. Wouldn't that count for something? Sakura insulted Naruto's appearance. Anko, something that Urashiki shared. He might have just thought that it was an insult to him as well. That doesn't really tell us anything. Regardless, we must tread lightly. While Naruto is still as forgiving as we once knew him, with that Urashiki by his side, there's no telling what he will do if become too aggressive. Understood. Then I'd best take my leave. I can't wait to see the look on Tsunade's face when I tell her this news. No doubt she'll cook up some scheme right away in trying to get him back. Kakashi chuckled. I doubt that, Anko. All things considering, Naruto seems genuinely happy here. He has people who acknowledge him, look up to him, a family he believes that truly cares about him. It won't be so easy to convince him to return to his old life, especially since we know he's still to recover his memories even after 2 years. Yeah, I guess you may be right. Then I'd better go. At least by then Tsunade can hopefully find a way to convince the council in this mad scheme of yours. Kakashi smiled. You and Tsunade focus on the council. The rest of us will do our task here. Just as Anko was about to leave, however, Asuma, Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru appeared. We can't help but listen in. But you guys share more history than any of us. I think it's best if we're the ones to leave for Konoha and your team remain here. Just make sure that Sakura doesn't do anything too rash. Kakashi sighed. He can't really blame the girl now, can he? She's lost virtually 2 of the most important people in her life in an instant. Of course she'd be desperate in getting at least one of them back. As Asuma's team left for Konoha, Kakashi knocked on Sakura's room, plans slowly forming in his head how to get closer to their Naruto. Oh, how are you feeling, dear little brother? Urashiki approached Naruto's form cautiously, aware that the young Ōtsutsuki had a lot to deal with for the day. On instant, red chakra leaked from Naruto's palm as he held it up to his brother, to which Urashiki happily lapped up. This had been a ritual that most of the Ōtsutsuki does whenever they're with Naruto, a way for them to feed their growing hunger after being cut off from their clan supply of chakra from the god tree. On the other hand, Naruto doesn't seem to mind, feeling himself growing closer to the other Ōtsutsuki when they feed on him. There are times when he can even sense their feelings as well and could feel their own self-pride through his body. It's through this bond that the 4 of them are more and more being attuned to their own feelings. On the other hand, the other Ōtsutsuki would feed Naruto as well. In a way, They have been linked through their hunger for chakra, and their feeding has made them more and more closer to each other despite the short time that they've been together. Just tired, Urashi and I just wondered why I let her words affect me so. It's not like it's anything that could, destroy me completely. And she probably didn't mean it anyway. Tisk, they're mongrels and nothing more. You're a true Ōtsutsuki through and through, little brother. You're just too forgiving for your own good. Naruto grinned, sensing his brother's comforting hand on his golden hair. Well, as it stands, this whole world will slowly come to realize the full might of our clan. And by the end, you won't ever have to feel this way ever again. Rely on us a little bit, won't you? You know that despite his aloofness, your father and we love you. Naruto's beam widened. Renewed sense of self-pride crawled its way upon his chest at his brother's words. Why would he ever give this life? Oh! As the morning sun rose above the land of Wave, the renewed Team 7 held a determined look on their eyes as they make their way for the Namikage's estate. Sai and I will be off intelligence gathering. Are you sure that you two will be fine, Sakura? Kakashi? Don't you worry about us. As far as I'm aware, Naruto is not really one to remain hostile for so long. Just be careful. As of now, Asuma's team are heading their way back to Konoha. We won't have any backup should things turn south. I'm aware of that. You two be careful as well. Anko and Sai broke off from the group just as they came upon the gates to the Namikage's estate. Back so soon, foolish mortals? Urashiki-sama, Kakashi, and Sakura bowed respectfully, now fully aware of the consequences of offending the older Ōtsutsuki. Did you forget something, Kanahans? Just have something to discuss with the Namikage. Urashiki contemplated for a bit, but decided there's really no harm. Besides, it's time these mortal fools see the greatness of his little brother. And so he grinned wide. Very well, Kanahans. Momoshiki-sama is training in the back. Would you like to observe? His eyes held a sense of pride that's oddly alien to his features, causing Sakura and Kakashi to think that maybe, just maybe, the feelings of this Ōtsutsuki to their Naruto is very much genuine. We'll be honored. Oh! Kakashi and Sakura instantly felt that heavy pressure as they were led to the back courtyard of the estate, a feeling that's all too familiar, and yet this feeling is much more menacing and refined. Is this the Kyuubi's chakra in full control? No. There's something more mixed in with this feeling, something otherworldly that crawled its way up to the depths of their souls. And as they entered the courtyard just to see the Namikage in action, nothing could have prepared them for the sight that greets them. There was Naruto on the center of the yard, sparring against two Itachis as he floated gracefully between the older Uchiha's attack, his bluish-purple Rinnegan shining proudly in his eyes. Lost for words, Sakura and Kakashi merely looked on, mesmerized at the being that's dodging Itachi's attacks as if they were nothing. Chapter 6. Light at the end of the tunnel. Oh! Why shouldn't I leave Naruto? Nothing is left for me in Konoha. All I have now is revenge. Sasuke glared, frustrated at the boy he cared for. Why does he have to follow him here and risk his life? Worry bubbled at the pit of Sasuke's stomach, worry for what's to come when he saw Naruto, the boy he considered his best friend, but more importantly the boy he grew to love over their lives as genin. He's not quite sure how it started, but he's sure that from their petty rivalries and playful fights, mutual respect and indeed mutual love grew between them. And while they were too young to acknowledge it, he knew that what they have back then grew to something much, much deeper than childhood crush and idol fascination. You bastard! You have friends. You have Kakashi-sensei. You have me. I love you, you dumb prick. That did it. It stirred something within the young Uchiha. He cannot allow Naruto to keep on chasing him, especially when he knew the path he led would only lead to darkness. He cannot sully the sun with his taint. Couldn't allow his moon to steal the light from the bright yellow sun that shed light to all of Konoha. He must cut off their relationship now, for it will only hurt them later. You're clueless, aren't you? I never loved you, Dobe. Never had, never did. What? What are you saying? Take that back, you jerk. Sasuke laughed darkly. You can't really believe that I cared for you, don't you, Naruto? How gullible can you be? You bastard, you were my first. I gave all of me to you. Not my problem. I'm sick of your face. You matters little to me, Naruto, which is why I can do this without hesitation. And with that, Sasuke struck. Naruto was too stunned to respond, accepting the blow head-on as despair filled his face. As Naruto fell to the ground, Sasuke turned his back, never looking back. Oh! Sasuke woke up with a start, his heart racing as huge beads of sweat fell from his brow to his naked chest. He scampered his way to the bathroom and cursed under his breath. It's always the same dream, each a variation of how their final days ended, how he killed his own Dobe's heart to win the price he coveted. And true enough, red eyes stared back at the concentric lotus formation that marks his Manjikyu Sharingan. The dark power obtained only through severe emotional trauma, suffered after the loss of someone very dear to an Uchiha. After cutting off all ties to the only boy who ever accepted him, Sasuke was successful in evolving his Sharingan to its next level. But all of it came at the price of losing everything, and for what? Nothing. A lone tear fell from his eye as he recalled what he heard. The implications of Akatsuki's destruction could be. He gave everything up for revenge. But in the end, his brother died by another's hand. Regret consumed him like fire, as he stared at the blood-stained hands that killed his light that killed Naruto. Naruto, he whispered, as he steadied his breath. Not a day have gone by in Orochimaru's hellish place have he stopped thinking about his love. The thought of his Dobe, a lone star of light to his darkness. As the feeling of guilt ebbed, it was replaced by renewed sense of anger. This time he'll make things right. He'll make it up to the boy, the one who believed in him without hesitation. And this time that snake will not get in his way. Donning his kimono, Sasuke sheathed his katana and prepared as he set his plan into motion. As he stalked the halls of the hideout, his keen ears, honed by years of training under Orochimaru and his elite, finally caught wind of his target. A desperate coughing echoed through the halls as Orochimaru gasped for his servant. Kabuto, this host body won't last much longer. Where are you? Sasuke smirked. Orochimaru is finally at his weakest, and he can finally free himself of this hellish place. Oh! Asuma and his team wasted no time in reaching Tsunade's office, excited to return with news of their recent mission. Knowing that the Hokage will be overjoyed with their discovery, as they piled into the drab and lifeless office, they playfully smirked at the sleeping woman on her desk, wondering how she'd react with the news. Ino grinned playfully as she tiptoed close to the sleeping Hokage before yelling in her ear. Oi, Bachan, how long are you gonna lay there and sleep? I'm back. With a start, Tsunade awoke, her eyes red with anger as she glared at the young Chunin who interrupted her sleep. What kind of sick joke is this, Yamanaka? Explain yourselves. But Ino just smiled. Hee hee. You won't believe what we found out in our mission, Hokage-sama. Tsunade regarded her with suspicion, but deep down in her heart, she knew just what the young Kunoichi is referring to. And maybe alcohol has not yet jaded her throughout the years as she held on to dear hope. Slowly, and with uncertainty, she finally opened her mouth as the reality dawned on her. See, could it be? Shikamaru sighed and handed her a scroll. Do forgive her, Tsunade-sama. And yes, before you get angry at us, it's about him. Ino is just too excited that she decided to pull this stunt. How troublesome. Here's our full report. There's a bit of a complication, though. We did found him alive. But, Tsunade-sama? Asuma had to interrupt himself as they witnessed a rare sight. Their strong and strict leader, usually a picture of ill temper and disinterest, started to sob in her desk. Her eyes water as she read the scroll without delay. And once she heard the word alive, nothing else mattered. Her son is alive. Naruto is alive. Naruto, whom she thought she lost, is now found and alive. Tsunade steadied herself, and though her voice is shaking, she managed to bark out a simple order. Get me Jiraiya now. Oh. Multiple questions ran through Sakura and Kakashi's mind as they watched the Namekage sparred under one of the most notorious criminal in the land. But through it all they watched mesmerized as the boy they thought clumsy and weak made training with the great Uchiha Itachi look like child play. They witnessed Naruto absorb Itachi's flame attacks with a palm and threw it back in even greater intensity. They watched him break Itachi's genjutsu as if it were nothing. But what raised questions further was how Itachi bowed down at the Namekage after their spar. "Well done, young master, you have learned all that you can from me. And I believe your father would be greatly impressed when you spar with Kinshiki-sama soon. At this rate, it won't be long before you can finally hit a direct blow to Momoshiki-sama himself." What even baffled them further was Naruto's response. He gave Itachi a respectful bow as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You're too kid, Itachi-san. It's all thanks to your patience and guidance. Well, I think you're dismissed for now." That felt great. Itachi simply bowed down to the younger male and moved past the stunned Kakashi and Sakura as if he doesn't recognize them. "Magnificent, Momoshiki-kun. Your growth is impressive." Urashiki cheered as he drew attention to them, to which Naruto finally noticed their presence. "Oh, Urashi and I, you were watching? I couldn't resist watching my cute little brother train. I brought guests if you don't mind." That was when Naruto noticed Sakura and Kakashi. He gave them a friendly smile. "Oh, Kakashi-san, Sakura-san, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?" Naruto slowly made for the side where his traditional white Ōtsutsuki garb was waiting and slowly covered his training clothes with them. Kakashi was the first to approach. "First of, I have to commend on your training, Namekage-sama. That was simply amazing." Hee. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with his hand, a familiar habit that made Sakura's ache. "Thank you, Kakashi-san. I'm not used to having outsiders watch." "Well, it was amazing just the same. In any event, we're here to discuss something with you." "Oh, and what would that be?" "Look, I'll get straight to the point. I'm a talented jounin instructor in our village. And I'm thinking, I'll offer my services in your academy." Naruto's head whipped straight at him in surprise, eyes wide at the suddenness of the proposal. "Eh? You'd do that?" "If you'll allow it, I believe we can call it a gesture of our goodwill, and as an apology for what has transpired before. Only if you'll allow it, of course." Your offer is tempting, Kakashi-san. All right, but don't take my trust for granted, all right? I believe you've witnessed Itachi-san's performance earlier on, and he's one of the academy teachers there. He'll be watching you for sure." Of course. I assure you, Momoshiki-sama, we have no hostile intent to your village. We genuinely just seek to improve mutual cooperation between our villages. And I believe this is one of the best way we can show you that our intentions are honorable." "Very well, but first, I think Urashi and I is itching for a fight. You'll have to be evaluated by him. Is that acceptable, Kakashi-san?" Kakashi gulped, but understanding that this may be one of their best shot in getting closer to Naruto, he relented and agreed. "Of course, my lord." "Great. Now we'll see what you're really made of, Kakashi-san. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm also interested in seeing what Konoha is able to offer us." "That is understandable, Namekage-sama. Well then, Urashi and I think your wish have just been granted." Urashiki grinned widely at the suggestion. "I thought you'd never ask, little brother. This is my template for Naruto's Ōtsutsuki form here. Just remove the headband, add in the blue Rinnegan from Urashiki and the bunny ears horn from Momoshiki. Also, he will wear Momoshiki's veil when meeting officially with others. And yes, that includes the part when he initially met with the Konoha Nin back in Chapter 4. Just make it a bit paler and you'll have my vision for an Ōtsutsuki Naruto. But you're always free to come up with how you imagine Naruto here. This is just to help better visualize how I view him in my head. For FNET readers, the link is on my AO3 version of this story. Look up my handle Winfong there. Or just Google Ōtsutsuki Naruto on Google and you'll find plenty of concept images for him. Smiley face. Thank you for your support to this fanfic. It makes it more fun to write knowing that some are invested in this weird idea of mine. Smiley face. Anyway, on with the story. Oh. Sasuke couldn't help but shudder as he felt the last remnants of Orochimaru's presence fade from his mind. Throughout their battle, Orochimaru attempted to invade his body in a last-ditch effort to save himself. Fortunately enough, or so Sasuke hopes, he was able to win out the battle of wills that raged on for who knows how long. All he could really remember is the constant thought of Naruto, the light that kept spurring him on against his lone battle with the Sannin within his mind. And now, for the first time ever in years, he feels free, as if a veil of dark haze has been lifted from his eyes. He no longer bears the burden of revenge. And yet, his life feels hollow, empty. He should be thankful, for he have been freed of the terrible fate of carnage that befell most Uchiha. But why does he feel so drained, so devoid of life and energy? Hey, too slow, Sasuke. Come on already. A flash of bright grinning face appeared in his mind, that playful voice echoing in the dark chambers of Orochimaru's room where he now stood, unmoving, staring at the ceiling, unsure of where to go from now on. What? You're still making me wait, bastard. That annoying voice kept ringing in his ears, and he knew then what he should do next. With resolve freshly lit in his eyes, he gathered whatever supplies he has left, took one last look at the dark, empty halls of the hideout before making his trek outside. Oh! Sasuke made it to Konoha in record time, and he nearly forgot how it was to enjoy the sunshine on his skin, the very same sunshine that reminds him now of that one overriding goal in his mind. He snuck past the lazy guards as they joked around with each other, casted a genjutsu on the lone guard vigilant enough to catch him, and went through the familiar streets as if he were but a simple genin. He moved past the familiar old ramen shop and the old training yard that brought a wave of nostalgia upon the young Uchiha. He noted how the place still haven't changed much and how familiar the atmosphere still feels. Though this time, it feels a bit colder and more drab, as if that's even possible considering how bleak Konoha used to be. That was before he met his dobe. And even still, Konoha only seemed to light up for him when they're training together, or when they're out on missions. He can't wait to relive their secret rendezvous once more. Can't wait to taste his salty blonde sunshine on his lips when a spar turns to something more. He tried to calm his racing heart as he ascended the familiar set of stairs that have been engraved in the back of his mind. He used to trek the same set of halls every time he wanted to just watch his dobe sleep, watching the peaceful young boy from his carelessly open window, admiring how the moon glows as it bounced off his tan bronze skin. Anticipation gripped his whole body now as he came nearer and nearer the fated place, the very room which held so much memories. And without hesitation, he knocked, eager to meet his love once more. He doesn't mind if Naruto gets angry at him. Hatred, love, or anguish, he'll take all that Naruto has to give, so long as he can have his ball of sun back in his life again, giving his moon its luster through the cold, desolate nights. He can picture it now. Those intense blue sapphires alight with anger, berating him for leaving. Those smooth, plump cheeks tinged crimson as the blonde tried to catch his breath, and those lips. Oh, those delectable and unstoppable lips that carries with them the barest hint of miso. He can't wait to hear from them the voice that he missed so much in his cold, lonely nights alone in Orochimaru's cell. A small smile played on his lips, his hands shook with anticipation, until his illusions came crashing down. Instead of that soft, raspy voice he longed to hear, a deep, gruff voice pierced through the veil of his mind, shattering the perfect picture of his beloved carefully painted in the blankness within. I'm coming, I'm coming. And when the door opened, instead of the adorable bundle of beauty that he expected, a burly, balding man came into view. Whatcha want? Cold obsidian eyes narrowed. Where is Naruto? Naruto? There hasn't been a Naruto here in years. Sasuke looked on, puzzled, but that was when the man laughed. He actually laughed. That failure vanished a long time ago. I can't believe I'll be hearing that name again. That brat is nothing but full of talk. He failed to bring a friend back and disappeared, probably from shame. Konoha is well rid of that damn monster. I'm the new tenant here now, and if you're looking for that bundle of misfortune, don't. Now leave me Alogak. Sasuke's eyes bled red as he grabbed the man by the neck, pushing in as he slammed the man to the far wall. What did you say? Are you deaf? I said he ain't here. His hold tightened on the man as he looked straight into his eyes. I'll ask again, where is he? The man started shaking, recognizing the gravity of the situation he's in as fear gave way. I don't know, okay? No one does. Even the Hokage gave up searching years ago. So please, Let me go. Sasuke's eyes spun as he looked into the man's mind, searching for any lies, and true enough he could see nothing. He felt numb. Dropping the man to the floor, he made for the Hokage tower, unable to accept what he heard. And just like earlier, he easily snuck past the guards as he made its way up to the windows. As he's about to pry it open and sneak inside the building, his keen ears heard a familiar voice, a voice he recognized from their genin days. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama wishes to speak with you. Oh, who and what does she want with the almighty Jiraiya? You know, about Naruto's disappearance? She also said there's a matter about her successor and dash. Sasuke heard enough. A lump was growing on his throat as he sped to the nearby woods. He slumped against a lone tree that coincidentally have the mark S and N engraved on it. This had been one of their secret rendezvous place, where they would touch and kiss each other so tenderly. Memories flood his mind again as the vivid images of their youth filled his mind. He was only pulled out of it when he felt warm wetness fell on his cheeks as he absent-mindedly traced the carving. Then, realization hit him. Konoha is moving on without his Naruto. Konoha lost his Naruto. They didn't even bother looking for him. They just gave up on him. Anger bubbled at the pit of Sasuke's stomach as he glared in the village's direction. He'll show them that his love is not so easily forgotten. Konoha will regret the day it chose to forget its sunshine. And for that, he'll need an army. Tears still streaming down his face, he made his back to sound. Oh! Ino ran out of the distressed Hokage's room. As Asuma and the others tried to console Tsunade, she immediately sought out Jiraiya-sama as was ordered. Then, as fate would have it, the legendary Sannin appeared into his view, apparently returning from his mission. Thank goodness she found him immediately. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama wishes to speak with you. Oh, who and what does she want with the almighty Jiraiya? You know, about Naruto's disappearance? She also said there's a matter about her successor, and how she won't accept anyone else. Confused, the old Sannin urged the girl to continue. That was when Ino grinned wide. Hee, because we found him. We actually found him. Come on, Ino said as he grabbed the silver-haired Sannin's hands and dragged him to Tsunade's office. Asuma-sensei has a lot to talk to you two about. Oh! Kakashi gulped as he felt a huge wave of pressure. The man named as Urashiki released simply by dropping to the ground in front of him. He hadn't really noticed it before, but Urashiki and Momoshiki always preferred to float throughout the halls. And when Urashiki dropped from his height, it dented the ground beneath him as if it were nothing but a frail paper. Behold, mortal, and witness, for I have foreseen the future, and in this future you will suffer a humiliating defeat, such as preordained by the cosmos. Take solace in the fact that the universe always favors the Ōtsutsuki clan. Urashiki proudly proclaimed as he brandished his fishing rod, eyes glowing blue as his Rinnegan proudly shone. Hey, none of that Urashiki. No cheating, okay? No Rinnegan, please, Momoshiki shouted from the sides. I want to see his skills. Don't kill him in the first few seconds. Kakashi's sweat dropped. If Momoshiki is this confident about Urashiki, then he may be way over his head in this fight. Still, he must stand by his decision. This is their only chance in getting close to Momoshiki. He has to at least make a good impression even if he'll lose. Cheating? It's not cheating if we're using our clan's abilities, little brother. Fine. I'll put in a good show, but only because it's my cute little brother asking. Thank you, Urashiki. Have fun you too. As soon as Momoshiki sat himself down, Urashiki hurled his fishing rod. Kakashi instinctively avoided it by moving to the side, but the rod followed him. So he made a clone, a decoy to distract Urashiki. Useless. I can see everywhere, mortal. Urashiki blinked to reveal his Byakugan, surprising Kakashi as he looked at his opponent's eyes. He has the Byakugan too? This might make things a little complicated. Once he found himself an opportunity, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. He can't keep up otherwise. Oh ho, what an interesting eye you got there, Kakashi. Maybe you do have your worth after all. Kakashi made a series of hand seals engulfing the area with mist and masking his presence. What a troublesome jutsu. Are you that afraid to face me head-on, mortal? Well, you should be. Urashiki phased in and out of the field as he looked for Kakashi in the mist. You hope to conceal your presence with such cheap tricks. You won't evade my Byakugan's sight that easily. Kakashi was running out of options. Urashiki's fishing rod was everywhere, and even his Sharingan can't keep up with all of them. Plus, no matter what jutsu he uses, Urashiki seemed to have a counter for it, either through his Byakugan or his phasing ability. So in a last-ditch effort, Kakashi sacrificed a clone to Urashiki, as he hid behind the decoy before launching a Chidori. The plan almost worked before he felt something wrap itself around his ankle, and before he knew it, he was caught in Urashiki's fishing rod. Stop! Momoshiki yelled, knowing that any further fighting will cause severe injury on the silver-haired ninja. He knows how his brother can get when fighting, especially since Urashiki was just toying with Kakashi at this moment. Ah! Do I have to, little brother? Look, I didn't even get to show you my puppets yet. Urashiki pouted, which earned a laugh from Momoshiki. You know you've won already, Nizan. What else do you expect, little one? An Ōtsutsuki always wins. Naruto just grinned as he floated closer to the duo. Well, I guess you put up an okay fight, Kakashi. Right, Nizan? HMPPP. I haven't even warmed up yet, but I suppose it will have to do for a mere mortal. Kakashi sighed a breath of relief inwardly. He knew it was foolhardy to begin with, but at least that part's done and over with. Oh! Sasuke wiped the tears off his eyes as he looked at the menacing entrance to Orochimaru's lair. Only Kabuto remains now, but he has to stay strong. For the memory of his most valued person, he will have his vengeance upon that village. The village who has forsaken their son. As Sasuke sneaked through the halls, a voice called out to him. Hey yo! Yo! Sasuke rolled his eyes and recognized the voice. It's from one of their prisoners, one of Kabuto's experiments. Still, this one could prove useful. What? Free me and I'll help you out. What do you say? A smirk twitched up the corner of Sasuke's lips. This could prove interesting. Oh. Chapter 8. First Encounters. Oh. Disclaimer. I took some liberties with the timeline here, but should still fit the story. You'll see. Sasuke looked up to the great sign that hung proudly on the imposing structure before him. After defeating Kabuto and taking over Sound, Sasuke gathered allies both old and new for his new goal of the complete and utter destruction of Konoha. While they were sparring one day, Suigetsu approached him with a strange request, the retrieval of the fabled executioner's blade, the one held by one of the seven swordsmen of the mist, the infamous demon Zabuza. It was a familiar sword to him, especially since its owner have played such a big part in his childhood. It was the pivotal moment that led him confessing to his Naruto. After their life or death situation, Sasuke claimed the blonde as his own. Their growing friendship and admiration for each other were still budding at that time. But the realization that he could lose the sunshine led to the young Raven's complete and utter acceptance of his growing feelings for Konoha's unpredictable ninja. As his new team, the one now known as Team Taka set foot in the now proudly named the Great Naruto Bridge. Another wave of nostalgia hit Sasuke as he took in the same sights around him. The same frigid air that used to invite stolen hugs and kisses from his sunshine caressed his skin as the young boy used to complain of waves' cold temperature. Here, he feels his Naruto is closest to him. And so, when Suigetsu mentioned that he wanted to collect the fabled weapons, Sasuke agreed right away, if just to re-experience this place all over again. As the quartet approached the entrance to the Land of Waves, they moved past two ninja guarding the gates. Strange, Wave didn't have ninja security before, and they found it odd how the now desolate town is suddenly bustling with life, armed and protected with something other than the samurai and odd mercenary. Sasuke had taken time to study the ninja. They're nothing out of the ordinary. They have Wave's symbol on their forehead protector, the drawing of Wave with a circle on top of it. But something else caught Sasuke's attention. Unlike the traditional ninja garb that most ninja wear, the guards were wearing a white garb tied with black obi. It's not traditional since it's not the most protective of ninja wear, striking him as an odd choice for equipment. Then again, his kimono and purple sash isn't anything either, but still, the oddity of it still struck him as they passed by the gates. What's even more striking is the symbol on the man's back. It was unlike any mark he's ever seen before. For on the man's back, 9 small circles encased in a square can be seen, and the whole thing is finished off within an even bigger circle. Odd choice for a symbol, Sasuke noted, especially since the symbol is different from the one emblazoned on their forehead protectors. Still, they pressed on, remembering their goal in coming here. They would see more of those same outfits as they delve deeper into the village, and in some parts of Wave, they can even see some children wearing the same with varying alterations. Some with belts, some shorter with white pants worn underneath. Some even have black comma-shaped circles running down the trim of the collar or the sleeve. Not all in Wave where it, mind you, still, it's noticeable enough that even Karen noted the oddly dull fashion choice that's seemingly sweeping the economic hub in the land. Suigetsu even joked that Sasuke would blend right in, earning him a whack from Karen. As they reached the middle of the town, Sasuke decided that it's time for them to split up. Karen and Jugo will reconnoiter the surrounding areas while Sasuke and Jugo looked for whereabouts of the sword. "Oh, thank you for joining me here today, Momoshiki-sama. I understand that running the ninja police is hard work, and I appreciate your effort in making this country much more safer than it originally was." Naruto merely smiled, pleased that his work in this country is going smoothly. With the daimyo in his debt, Naruto and Urashiki's less-than-legal activities were often overlooked, especially when members of the Ōtsutsuki would come and go from Rain with little to no oversight to work on Momoshiki and Kinshiki's special project in the region. "Such is no trouble at all, my lord. The Ōtsutsuki clan has always been dedicated to protecting the weak. My father always say that the defenseless is worthy of our protection," Naruto said as he twirled the thin veil that barely covers his eyes, internally sweat dropping as his father's face came into his mind. His father would probably discipline him for having said that. These weak, vulgar creatures are nothing but fuel to them after all. But while they're still looking for ways to survive without the rest of the clan's supply of chakra pills derived from the god trees, Naruto decided it's prudent to befriend the humans in the land rather than antagonize them. And this seemed to have worked in their advantage. Naruto is popular among the people of Wave, offsetting the Ōtsutsuki clan's aloof and antisocial tendencies. In fact, his popularity spurred a fashion trend that swept the country, and suddenly everyone wanted to become like the Ōtsutsuki and their public face, the hero that saved their land from annihilation just a few years ago. "And we are completely in your debt, Namikaze-sama. The land of Wave would be ravaged by not just banditry but thieves and foreign ninja without you here. Truly, I am grateful. And for that, you can ask of me anything that you want." "You're too generous, my lord. The Ōtsutsuki clan will continue to watch over your lands, sir. Make no mistake of that." As Naruto sipped on his tea, an attendant came in and whispered something in the daimyo's ear. "Pardon me, Ōtsutsuki-sama, but I'll have to leave you for now. There's something else that requires my attention. Might I suggest you enjoy some of my castle's best facilities in the meantime?" "Of course, my lord." As the daimyo left the hall, Naruto was left on his own to enjoy the food prepared for him. But as suddenly as their meeting ended, a loud noise can be heard outside, prompting Naruto to stand on his guard, suddenly aware of a presence that he hasn't felt before. Opening the sliding door, he was shocked to see that the samurai stationed outside were all unconscious. "Oh!" Sasuke decided to give Suigetsu a head start. He wanted to see just what this swordsman can do if left to his own devices. After a brief intelligence work, they found out that the sword was kept hidden in the possession of the local daimyo, deep in his castle on the outskirts of Wave. He went on his separate way as he drew more guards to the entrance, wanting to test Suigetsu's abilities. Content with what he saw, he decided to wait around as he watched the entrance, awaiting Suigetsu's return. But a few moments, however, an explosion in the right wing of the castle drew Sasuke's attention, along with a burst of a familiar orange chakra that instantly captured the young Uchiha's notice. This feeling, suddenly, all senses in his body were alive, as renewed hope lit a burning ember in his stomach that gradually burned like fire coursing through his veins. Could it be? Could this really be his beloved Dobe in the castle? He tempered his expectations a bit, but still sped through the winding halls of the castle, his mind and heart now trained on that single familiar feeling that emanates from deep within the castle walls. As he drew nearer, so too is that familiar suffocating feeling that one would feel when encountering Kyuubi's chakra. And as he relished in the feeling, hope continues to mount within him. Has he finally found Naruto after all this time? Where Konoha failed, he succeeded, and it brought great pride in his chest that it would be him who would find the long-lost ninja. Hope and anticipation sent rippling waves of torrential emotions surging through him, and finally, just as the pressure becomes heavier and heavier, he saw him, the man of his dreams, the one person that lit his dark, lonely nights like the North Star in the dark, empty sky. That bright orange light that permeated the room is like a beacon that drew Sasuke to his shore, anchoring him like a magnetic pull like no other. In this moment, nothing else matters. Not the frightened Suigetsu holding the executioner's blade entangled by 6 crimson tails, nor the 3 swirling orange Rasengan held up by 3 tails on the looming figure's back, threatening to obliterate the silver-haired swordsman who dared enter and harm his followers. As Sasuke stood paralyzed, mesmerized by the figure that beckoned him, one word escaped his lips. Naruto. He stood, transfixed at the godly ethereal creature that stood before him. For Naruto have grown since last he saw him. The young boy, now in his early adulthood, have become more strongly built. His bright golden hair lengthened to his shoulder in a wild and untamed fashion, contrasted by his subdued and muted Ōtsutsuki garb. The chakra tails that emerged from his back lit his visage, giving it an ethereal glow that nearly took Sasuke's breath away. As Naruto heard him, his gleaming crimson eyes flicked to him, and Sasuke felt himself weak in the knees at his dobe's gaze. How he longed to hold him again, to touch and caress that soft golden hair, to run his lips over that sweet and alabaster temple, run his hands on that enticing set of horns? Sasuke blinked for a minute. This is his dobe, and yet, it's not. Sasuke's eyes widened as he noticed that figure's visage that loomed over them. And as he took in his Naruto's figure more closely, the more oddities he noticed. The oddness in his dobe's eyes, the strange paleness of the usually tan sun-kissed skin, and the difference by which his Naruto carried himself is all different from how he remembered. And finally, his world was broken when the man who held his heart spoke. His deep guttural voice sending shivers down both Sasuke and Suigetsu's spine. "Who are you, mortals?" Undeterred, Sasuke took a step forward, not minding the intense pressure that radiated off the being's body. "It's me, Naruto. Don't you remember me?" The being studied him closely, and Sasuke took the being's confusion to rush in and hug his dobe, despite the burning heat of Kyuubi's chakra. "Get away from me!" Naruto pushed him away, releasing Suigetsu in the process. "How dare a mere mortal touch an Ōtsutsuki? You creatures truly are the lowest. My father was right to detest you vulgar, loathsome beasts." "Please, Naruto, it's me. Remember? I've waited for so long. It was a mistake to have left in the first place. I realize that now. I have." Sasuke's voice cracked for a moment as desperation took him. He wanted his Naruto back again. And this time he won't let him go. "I have always thought about you. I love you. Please come back to me." Sasuke closed the gap again, and this time, drawing them into a kiss, one of longing as tears streamed through his face, as Suigetsu watched on mesmerized, unsure of what to do. As Sasuke held Naruto tighter, the flickers of Kyuubi's chakra slowly receded, as Naruto's voice emerged. "Es Sasuke?" It was small, unsure, like that of a lost child. Sasuke's eyes shone with joy as he saw recognition flicker in those blue depths. But Naruto shook his head vigorously as he pushed him away again. "No, no, no. You're not real. I am Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki." Naruto dropped on his knees as he clutched his head. "I don't want to remember." He screwed his eyes shut as Sasuke looked on, confused what to make the scene that's unraveling in front of him. "I don't want to remember," Naruto whispered again. "Urashinai, help!" Before Sasuke and Suigetsu could react, a rift in the air appeared as Urashiki emerged from it, his eye filled with rage upon seeing Momoshiki crumpled and reeling on the floor, whispering, "I don't want to remember," to himself again and again. "You unsavory beasts, what have you done to my brother? Such insolence must be punished. Prepare for oblivion's embrace, you insignificant insects." 6 puppets emerged from the castle floors, and Suigetsu knew right away that they'd be in trouble if they stay. Sasuke, however, was hesitant to leave, not wanting to be parted from his love again. Undeterred by Urashiki's warnings, he moved for Naruto again, still wanting to touch him, now that he found him. Naruto! Before he can come any closer, however, a fishhook emerged from his chest, and as it pulled out, he dropped to his knees, feeling all strength leaving him. Sasuke-san! Suigetsu rushed to his side as he swung his sword at the puppets, distracting them just in time before he picked up his leader on one hand and making a break for it. Urashiki wanted to pursue, to make these intruders pay for whatever they did to his brother, but seeing Momoshiki on the floor in pain tore at him. Thinking of possible injuries, he bent down to his brother's shaking figure and held him in his arms. He fished the chakra he stole from Sasuke and fed it to Naruto's quivering lips. This seemed to have done the trick, however, as Momoshiki calmed down in his arms. Oh! Suigetsu was rushing through the forest that separated the castle from the main village. He didn't know why the puppets didn't pursue them any further, but he was thankful for it, as this gives them more time to rest. He laid Sasuke on a nearby tree as his leader edged between consciousness and unconsciousness. He needs to find Jugo and Karen before more enemies arrive. Oh! Urashiki stood beside his squirming brother as Momoshiki tossed and turned in his sleep, worry evident on his usually confident and carefree face. As he brought up a hand on his little bro's hair, however, Mommoshiki's eyes snapped open, and Urashiki was met with not just 2 but 3 eyes. He gasped at the freshly opened Sharingan eye at the center of his brother's forehead. As predicted, it didn't take long for news to spread, and the whole village was already looking for them. Thankfully, Suigetsu found Karen and Jugo faster, and they were able to escape back to Sound before any of Wave's citizens, both ninja and civilians alike, could find them. And they are now resting after a stressful chase broke out. Who knew that even the average Wave civilian is armed to the teeth? That's what happened when you're a desirable economic hub with no protection, Karen posited. But Sasuke knew the reason, remembering that the people of Wave probably learned their lesson following the Gato incident, and have taught themselves to fight despite the lack of a proper ninja village. Now that this so-called Namigakure has been established, they are even more dangerous, something that escaped Sasuke when he initially planned their excursion there. Still, to think that he'd find his long-lost lover, there has been a conflicting experience for the young Avenger. For one, he's relieved to know that despite the long years of disappearance, Naruto had been alive and in better control of the Kyuubi than he ever was. Whoever trained him must have been very skilled and powerful. But the fact remained that Naruto held no memory of him, and that unsettled him greatly. Is this Konoha's doing as well? What happened in his long years of absence? And who was that person calling himself his brother? But more importantly, how can he get his Naruto back? So many questions ran into Sasuke's head as he laid on his bed, still recovering from Urashiki's attack. The revelation that Namigakure's Namikage is Naruto complicates things, as it won't be so easy to get near him next time. Still, there's a light at the end of every tunnel. During their excursion there, Karen and Jugo were able to uncover that despite its fledgling status, Namigakure was invited by Konoha in this year's Chunin exams, per the advice of Kakashi no less. And that got the gears in Sasuke's head turning. Surely, as the new Otokage of Sound Village, he too can participate. Then maybe, just maybe, he can stand with Naruto once more and talk to him. Oh! Urashiki. He had traveled through the universes, through multiple timelines even in his long years of living. His unique Rinnegan allows him to experience time a little differently than most of his clansmen, and he thought that nothing could have fazed him. However, the revelation of Mommoshiki's immature Rinne Sharingan has shaken his very beliefs. For truly, he now knows how genetics can be so malleable, so adaptable to the stimuli around it. He thought that Ōtsutsuki science has reached its peak, but there is more to be discovered, more to be learned and experienced. Mommoshiki's awakening have proven that. Because Urashiki knew it firsthand how Momoshiki is not a true Ōtsutsuki but one that was made, created through his very horn himself. Perhaps there was a reason why Momoshiki was so fascinated with the boy back when they first discovered him. As Urashiki looked at the excited look on his leader's face, he can't help but note how such a rarity has occurred. Because truly, if nothing can faze Urashiki, it stands to reason that nothing would faze Momoshiki, who was older by far. Though Momoshiki, as Urashiki understood, is a pampered member of the main branch, his knowledge and experience is nothing to sniff at. For the man is on the running to be the next candidate to godhood, second only perhaps to Ishiki himself. But right now, even Momoshiki is perplexed, admiring the immature Sharingan on his son's forehead, like it was something he's never seen before. Tuchan. Momoshiki was still dazed following the recent incident as he laid cradled on his father's lap. Following the revelation of the awakened Sharingan, Urashiki wasted no time in phasing back to Rain, informing Momoshiki and Kinshiki of the new developments, who also promptly went to see the eye for themselves. Even Kinshiki himself, who lived even longer than them, have seen nothing like it happening in the clan before. Because in order for the central Sharingan to awaken, it needs fuel from the god tree itself as well as the blood of a true Ōtsutsuki, something that this boy couldn't possibly have possessed. Well, he did become a biological Ōtsutsuki recently, but it still didn't explain the manifestation of the Sharingan without the god tree's chakra. He knew for one that Momoshiki never tasted the fruit of the god tree, unlike them, who consumed the fruit regularly as members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. As Momoshiki continued to console his son, Urashiki mulled over the facts so far, half intrigued and half confused on what they would do next. Urashiki observed a change in his senpai's face as Momoshiki admired his son's Sharingan. All had their Byakugan activated to see just what's going on and realized that aside from the secondary irregular chakra pathway that courses through Mommoshiki's body, nothing out of the ordinary is happening. However, in that moment, the course of Ōtsutsuki clan and maybe even the whole of shinobi history would be altered forever when, without warning, Momoshiki dug into his own palm, excavated the Rinnegan that rested there and handed it to Mommoshiki's waiting lips. Truly, my son, you never cease to fascinate me. Here, this should make you feel a little better. Urashiki watched in horror as, without question, Momoshiki swallowed his father's Rinnegan, just as any obedient son would. And in that moment, Urashiki witnessed the birth of something greater than any of them. As Momoshiki writhed under his father's hold, Momoshiki only looked on as his son's transformation started to take place, and when Kinshiki and Urashiki questioned him, afraid of what might happen, they are only told to shut up and watch, to witness something that not even Ishiki will accomplish in his lifetime. True to his words, the change in Momoshiki took hold almost immediately after a burst of orange chakra. His horns and golden hair lengthened even further. The markings on his cheeks darkened even further and the Sharingan on the center of his forehead glowed to reveal more and more Tomo, slowly maturing to become the Rinne Sharingan, one that has time and again allowed their clan to drain worlds of energies through the aid of the god tree. The smile on Momoshiki's face never left him, as he watched his son awakened the coveted eye. He may not have found the god tree yet, but this is the beginning of it. For the Rinne Sharingan will allow his son to be a portal not just between dimensions but of time. Maybe that had been the Patriarch's goal all along. For the Sharingan that manifested on Momoshiki is unique. And Urashiki believed that it has something to do with the seemingly inexhaustible fountain of power that resided in the young man's stomach, something that has always captured Momoshiki's fascination and imagination. Rest well, my son. The following few days will be tough on you, but worry not. This is the beginning of something great, I assure you. As Momoshiki laid limply on his father's lap, exhausted from his transformation, Urashiki wasted no time in voicing out his concerns. Momoshiki-senpai, just what is going on here? The beginning of our salvation. Kinshiki and I have been researching our mishap here since the day we arrived on this timeline. He and I believe that this boy is our key to going home. But presently, the time is still young. He will have to grow into the mold that we must set for him, the mold that will allow him to finally transport us back to our time and our home, to defy the laws of physics and send us back rather than forward. So does that mean that we can finally go home? In time, but we must continue our pursuit of fuel. Not just to feed our own Yamatsu Hirasaka, but for Momoshiki to send us back from whence we came. It had been a project that Kinshiki and I have been looking into. While we agreed that going through all the timeline is impossible, there is another way where we can return home. We originally thought that we have to travel forward, to traverse all planes until we reach the point of origin. For the energy required to sustain the trip backwards is simply too great for any of us. Until now, he and I believed that this boy is not just an ordinary boy, but a vessel to the fragments of the God Tree's true power. In time, we will collect those other fragments and make it whole once more, completing Kagaya's work once and for all. It's such a pity that we'll have to use this world's entire energy just for the return voyage home. But then, isn't that what we all wanted? To return home? Ōtsutsuki was perplexed. That had been the longest that Momoshiki took an effort to explain to him. And the excitement on his leader's face was undeniable. Maybe, deep in his heart, all Momoshiki wanted was to go home. For time and again, the patriarch have been complaining how this timeline has unsettled him, and how he wanted to be out of here as soon as he could. It would appear that for a being who disdained staining his own hands, Momoshiki-senpai truly was interested in bringing them all home, especially since he had been personally overseeing the projects with Kinshiki. Ōtsuki's only question then is, what happens to Minashiki once they're done with him? Oh! Naruto found himself in a sewer, a place that, while it may seem foreign to him, felt oddly familiar and comforting. At last, you are ready to awaken. All the preparations have been made. The groundwork is laid before us. And I will restore you finally to the Naruto Uzumaki whom I grew to love. Naruto whipped around, finding a giant cage before him. He was confused. What was he doing here again? Still confused, brat? You won't be once I'm done. All the pieces are in place. You will remember who you are and become my kit once more. And this time, you will rise greater than any I have ever met. I guess I will have to thank the Uchiha for accelerating my timetable. As the great fox before him explained, Naruto knew then what the creature meant. He will remember the memories he have lost. This have been the day that he feared the most. And in an instant, anger rose from deep within him. You, so this is your doing. Partly. My goal has always been restoring what you have lost. For the Naruto I know is unlike any creature or human I have met before. Call it selfishness, if you will, but with the Uchiha's intervention, you will unlock what you lost. Though in time, you'll come to realize that you will become even greater, something truly magnificent. I didn't count on the Ōtsutsuki to intervene like this, but I suppose I can't be picky given the circumstances. Look, can you stop speaking in riddles and just tell me what you mean? Simply put, my long years of trying to restore your memories is drawing to a close. But the Ōtsutsuki, the one you call your father, just have to turn you into something beyond human, doesn't he? Did you not ingest his eye just a few seconds ago? And what has that got to do with everything? The fox simply smiled, as some semblance of the old Naruto is shining through his vessel. Of course, he's somewhat disappointed that with the consumption of the eye means that Naruto is no longer just a human now, but he will have to do, especially if he can finally meet the energetic, unpredictable ninja that have brought light to his dark and lonely existence all those years ago. The fox simply sighed. The Ōtsutsuki, in their folly, have inadvertently set up the stage for you to ascend to godhood. Not only will you become who you once were, but something more, something beyond human. Naruto didn't fail to catch the demon's words, and he knew right then and there the implications of it. That means that not only will he lose his humanity, but he will also regain his memories, those painful memories that he tried so hard to discard and suppress. What the hell? This is unfair, Fox. I told you I don't want to remember before, and you have been trying all along to restore my damn memories? Those days are past now, and I don't ever want to go back. I like living as Ōtsutsuki Minashiki. The fox simply chuckled. Be that as it may, little one, you cannot stop the wheels that have been set in motion. I will have my Naruto back whether you like it or not. God, human, demon, or otherwise, you will be as you once were. I will have you either way. And most importantly, I will have you back. I told you, didn't I? Sooner or later, the you who was locked up will eventually break free. You cannot suppress your memories forever, considering what's been done this day. The day that Uzumaki Naruto is returning approaches. Naruto looked at the fox with a determined look on his face, a look that the fox sorely missed. And deep down, he's excited that though Naruto may not realize it yet, he's slowly returning to his old personality, to who he once was before he lost his memory. Oh yeah? Watch me, you dumb fox. I am Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Not this Naruto you want me to be. You better believe it. The fox simply grinned. Ah yes, fight all you want, kid. But it's obvious now, and as clear as day. The old Naruto is returning. It might not happen outright, but it will happen someday. Watcha grinning for old fox? He was met with nothing but an even wider grin, a strange excitement sparkling in his vulpine crimson eyes. Nothing. It's just that. I missed you, kid. I told you, I'm not Naruto. For now, at least, and with that, the fox went silent, as Naruto was thrown back to the world of the living. Oh! Momoshiki opened his eyes to find himself still on his father's lap. Tusan? I'm your son, aren't I? What an odd question, Momoshiki. Of course you are. You are Ōtsutsuki through and through, and I won't have it any other way. Momoshiki simply smiled at his father's words. Yes, he won't ever feel the hurt he went through. Wait, what hurt? He doesn't want to remember what again. Stupid old fox. Stupid Sasuke and that kiss. Wait, no, I mustn't go back to that again. Not this time. I am Momoshiki. Momoshiki Ōtsutsuki. The past doesn't matter one damn bit. Believe it. Monster. What a failure. Dumb fox. Leave him be lest you be cursed. How the Hokage ever let that child stay here is beyond me. Naruto bowed his head as he tried to move past the line of adults, their eyes like hawk as they watched him intently, trying to avoid his path as he made his way for the academy. He should be used to this already, but it doesn't take away the sting every time. As he sat alone on the playground, a boy around his age approached him. He's too well kept and groomed to be from the common family here, so Naruto thought that he must be from a prestigious clan nearby. His midnight eyes just stared down at the small figure by the swing set before heading on his own way. By next day, Naruto saw the boy again, but this time he was bringing a small box. He looked up to see a stick of dango being shoved on his face. You want one? My mom made it. Naruto accepted the stick without hesitation, happy that someone's giving him attention for once. Oh! He woke up with a start, the tomo on his Sharingan spinning erratically as he punched the wall close to him. Stupid fox. Stop it, he muttered as a deep chuckle echoed in his mind. The fox knew how to unlock those memories now, its trigger having been revealed to him that fateful day. Ever since his encounter with those two in the daimyo's castle, Naruto's dreams haven't been peaceful. Sometimes he'd wake screaming, others he'd wake crying silently. He's just thankful that Urashiki preferred his own pocket dimension rather than staying in the Namekage estate proper, or he knew the man would fuss over him. Naruto knew just how much the man can overreact at times, and while he liked being doted upon by his adoptive guardian, there are times when he just want to recoil to himself as he worked to rid himself of whatever memories that surface. He had been successful thus far, with the name of that boy continuously being forgotten the moment he woke up. But the fox have been relentless, and while the memories of those dreams fade throughout the day, there are times when Naruto just dreads going to sleep again. He tried staying more at his office, visiting the academy and even organizing the newly formed civilian and military councils of the Land of Wave. To no avail. Each time he tries to close his eyes, fresh onslaught of memories would surface. Memories of a drab, dull town with scornful looks, hurtful words, and judgmental stares. He's just thankful that sometimes, just closing his Sharingan eye is enough to give him the rest he needs. Still, there are times that he'd feel phantom hits to his face, along with that insatiable urge to just yell, to do something, anything to get anyone's attention. But who? He doesn't know. But for the past few weeks now, he have been hungering, thirsty for recognition. From who or what, he doesn't know. Which is ridiculous because the people of Wave practically worships the ground he walks on. His brother adores him and his father showers him with praise every time they visit from rain. In fact, Naruto has had a few accomplishments over time. He already placed a few defenseless territory under the protection of Wave and is currently working on a diplomatic alliance with Kumogakure, a feat that his father has nothing but endless praise for and has sent more envoys to distant and near countries alike. Though he never personally show up to some of these meetings, His reputation was such that it came to be known how a being called Momoshiki returned the Ōtsutsuki to its roots, that of an organization for justice and the defense of the poor. And more people flocked to them. Some villages have even called for the removal of some of the Ōtsutsuki's members from the bingo books, especially those who were saved by them one way or the other. Namigakure 2 gained prestige in such a short time, and they are now starting to receive missions from the villages without their own ninja. What's unique about Namigakure's ninja is that they tend to only operate in twos or even by one, especially the older ninja in their ranks, as their population is still too small to support the traditional three-man cells that's been practiced throughout the land. Their ninja, known for unique abilities and fighting styles previously unknown to other villages, have utilized strange jutsu that allowed them to manipulate time and space at a smaller scale, baffling their enemies with their unconventional tactics. All of it was thanks to a special prototype side project developed by Kinshiki himself, under the orders of Momoshiki, who wanted servants of his own. But it was thanks to Naruto's chakra that they gained some of the Ōtsutsuki clan's abilities. Momoshiki, too, was proud of his son with his novel idea and has slowly become more and more accustomed to terrestrial life and customs. Though Naruto and Kyuubi may not often see eye to eye with each other, the Fox have been largely cooperative with whatever Naruto wanted, even when he's still a bit resistant to some of Kyuubi's ideas. Proudly bearing the family crest of the Ōtsutsuki clan and the symbol of wave on their backs, these ninjas slowly became the new branch family of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and while they may not possess the infamous Byakugan, they are powerful in their own right despite being mere mortals. They became not just an instrument of Naruto and Momoshiki's will, but their very source of food as well. It wasn't clear how it happened, but ever since awakening his Sharingan, more and more people have wanted to join the Ōtsutsuki clan. And as their numbers swell, so too is the vast resources hidden deep within the Namikage's estate. Unknown to the outsiders, a large facility have been built. A product more out of necessity than convenience, this facility was constructed in secret. A large complex of machinery, something that Kinshiki referred to as an alpha version of a synthetic god tree, siphoning energies from its environment as well genetic material even without the presence of an actual god tree, granting them energies akin to what they later came to identify as something very similar to what some of the locals call Senjutsu chakra. In this complex, scores of volunteers lay suspended, much to the delight of Momoshiki, who's starting to suffer more and more with his growing withdrawals. Because as try as he might, the Kyuubi simply cannot substitute for an actual Ten-Tails. But at least this time they have something to sate their addiction, something that will at least sustain their biological needs while they survive without the support of their chakra pills. Even still, the search for an active seedbed and signs of their clans in alternate dimensions for seeds have proved fruitless. It's as if this timeline is an anomaly where the Ōtsutsuki's influence haven't reached this corner of the universe just yet. Or maybe they exist and they just weren't found yet. Even so, Momoshiki, throughout his stay, have been humbled without the supply of the god tree's chakra fruit. Even the synthetic pills derived from their human farms cannot really compare. And this is already with the aid of some bijus they confiscated from the Ōtsutsuki and the Kyuubi's chakra. Regardless, they get by with what little they have, and Kinshiki and Urashiki will occasionally scour alternate dimensions just to locate a single clue of their clan's seedbeds. However, to stray too far would only exhaust them both. And try as they did, so far they haven't found anything just yet, and hence they resorted to this artificial means. Despite their situation, Momoshiki have been supportive of his son's exploits and chose a path of mostly non-interference, trusting that in time, they will be able to return to their original timeline. Through it all, Naruto himself have been actively helping his father, luring scores of humans with his Sharingan. Without the god tree's power, his Sharingan can only do so much after all. But his father has assured him that he have been invaluable to their survival, making Naruto feel wanted, fueling his desire to be even more useful to the only family he's ever known. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief as he felt the Kyuubi's presence retreated, probably too exhausted and drained from sustaining the human farms underneath to torture him today with unwanted memories. As Naruto relished in the momentary reprieve, a knock on his room shook him out of his thoughts. Finally, a distraction. Happily hopping off his bed, he donned his white Ōtsutsuki garb as he opened the door, revealing Tsunami, who have started volunteering at the estate after Inari officially graduated. She have been feeling lonely in her son's absence, and working in the Namikage's estate allow her to be closer to her son. "Excuse me, Momoshiki-sama, but guests from Konoha are here to see you." Perfect timing, I was just about to head out, Tsunami-san. Oh. Lee, Tenten and Niji took in the sights around them as they admired the golden entrance to the land of waves. In such a short time, the small town of traders have become very prosperous, especially now that they no longer have to deal with bandits and thieves after the establishment of Namigakure, right at the center of their town. The small Ōtsutsuki compound have grown, encompassing much of the heart of town, and even some who joined the branch members of the clan, at least according to their intelligence, are wealthy businessmen from the Council of Waves itself. They are fiercely loyal to Naruto, something that the three were proud to hear when they were first briefed by Tsunade when they discussed Kakashi and Sakura's intelligence, who have now fully integrated deep within Waves Academy and society as part of their lifelong missions as both Jounin and Chunin respectively. At first, they couldn't believe that Naruto have been found, but Ino have been adamant on her account, and they finally believed her when the Konoha 9, so named after the remaining teams of their generation, was personally briefed by Tsunade herself. When they came into the Hokage's office for that fated meeting, they were surprised to see a glowing Tsunade, who explained to them a year-long plan to reunite Konoha with their #1 hyperactive ninja. Though Jiraiya have cautioned them not to be overly optimistic since intelligence reported that Naruto has become the Namikage of Wave, fulfilling a lifelong dream of his, they were still optimistic to reunite with their long-lost friend, the light of Konoha, as Niji himself have taken to calling the Knucklehead Ninja. For Naruto have been viewed somewhat of a leader among his peers, and the news that he's now been found has elated everyone, to the point that a war nearly broke out in the Hokage's briefing room when Tsunade asked them who's willing to be their official envoys to the Land of Waves. She had wanted to arrange a meeting herself, to personally meet with Naruto in person as Hokage, but as soon as the council heard of her plans, they blocked her at every turn, leaving her with no choice but to wait for the Chunin exams at the urging of Jiraiya. "All right, my lovely students. You remember the mission details, right?" Guy turned to them. Due to Rock Lee's injury after the retrieval mission, they were one of the teams not promoted to Chunin and have been deemed the perfect candidates for this low-level mission. Of course, we understand that the Naruto will be meeting is to be addressed as Momoshiki, as per Kakashi-sensei's intelligence. Niji quipped, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Right? And what else? That he's not quite the Naruto we knew in the past, having lost his memories. That means that we have to be here on an official business, rather than a friendly visit. That means no joking around. I'm looking at you, Lee. Tenten looked at her hyperactive teammate who sheepishly grinned at her. Hey, I know that. Yash, my dear comrades. Let us see Naruto-kun at once. Hey, what did I say, Lee? Oh, I mean Momoshiki. Whatever his name now is, I'm sure that his youthful spirit still burns brightly. So come on already. Right? Let's go, Guy said as they finally reached the road to the Namikage's estate. As soon as they reached the gates, they were greeted by two members, and the team paled as they saw who's out to greet them. The infamous Uchiha Itachi himself and his partner Hashige Kisame were standing guard at the gates. Welcome, Konoha. They instantly averted their gaze, aware of Itachi's power, but the Uchiha stopped them. I serve the Namikage, Konoha, so I have no quarrel with you. Proceed with no hostilities and we shall leave you alone, Itachi calmly stated, hinting at the other Ōtsutsuki branch members who were also patrolling the Ōtsutsuki compound. Of course, Uchiha-san. Well, if you say so, we're coming in, Guy said as he led his team inside. Oh. Naruto sat on his throne as Tsunami ushered Konoha's representatives. He found it slightly unsettling that the faces are familiar to him now, but he couldn't recall their names. Still, the team introduced themselves, and after formal introductions were out of the way, Guy officially announced their intent. We're here to inform you, Lord Namikage, that the alliance between our nations are officially approved. With that, we're here to discuss the incoming Chunin exams with you. As you're aware, this will help strengthen the bond between our villages and grant us a chance to interact with each other's ninja. Naruto blinked, and immediately, excitement washed over him. For some reason, the idea of the Chunin exams made his blood boil in anticipation, and he had been thinking about it in his spare time. Ah, wonderful, Guy-san. Come. Such a discussion must be made over ramen, yes, Naruto said, surprising the team as his old habits started to surface. Though Naruto himself took no notice of the surprised and shocked expression on the team's faces. For they have been from a long time ago, been dragged by the same ninja to a familiar ramen shop, often arguing with them when they wanted to go for barbecue instead. Still, the look of fondness of their faces were apparent as the Namekage led them to his reception room. Oh! The loud slurping of ramen filled Team 9's faces with soft expressions as they gazed upon the horned being in front of them. Though giant eye that rested between their once comrades' eyes have somewhat unsettled them, they realized that upon further interaction with the Namekage, he still possessed a lot of the qualities of their old Naruto. Even the boisterous eating and laughter that filled the room as Naruto joked with them makes his presence soothing and refreshing. Yash, I will eat more bowls than you Namekage-sama, for my youth's burning passion is running wild today, Lee announced, spurred by Naruto's eating. And while this is the time where the rest of the group would berate Lee for overstepping his bounds, they found no need to as Naruto rose to the challenge. You're on bushy brows. Naruto pointed his chopsticks at the green-clad ninja, oblivious to the shocked expressions on Lee's teammates at the familiar nickname. Prepare to lose. No one can eat ramen as much as I do. For ramen is the only food fit for an Ōtsutsuki. As bowls of ramen piled up, Tenten and Niji were more and more at ease, while Guy surprisingly observed silently. In their discussion, however, Niji, becoming more and more certain that they can unearth their old Naruto back with how easily Naruto joked around with Lee, begin to speak. Pardon me for interrupting, my lord, but I can't help but notice you're the first Namekage of Namigakure. I sure am, Naruto said, slurping his noodles as he spoke. What about it? Well, clearly destiny have favored you to lead these people. Fate, as ironclad as it is, have made it so you are here today, enjoying this meal with us. And just as fate smiled upon you, its inescapable grasp has indeed wrought that you too will do great things for them. My clan were the same actually. Niji paused as Tenten kicked him under the table, mouthing, "What the hell are you doing?" But Niji continued, undeterred, noticing that Naruto has put down his chopsticks as his full attention was now on the Hyuga. You see, my lord, every one of us follow a predetermined path, something that we can't all escape. No matter how hard we try sometimes, fate is simply that cruel. So inescapably cruel that even if you poured your sweat, tears and blood, you can never escape it. I sometimes wonder if we are simply actors without any. Before he can continue, Momoshiki slammed his hands on the table, surprising them as his eyes glowed golden. Cut the fate crap, Niji. You know, I heard enough of that from my dad and my brother. But I always believe that everyone has the right to change their futures if they so desire. Tenten looked in horror, wide-eyed at Niji, feeling the intensity of Mommoshiki's aura spike as it filled the room with inescapable pressure. But she looked on, annoyed, that the confident expression never left Niji's face. In fact, he calmly placed his chopstick down. You may be right. You know, someone once told me that too, and I'm more inclined to believe that now. You're the second person to tell me that, and that has somehow reassured me that maybe, just maybe, there's a hope yet for my clan. Damn right, Naruto said as he calmed down. My apologies. I didn't know what came over me. It's quite all right, Namekage-sama. I don't know why, but I find it easy to talk to you, Niji said as he inched closer to Naruto to the point where their legs are nearly brushing. Tenten could have sworn the Namekage repressed a shudder at the closeness but said nothing, still shocked at Niji's brazen audacity to rile up their old friend like this, especially when they have been reminded about this in the mission briefing. So my apologies if my idle talk has upset you. Tenten choked on the water she's drinking as Niji slowly caressed the Namekage's hand, almost in irreverent worship. But Momoshiki didn't seem to mind this as he grabbed Niji's hand. Whatever you're going through, Niji, I'm sure there's a way. Tell you what, after we discuss the matters of the Chunin exams, you confide in me what's troubling you. Thank you, Namekage-sama. That really means a lot. I'll take you up on your offer later. Guy coughed loudly, breaking the bubble that seemingly engulfed the two. Aha, yes. So speaking of that, Namekage-sama, I'm sure you're well aware that the Chunin exams would require 3-man teams. And as I understand it, your village seemed to operate differently from that. Naruto snapped out of his daze. He didn't know why, but he can definitely feel the connection with this Niji, as if there's something that he must do for him. Regardless, they're on an official meeting, despite the rather relaxed setting. Remembering the training that have been drilled to him by his brothers and father, he quickly resumed his authoritative demeanor. You're right. Unfortunate it is, but we simply do not have the manpower to operate a three-man cell. Much less add a Jounin instructor per team. You understand perfectly well that we are recently just established. It's thanks mostly to Sakura-san and Kakashi-san's help that the academy has streamlined its process. Regardless, we do with what we have. I've had to borrow Haiden and Kakuzu from my father's rain country just to support the influx of new ninja. Otherwise, Itachi-san would be overwhelmed. But thanks to Konoha's help, Deidara and Sasori were actually free to perform other tasks than stay here and watch over the students. So I would definitely say that I owe you a lot. That's not something that you should worry about, my lord. As you are well aware, our Hokage is invested in this country. Not only does she see the economic potential, but she is, let's just say, emotionally invested in this country as well. Guy answered. Oh? And why would that be? It's something that's not known to me, Momoshiki-sama, but I heard that someone she once knew, that's very dear to her, used to live here. Though I'm not so sure if the circumstances were the same now. Regardless, she still sees value in Wave not just economically but as an ally in the future. Ah, that's fortunate for us then. So is that why she sent Kakashi and the other here in the first place? Indeed, sir. Aside from investigating the disappearances, she was hoping to receive word of that special person. And? Were Kakashi and the others successful in that regard? I believe so, my lord, because she has been rather happy when they brought in their last mission report. Naruto smiled, relieved. Why? He doesn't know, but he's still grateful that the Hokage is happy. Ah, that's good to hear then. Aside from that, my lord, I'd like to take this opportunity to broach the subject of logistics. Naturally, as the host village, Konoha will handle most of the security, including the transport of your teams. So I must ask how many teams you'd like to send. Well, as I've mentioned a while ago, we can only spare so much. But participation is an important aspect to strengthening this alliance. I will only be sending one, and it's one of my best teams. Naturally, Konoha won't have any problem if this team only consists of 2 people, correct? Given your circumstances, sir, I believe Tsunade-sama has already discussed with the council and the other villages and they allowed it. That's good to hear, and you need not worry about the transports, Gai-san. We have our own ways of moving around, Naruto said as he smiled cryptically. If you say so, my lord. We should take a break. In the meantime, I hope you'll enjoy the amenities in our humble home. I believe one of yours definitely needed it. Naruto pointed to Lee, who passed out from eating too much ramen. Tenten was on his side, trying to awaken the ninja to no avail. And it dawned on Guy what just happened. Oh my, I didn't realize. My apologies, Namikaze-sama. Naruto merely chuckled as he watched the Jounin tend to his student. Oh, and Niji-san, a moment of your time. Of course, sir. As Naruto floated to a separate room, Niji sent a knowing look to Tenten, who replied simply by rolling her eye and mouthing a simple "be careful." Oh. Naruto didn't know why, but the character Niji has intrigued him since he started talking. His words carried no lie, but the bitterness in them are palpable. And so curiosity got the better of him. There's also the issue of Niji's Byakugan that also intrigued him, as the eyes reminded him so much of his father. So there could be clues to his missing memories. And so he invited Niji to the inner courtyard and offered him tea, to which the other accepted. For Momoshiki is not blind to the parallels between Niji and Urashiki. They too spoke of their destiny. And as soon as Niji started talking about his clan, about the main and the branch families, he could see now the parallels between the Hyuga and the Ōtsutsuki, and he doesn't know why, but something within him rages at the thought. That is unfortunate, Niji-san. We too of the Ōtsutsuki clan have this notion of main and branch families. I'm not sure entirely, but my father was especially strict in its imposition. I guess I see now why I took interest in you. This father of yours, Namikaze-sama, what kind of person is he? Well, I can definitely tell that, to me at least, he's one of the most caring and loving father that I could ever hope for. But sometimes, the way he treats others can be a bit cold. But once you get to know him, he's like your father, I guess, when he's only looking for the best interest of the clan. I guess I can relate in your desire to change your clan even just a little. But the Ōtsutsuki clan have survived for so long that even I don't know its roots. Just what Urashi and Kianai have told me. Are you sure that your clan and the Ōtsutsuki aren't related at all? I don't believe I'm privy to the clan's records, my lord. But as far as I know, there's nothing about your clan written in the archives. I'm interested in knowing more about this Byakugan of yours. Could it be the same as ours? Well, we won't know that without testing it, won't we? A mischievous smile appeared on Naruto's face. This could prove interesting. Then how about this, let's spar. Just Byakugan and Taijutsu. Let's see if our Byakugans truly are the same. Niji smiled back, equally intrigued of just how strong Naruto has become over the years. Speaking of which, my lord, I have to ask, can you turn off your Sharingan then? Naruto touched the eye on his forehead. Oh damn, I almost forgot. But that won't be a problem, Niji-san. Naruto retrieved a white bandana from his pocket and tied it to his forehead. There. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I have no complaints, sir. Shall we start? Oh, before that, why not invite the others and put on a show? It's been a while since I get to test my real skills against real opponent. All I have to spar with are Itachi-san and I always win against him, which is no fun. And Urashi and Kianai and I always lose against them, too. So I need a change of pace, anyway. A splendid idea, my lord. Then you'll go fetch them for me, right? I have to change into my sparring attire. These robes aren't exactly the most combat-ready. As you wish, sir. Oh. Niji went back to the dining hall, a knowing smirk on his face as he looked at his teammates. I have news, everyone. The Namekage and I will be sparring in the courtyard, and we need an audience. Would you be so kind? Tenten's mouth flew wide open. You what? Come on, Tenten, aren't you intrigued as well? And Lee, get up. I know you're curious as well. How the heck did you get him to agree? Tenten exclaimed. Oh, I have my ways, Tenten. But suffice to say, there may be more of the old Naruto in there than Kakashi-sensei first suspected. I can feel it. And so the fated rematch of Hyuga Niji and Uzumaki Naruto will officially begin. Chapter 12. Unraveling Secrets. Oh. The team was mesmerized for a bit as they looked at Momoshiki as they entered the courtyard. Now that Momoshiki has changed into his training outfit, consisting of a gray jacket with black commas lining its collar and a black pair of track pants, he looks more plain, having foregone his veil and more elaborate Ōtsutsuki clothing. There's still the markings that signify the clan's themes, like the commas on the collar and the clan symbol on the back. But other than that, he's looking more and more like the Naruto they expected, especially since he covered up his Sharingan eye with a white bandana. His shoulder-length hair was also tied up. Think of Deidara's hairstyle without the bangs on the front, or Google Naruto long hair on Google. The first image should pop up, giving Team 9 a much clearer view of his face. And a wave of nostalgia hit them. Suddenly, it felt like they were genin again as they looked at their old friend waiting for them at the courtyard. You ready? Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling with rare excitement at the chance to test his skills. Niji joined him, assuming his standard stance, his Byakugan eyes focused as he gauged Naruto. He doesn't seem to have a stance of his own, as his arms were just at his sides. Niji noticed that a similar white bandana had been tied down onto Naruto's left palm. After you, Namekage-sama. Naruto simply grinned as the concentric rings on his Rinnegan disappeared, his eyes turning a shade paler. Niji noted, however, that unlike his clan's Byakugan, the Ōtsutsuki Byakugan doesn't seem to form physical veins around the eyes. Instead, the chakra networks alter itself, changing conformation to become more branched around the eyes, feeding it with more power. He also noted the orange chakra network that has now become more prominent with Naruto's own chakra, along with another network that Niji can only guess as the Ōtsutsuki's chakra network. He noted that the orange chakra pathways have spread to the rest of the body, unlike in their previous fight where it was only concentrated around the abdomen region, suggesting that closing off most of the Tenketsu points would be impossible, since by his estimate, Naruto have at least 6 times the normal human's Tenketsu at this point. So the usual means of fighting would be rendered ineffective. He can't rely on closing the tenketsu altogether. Still, attempting to disable some of them could weaken Naruto. But Neji already accepted that he won't win this fight. He just wants Naruto to re-experience what it was like to fight with him in a bet that at least the fight will help jog their old friends' memories. Well, if you're not coming, then I am. With a burst, Naruto disappeared and Neji was taken aback at the speed with which the Namekage took off. However, thanks to his Byakugan, he was able to still somewhat keep up, but most of it were just residual chakra. The movement simply too fast to observe directly. Sighing to himself, keeping up with this Naruto will be a challenge. But if it helps, he'll at least show off some of the familiar moves that Naruto has seen. Hakusho Kaiten. Neji spun his body as he released chakra from all his tenketsu, forming a protective shield of chakra around him. As he predicted, Naruto stopped just before he reached Neji, evidenced by a large crack on the ground before him right where he landed, suggesting that he remembered the move and how dangerous it would be to encounter it directly. Naruto grinned as he stepped back. Straight for defense, huh? But that's too draining on you? Are you sure you can keep it up? Naruto said as Neji stopped spinning. A force of habit, my lord. But are you sure you should just be standing around? Neji headed straight for his target, ready to shut off as many tenketsu points as he could. Each attacks were easily parried, and this time, Naruto seems to be lighter on his feet as he blocked and evaded Neji's attack. Team 9 watched on mesmerized as they watched Naruto and Neji dance to an almost inaudible melody that only they could hear. Soon, they became too fast to be seen, and only burst of orange and blue could be seen as their chakra too danced in sync, like a choreographed performance that's been practiced to perfection. Even Guy-sensei couldn't believe it, amazed at the incredible display in front of him as the courtyard rattled with waves of energy. A burst of air could be felt with each strike, and Lee's body shook with excitement as he watched the fight in front of them. When the two would part, Neji was already panting while Naruto was still pristine. But unlike their previous fight, both men were now smiling, enjoying their fight together as they lost themselves in their own melody, each only seeing the other, now completely oblivious to their audience. Then, it happened. Neji attempted his Kaiten once more as Naruto rained a barrage of kicks and punches on him. It was a last-ditch effort to compensate for his Byakugan's inability to keep up with Naruto's speed. But a leg caught Neji's leg, before another hand caught his wrist. Then he was spun to the ground as Naruto restrained him from behind. As quickly as their fight started, it was over. I win. Neji shivered as Naruto whispered in his ear, the man still on top of him. He could feel the heat from the Ōtsutsuki's body, could feel each muscle tense as it restrains his attempt to struggle. This Naruto is built differently, and Neji have to concede defeat. But this time, he's now sure than ever that while Naruto's memories may not be completely restored yet, bits and pieces of it exist in a disjointed haze, evidenced by how the other reacted to his moves. It's as if Naruto can predict him that only a Sharingan should, suggesting that while they were fighting, Naruto is reacting from muscle memory, especially that of their fight years ago. As Neji mulled this fact, a hand was shoved in front of him, along with a grinning Naruto's face, whose Byakugan is now back to his blue Rinnegan. That was fun, Neji-san. You'll have to teach me that move sometime. That was amazing. Smiling back, Neji took Naruto's hand and was pulled up. It's a clan secret, my lord. But for you, I'll make an exception. Really? That's great, Neji-san. In his excitement, Naruto pulled him up a little too strongly, and Neji lost his balance. Coincidentally, he fell onto something hard. Surprised, Naruto took a step back, but he lost his footing and the two were sent falling to the ground. Now Neji is on top of Naruto, his head resting squarely on the Namekage's toned and broad chest. Neji scrambled in an attempt to stabilize himself, only to reach up to Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the other male tense on top of him, but was surprised that Neji didn't make a move to get back up. Instead, Neji looked up to him, cheeks flushed with an apologetic look. Naruto looked to the side, not used to physical contact like this, but found it strangely pleasant. My apologies, my lord. As Neji spoke, Naruto shivered as his breath hits his neck, sending the hairs at the back of his neck standing. But he was able to quickly regain his composure as he assisted them both back up. It's quite all right, Neji-san. Anyway, we should take a rest. But that was a great fight. I'd love to have another go with you some other time. This time, Niji let go of Naruto's shoulder. But Naruto, who have been holding him by the waist, still hasn't let go. Of course, sire. If you'll have me. A brief silence reigned over the courtyard. Even their observers were surprised at the compromising position that the two men were in. Thankfully, a ripple in space opened, and Urashiki emerged. Another exercise in futility. Sometimes I wish we'd just stop looking. Does he have any idea how taxing Yamatsu Hirasaka is when used at that distance? 23 dimensions in one day and nothing. Omina-chan. Urashi I is hungry for your sweet, sweet chakra. May I? Urashiki stopped himself, aware that Momoshiki is not alone. He took one look at the courtyard and the damage done to it. What's going on here? Mortals, explain yourselves. That was enough to break the spell that took hold Team 9 and Naruto. Quickly, he released his hold on Niji and rushed to his brother's side. You're back, Nizan. Calm down. We're just having a friendly spar. See? Nothing's going on here. Anyway, you must be very, very tired. Come on. Naruto explained as he ushered Urashiki inside. Pardon me, Kanahans. There's something that my brother and I have to discuss. We'll have to continue this until later. Tsunami-san will prepare some food for you. In the meantime, do enjoy the amenities in this estate freely. The guards will not interfere. And with that, the duo disappeared to the inner rooms. Oh. Team 9 looked at the spot where Naruto and Urashiki just vacated. No one seemed to have any words, especially with what they heard. Guys, are you thinking what I'm thinking? They all shared a look as they regained their senses, processing that tiny bit of conversation that they weren't meant to hear. Could it be? Tenten began and Niji confirmed it, sure of what they just heard. You know exactly what we heard, Niji said. If I'm not mistaken, it appears that they're feeding on Naruto-kun. Lee confirmed it. He may be carefree at times, but the implication of those words were clear as day to them. Guy was deep in contemplation. Surely there has to be another explanation. But it is undeniable. And if there's something more to these Ōtsutsuki that could be a threat to their old comrade, then surely they have to investigate. Shall we investigate? Too risky, but could be worth it. And so the team decided to plan their next moves. Oh. Tsunade looked at the stoic man in front of her. Her honey-brown eyes narrowed in suspicion. When the guards informed her that the notorious deserter, Uchiha Sasuke, was at the gates, she was suspicious. But the man is in front of her, in the flesh, and she couldn't believe what she's hearing. She wanted to throw the man in prison, to let him rot for all she cares. He is the reason why her Naruto disappeared all those years ago. And yet, she couldn't for this man. Uchiha Sasuke is no longer a mere citizen of Konoha. This man is now the Ōtsutsuki of Sound, who usurped its throne by killing one of the most well-known international criminal, Orochimaru. That's right, Hokage-sama. I come to you as the official Ōtsutsuki of Sound, and I am here to request alliance and official participation in the incoming Chunin exams. Orochimaru is dead, and I have, let's just say, deep ties to this village. And would you expect me to believe that your intentions are anything but honorable? You who deserted this village all those years ago. Such harsh words, Hokage-sama. But Sound is merely a victim of Orochimaru. Most of its citizens are freed slaves and subjects tortured by him. Would you condemn these ex-prisoners by virtue of mere association? Would you punish its people by the actions of their tormentors? Sasuke asked as he stared back at the enraged Hokage. Tsunade gritted her teeth. The council will convene, Uchiha Sasuke. But make no mistake, I don't trust you one bit. I'm not asking you to trust me, Tsunade-sama. I'm asking you to give these people a chance. And with that, Sasuke turned to leave, certain that while Tsunade herself may oppose all she wants, but the council will not deny him, the last of the Uchiha and killer of Orochimaru, especially since if his intelligence was correct, some in the council wanted his name erased from the bingo books, seeing him as a hero for killing one of the most notorious criminals the world has ever known. Wait, I can't allow you to leave, Uchiha. I am an officially chosen Kage, Tsunade-sama. Choose your actions more carefully lest we devolve to pointless war that won't benefit both our villages. Detaining me now won't end peacefully for either of us, Hokage-sama. Tsunade exhaled deeply, contemplating before saying nothing as she turned her back. Sasuke smirked as he left the village. Then I'll take my leave. I will send forth a delegation to confirm your decision. I pray you choose wisely, Hokage. Once the man has left, Tsunade let go of the fury that she's held by punching the wall to the Hokage office, knowing that if this goes to the council, Uchiha Sasuke will definitely get his way, especially with that snake Danzo controlling half of the council members. Damn it! Just what are you planning, Uchiha Sasuke? Chapter 13. Startling Discoveries. Oh, you ought to post more guards, little brother. It appears that I can't even leave you alone without some sort of chaos happening. Oh, shut up, Nizan, Naruto playfully replied. Neji could just hear the faint voices as he hid his presence. The entity now known as Urashiki seemed to be in pure bliss as he sucked the crimson outflow of chakra from Naruto's palm, nearly oblivious to the world around him. As Naruto promised, the guards patrolling the Namakige's estate have all disappeared, which the team found odd, considering that they didn't seem to see Naruto giving them the order. There are also a lot of oddities with the staffing in the estate. Apart from Tsunami-san, most of the ninja staff appear to move mechanically and some would only to life when they detect movement. It's almost as if they were following a pre-programmed script, akin to independent puppets. Regardless, this did make his stealth mission an easier endeavor while the team distracts Tsunami at the reception hall. You know that my puppets are fine. Besides, Itachi-san seems to be more independent than most. True, out of all the bodies you reanimated, he seemed to have retained the most independence. With that Pain's Rinnegan being augmented by Momoshiki-sama's own, it appeared that your abilities are becoming more and more undeniable, little brother. Neji frowned at this. No one knew that the Ōtsutsuki have been murdered after all, and that piece of information got the wheels in his head turning. Still, I prefer it if I can leave a few of my own puppets while I'm gone. But at that distance, it's simply impossible to control them. You worry about searching for active seedbeds, Nizan. You don't have to worry about me here. Besides, the people here seem to love me. I can always count on the locals for support. Urashiki scoffed. Careful, Mina-chan. Trusting these mortals is not to be taken lightly. Whatever weird quirk of the cosmos had for them to adore you so is undeniable. But do not forget what they are. I know, Nizan. I won't. Now eat up. I know your search have drained you so. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Promise. And I don't ever break my promises. Remember? Urashiki smiled, a genuine one, a rarity as he looked fondly at his little brother, inhaling the chakra that's oozing from his hands. I know. Plus, it's hard to stay mad at you when your chakra is this close to me. Naruto just chuckled as he drew his hand closer to Urashiki's mouth. I know it won't substitute for a god tree, but yeah, it's amazing just the same, little brother. And he closed his eyes as he savored the crimson-orange chakra overflowing from Naruto's hand. Neji quickly made his retreat, aware that nothing more will be said as the two brothers stay in silence. Both were seemingly oblivious to his presence as they focused on the strange ritual that the Hyuga just witnessed. Oh! The team was still enjoying their meal when Naruto floated back in. Neji decided to report his findings later, once they're out of the estate, now aware that the patrolling ninja and samurai are somehow linked with Naruto's senses and anything they say around the staff could be relayed directly to Naruto. My apologies for my sudden disappearance. I trust that you enjoyed yourselves for the meantime. Oh yes, very Namakage-sama. This fish is especially delicious, Tenten remarked as she ate her fill. They decided to act normally while still in the estate, not wanting to cause any trouble. I'm glad you think so. They're from the waters around Wave. Tazuna-san told me that they aren't found anywhere else, and they're partly the reason why even distant countries visit us here. Oh my, and we're getting it for free. Thank you so much, Namakage-sama. Hehe. Don't worry about it, Tenten-san. Now, with regards to the Chunin exams, is there anything else that we should discuss? He said, turning to Guy, and the man just shook his head. I believe that's all, Namikage-sama. We'll be sure to return once the dates are finalized. Oh, one more thing, I have just received news from our Hokage. She's proposing opening embassies in our villages. Since it's a long trek from Konoha to here, these offices might help communications. Furthermore, she's proposing various exchanges in terms of commercial, educational, and military manpower. It will serve to strengthen cooperation among our villages. There are some people in Konoha interested in setting up permanent shops in your land as well. Now this isn't a one-way deal for you. Wave can do the same in Konoha and would benefit from its larger population and contacts with the outside world. What do you say, sir? Naruto contemplated for a bit. On one hand, opening Wave to Konoha like this will help their growth and it can further help them further their reach, but right now, with only Urashiki to really rely on, managing it would be a daunting task, especially with their secret operations around Wave. Still, it's a step that he will have to take eventually, and Konoha seemed trustworthy enough. I'll think about it. I'll send an envoy to facilitate the agreements. Yeah. I want to formally introduce you to someone. As Naruto said this, the man they all know and feared entered the room. The team tried to hide their unease as the one they known to be a member of the dreaded Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi bowed in front of Naruto. This is Itachi. Well, not much is known about him, but I could somehow feel that he has some ties to Konoha. He will be my liaison to your village. He's one of our best and will give you a taste of what Wave has to offer Konoha. Guy seemed uneasy, but not wanting to bring tension, he smiled and uttered his agreement. He'll have to warn Tsunade in advance that one of the most notorious criminals is now under her Naruto's service. Oh, what an odd twist of fate. Of course, Namikage-sama. Itachi, who seemed to have foregone his Akatsuki cloak, is now wearing the traditional Ōtsutsuki wear, the same as Urashiki and Naruto, with the clan symbol on his back. He also seemed to have lost his Konoha forehead protector, replaced by Wave's own symbol. Well then, that's settled. I'll have to prepare my own team to send for the Chunin exams. While you're in town, I hope you'll enjoy what we have to offer here. It's not much, but a lot of stuff from far-flung lands end up in the shops around here. I'll send Itachi-san to Konoha to relay my decisions. That's great, Namikage-sama. I'm sure our Hokage will be overjoyed with your enthusiasm. The rest of their meal was taken in comfortable silence after that. The team still eyed Itachi warily, but when they realized that the man appears to be loyal to Naruto, they relaxed, and soon enough, they fell back into their old routine. That is until Naruto spoke once more. Say, you already have a place to stay? Not yet, sir, but we figure we'd hit the town inn before making our way back to Konoha. Well, how about you guys stay for the night? We'd be honored, sir. And thus, the team decided to continue their stay in the estate, happy that they were given the opportunity to know more about their old friend and comrade. Oh. Nighttime fell upon the Namikage's estate. While Tenten did her own investigation, Lee and Niji decided to do some late-night sparring. While the idea of staying in the estate has unsettled them for fear of being discovered, they noticed that Naruto and the guards seemed to drop their guard around them for some reason, and so their activities have gone unnoticed. Still, the tension of being discovered grated on their nerves, and so both men decided that a spar would ease their bodies and mind well enough for a restful sleep. When they entered the courtyard, however, they heard the sound of someone already sparring, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was Naruto who was sparring with his own clones. One of the clones looked like the old Naruto, his crimson eyes glistening in the night, and the two were tempted to run and hug the old comrade they missed. But luckily, the clone started speaking in a deep guttural voice that reminded them of an animal, and they held themselves back as they watched Naruto sparring with it. You've mastered the gentle fist, Kit, but you cannot rely on it forever. It's a taijutsu that's reliant on byakugan. Most of the Ōtsutsuki techniques is reliant on stolen power. I will not have a weak vessel like that. So turn off your eyes and focus. You know, you're awfully talkative today, all things considered. The clone simply grinned. You're feeling like my old Naruto with each passing day, Kit, and I'm inclined to pass on some of my knowledge to you. Before you fully recover your memories, I wish to impart to you the kitsune arts of fighting, a far superior arsenal than that old Sannin Jiraiya's Toad's way of fighting. After today, you will start to learn the Fox Sage art. one that I've been meaning to teach you before. Naruto looked at the clone excitedly, willing to ignore that this fox is trying to bring his memories back. What? What? What is this fox sage art? Karachan. Tell me. Grr. I detest you calling me that. But in time, young one. For now, I want you to unlearn some of the lazier way of fighting that the Ōtsutsuki have ingrained upon you. That means no stealing others' jutsus, for example. That's one of the reasons why I have you covered your hand. Naruto looked at the bandana on his hand, and while he may have missed the Rinnegan that his father has given him there, he understood Kyuubi's point. There will come a time where he can't rely on the power of his eyes. And he's just glad that the fox is finally on amicable terms with him to get him out of his way to teach him like this. Besides, the fox said that he knows of a fighting style that trumps the Ōtsutsuki and he's curious. Maybe then he'd be able to land a hit on his father in one of their next sparring sessions. Well, Toussaint always said that it's easier to just absorb any attacks. He says, it's more satisfying beating the enemy with their own power. True. But then where does your strength comes into that, Naruto? In the end, you may have beaten them, but it's their own strength that brought about their defeat. Your father is a lazy brat, way different from who you are deep down. You wouldn't be satisfied with beating your enemies with their strength, would you? Now let's begin. Lee and Neji shared a look, not missing the unmistakable look of respect that the clone have been sending their friend. Naruto wanted to argue with the fox, to retort at that insult to his dad, but he couldn't. He realized that the fox had a point and he smiled at this as he also tied a bandana to the Sharingan on his forehead. From now on, he won't rely on these powers he was born with, especially if he's going to learn the fox's techniques anyway. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kurama smirked proudly. He may not appreciate the unending stream of Konoha ninja frequently visiting his kit, but he has to admit that with every visit, more of the old Naruto is resurfacing. The last fight with that Hyuga, for instance, have brought about a less than subtle change in his host. And after the spar that day, Naruto have started training on his own, without Urashiki, Kinshiki or Itachi to oversee him. Which is why the fox chose this night to appear to his host and offer his training, resulting to him now residing in a temporary host body that Naruto augmented with his chakra. It's still linked to his seal, but at least it will allow Kyuubi some degree of independence. And Lee and Neji were gifted with a rare sight that night as a three-tailed Kyuubi fought with their friend in the inner courtyard. They decided to skip the training, for they were too excited to simply watch. The fox can be a great teacher if he wanted to. And even Neji and Lee have to admit that they are learning just as the fox was instructing Naruto. They had no idea that it's entirely possible to siphon off chakra from nature. And they made a mental note to practice it once they returned to Konoha, away from prying eyes. Oh, Tsunade-sama, you can't be serious. An alliance with an Uchiha-led sound is wonderful opportunity for Konoha. Tsunade gritted her teeth. She knew that Danzo will try to sway the council. And try as she might, the man have his way with words that the older generations of politicians had their heads nodding. Of course, the clan heads can only look in disdain, appalled that the man would even consider the alliance with a traitor. But the clan heads, too, are outnumbered by the civilian council. It is currently peacetime for them and the balance of powers shift from their hands. The clan heads only have more weight in times of war. And right now, they're forced to witness just how far the council have been manipulating ninja affairs for a long time. You cannot be seriously considering an alliance with a deserter and a traitor, Danzo. I believe we of the Konoha Council believes in the presumption of innocence, Tsunade-sama. For once, I agree with Danzo. While Sasuke Uchiha have left the village years ago, it was carried out at the behest of Orochimaru. The Uchiha killing him shows where his allegiances lie to Konoha. With Uchiha at the helm of a new village, we are inclined to accept the proposal. Thus, this committee proposes that Sasuke Uchiha be removed from the bingo books and the alliance with Sound be hereby considered. We now call for a vote. Tsunade sighed as she saw most of the council members raise their hands in agreement. She has more work to do after this. And while she delegated some of the tasks organizing the Chunin exam to Shikaku and his team, she still has a lot of documents to look into and this council is giving her a massive headache. She needs drink. Thankfully, as the council adjourned, she spotted Jiraiya by the door who was holding the very same liquid honey she's been thinking about. Up for a drink? A little bird from Wave arrive with some more news regarding Naruto. Jiraiya referred to the carrier pigeon on his shoulder, and in an instant, Tsunade's day just got 1,000,000 times lighter. Chapter 14. Trip Down Memory Lane. Oh! Tsunade's lips quivered as she saw the man standing in front of her. Though the aura of this notorious criminal is hugely different from before. The man before her is gentle, calmer, and less threatening than the man they came to know as Uchiha Itachi. His eyes were not their usual black, but blue with concentric rings on them, confirming Niji and his team's intelligence that the Akatsuki were no more raised in the service of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Not much is still known about the clan, just that the public face is their very own Uzumaki Naruto, one who now goes by the name Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Yet the Uchiha's resurrection from the dead didn't dampen his regal and confident strides one bit as the man entered the Hokage office as an official envoy from the village hidden in the waves and by extension, a duly representative member of the wave country. The daimyo have petitioned for their crimes to be forgotten and in effect, their new names were granted, legally recognized throughout the nations. Lord Fifth, Ōtsutsuki Itachi is here to see you. As the man entered her office, she steeled herself for the man's overwhelming presence, yet was strangely surprised when the man calmly bowed and introduced himself. I take it that your Namekage is amenable to the proposals presented? As you are aware, Godame-sama, we are a protectorate of Rain Country, and thus, a full-pledged alliance is impossible. With this knowledge, is Konoha still open to the proposed alliance? Tsunade tried to keep the smile from her face, for she was excited for this day to come. She, Jiraiya, and the Konoha Ten have worked tirelessly for this alliance. It might not seem like it, but despite the repetitive excursions to the far-flung ninja village, the delegation sent there was not for show. In fact, they have been gradually establishing relations not just to Naruto himself but to the people within it. While the elusive core members of the Ōtsutsuki clan still evades them, they have more or less an idea with the workings of Wave now. And while the nature of the Ōtsutsuki's relationship with Naruto concerns them, they have been content for a while to know that Naruto holds a lot of power not just in Wave but within the Ōtsutsuki himself. Even the people of Wave seem to attest that whoever this father is, seem to have a soft spot for their most recent addition. Still, Tsunade and Jiraiya remained cautious and assigned Kakashi and his team to maintain careful and watchful surveillance. Regardless, one thing is certain. Despite the odd arrangement of a country and a hidden village operating separately, Tsunade knows for certain that the daimyo of the land had, gradually over time, delegated much of his administrative work to Naruto, and most of Wave's foreign policy now rests in the firm control of the Ōtsutsuki. How or why this has come to pass have been the subject of research now, and has fascinated most of the Hokage's inner circle, particularly the subservience of many characters, including the Akatsuki to Naruto and this new clan. Nevertheless, she can't contain her excitement right now. Despite these issues that will hopefully be revealed in time, it appeared that Naruto for all intents and purposes have no qualms about maintaining relations with the Leaf, as evidenced by the presence of one of his most trusted servants here. Yes, I am. There were rumors of enmity regarding Rain and Leaf in the past. Would that present certain complications should our arrangements push through? Not at all, Ōtsutsuki-san. The Leaf has no quarrel with Rain presently. Our only interest is in Wave. Very well. Then I am here to formally negotiate terms of alliance, Hokage-sama. The Namekage has accepted all conditions set forth by your village. However, we have demands of our own. Oh? And what would that be? Oh, nothing much. Just a simple mutual defense agreement. Of course, this will present certain challenges considering Wave's weaker military. However, with the economic benefit that we can offer you, I presume that you'll have no problem with this arrangement. Tsunade thought for a second. This is certainly a unique demand, especially since military missions formed the bulk of their finances. If a mutual defense agreement were to push through, then Wave can request military assistance without restraint, bypassing the need to request missions. Still, the excitement of being closer to her Naruto continued to tease the edges of her mind. Only if Wave agrees to a no-first aggression pact, meaning, we will only assist you in military wars not initiated by your village. As large as Konoha is, we simply do not have the manpower to fund wars at the moment. And if Rain compels Wave to participate in its wars, Konoha won't have to participate. Is that acceptable? Of course, Hokage-sama. Wave is not as helpless as you would believe that we can't fight all our battles on our own. This is simply a guarantee of mutual benefit between our villages. Of course, of course. With that out of the way, I take it that Wave is now officially our ally. It would appear so. The Namekage will visit you for the signing, my lady. Before the Chunin exams, Wave will officially enter into an alliance with the Leaf. At this, Tsunade's heart stopped. She'll finally see her Naruto. This is the moment she have been waiting for. And it took a year of planning to do it, but it's finally coming to pass. Her old bones felt young all of the sudden, and it brings her back to the old days. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the deep recesses of her mind, as if a memory long ago suppressed was awakened. What do you take me for? I'll master the Rasengan in 3 days, old lady. You better believe it. Tell you what, I'll give you 1 week to master it. And as a bonus, I'll even bet this necklace on it. Tsunade unconsciously gripped the necklace that now hangs on her neck, the only thing they recovered when they desperately searched for Naruto's body nearly 3 years ago. Soon, this necklace will return to its rightful owner. Very soon. Hokage-sama. Tsunade was ripped from her thoughts as Itachi inquired of her, concerned at the tears flowing from her eyes. She didn't even realize she had been crying. Don't mind me, Itachi-san. Tsunade recomposed herself. Just remembering something. At any rate, will your Namekage require escort to this village? I have many teams standing at the ready. That won't be a necessity, my lady. The Namekage will come when he's ready. He wished to relay that he has received your message and is making preparations to come here. For now, though, he is busy preparing his team for the Chunin exams. Tsunade frowned at this. There goes that intelligence again. Niji also reported that most of Naruto's servants can communicate with him directly. And while they haven't had the time to test out its distance or the extent of this new ability it's enough to hypothesize that so long as they possess the blue Rinnegan markings on their eyes, they too will have access to Naruto in some way. Pardon me, my lady. I'll take my leave. My master has in need of me. I thank you for your presence, Itachi-san. The Ōtsutsuki gave her a small bow before a rift in space appeared beside him. As he stepped into it, the shinobi's presence instantly vanished, and even as Tsunade extended the range of her senses, he could no longer feel him. In that moment, she let go one last shaky breath as her mind wandered to more memories. I can't have a Hokage who won't even pay her debts. What's all the commotion in here? My apologies, Tsunade-sama. Shizen frantically sad as she clutched the briefcase that has now been opened, ashamed that its contents revealed. Naruto looked on, horrified. The briefcase that they have been fighting for and chasing over the town for have been nothing but Tsunade's dirty laundry. The kicker of it all was when it was revealed that her debts have long been paid after all. A small smile was playing on her lips. You always were a kind-hearted person, weren't you, Naruto? Tsunade whispered as she immersed herself in more memories of yesteryears. I can't wait to see you again, Gaki. I wonder how much you've grown. Oh, Naruto-niken, is it true? What is it, Inari? Naruto looked at the boy in front of him. And while he continually insisted that he's nothing else but Momoshiki, Inari and his family have always referred to him by this name, and so he finally let them do what they want, not really seeing the harm in it. That the Chunin exams? We're participating in it? Oh yes, definitely, and you and your partner will represent our village. Really? Yes, which is why I called you here today to introduce you to a new trainer, because in a few days from now, we'll make our way to Konoha. A new trainer? Not Itachi-sensei. Naruto smiled. While Itachi had been doing a remarkable job in training Inari and his team until now, he wanted to squeeze a little bit more for this team. And the teacher he had in mind have been gracious enough to offer his services. Your sense will always be Itachi-san, but I want you to introduce to someone else. He had been training me for quite a while now, and I think you too would benefit from his guidance. Oh, I'm definitely ready for this, Namekage-sama. Who is it? Inari, call your teammate. From this day forward, you two will endure even more grueling training. Inari shivered, both from excitement and also from slight fear. because if his experience with Itachi-sense have taught him anything, and even grueling training could only mean more struggles. Still, he knows that his team is up to it, and he's excited to train under the very man who also trained his Naruto. This is an opportunity he cannot waste. I will, Namikaze-sama. As Inari raced off to find his partner, another figure emerged from behind Naruto. He reminds me a lot of you, Kit. So young and full of spirit. Naruto looked at his clone, rolling his eyes at the glint of excitement in those crimson-red eyes. Whatever you say, Foxy. Why you dash Kurama reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair, which the other didn't try to evade. Just you watch, Naruto. Everything's coming together. Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused but didn't pursue what the fox meant any further. It appears that these days, Kyuubi have been livelier than usual, as if he's excited for something to happen. Well, if it makes the fox that much more bearable, he really is not the one to question it. Oh. Tenten, Lee and Niji were at the training yard and they were busy meditating. As Niji and Lee learned from Kurama that night, they were able to implement some of the fox arts in their training to the point where even Lee's injuries have now been healed, much to the surprise of Tsunade. Indeed, nature chakra is more potent than they ever could imagine. And while it was not easy trying to master it, they did their fair share of work and was able to reverse engineer it. Even Niji was able to augment his Kaiten with it, and Lee for the first time ever was able to use ninjutsu without the need to rely on unlocking the 8 gates, renewing hopes for his career as a ninja despite the damage he sustained the last time he and Gaara fought. Right now, as the last of their generation not promoted to Chunin, they are under pressure to succeed, especially with Naruto on watch. Their spirits couldn't be higher as they prepared for the incoming exams. While their skills matched that of low to mid-Chunin already, they still have to undergo the test for them to be official. It took a lot of effort on their part to convince Tsunade to allow their team to participate this time, and they will prove themselves capable just as the rest of their generation. Oh. Danzo-sama, our intelligence was correct. Wave has officially made contact with Konoha, and the alliance will be made official before the Chunin exams. Well done, Sai. Anything else I should know? There is one other thing, sir. About the Namikaze of Wave. As Danzo listened to Sai's report, the grin on his face widened. Forget the Sharingan. If he can have the Rinnegan, he will. Konoha will prosper under him. And fortune favors him when it threw him this vital piece of information. Gather the others. We shall corner this Namikaze if it's the last thing we'll do. Understood, sir. Chapter 15. The Namikaze's Visit. Oh. Inari was tired. Injuries and bruises marred his young face and back. Kyuubi-sensei was a brutal instructor, effective yet brutal, and for once, he can finally appreciate what made his Naruto-sensei who he is, especially if the demon spoke so highly of his host. He did witness the fox train Naruto from time to time, and despite the fox's brutality, he never saw his idol utter a single complaint. It was a little unnerving at first, having to speak to the face of his Naruto, knowing that behind that face was his Kyuubi-sensei. But the Kyuubi was nice enough to change his hair red and switch to a red kimono outfit, to differentiate him just a little from the white-wearing Momoshiki. In fact, in a sea of Ōtsutsuki, his sensei definitely stands out, especially since he made his ensemble as flashy as possible, in stark contrast to the more subdued ensemble that predominate the region. While the rest of the Ōtsutsuki wore their traditional black and white, Kyuubi's attire was crimson-red, tied together with a golden obi. On his back was a golden spiral, a symbol that Inari used to see on the back of Naruto's jacket way back. Various decorations were also embroidered on the fox's getup. And he doesn't quite get it, but Momoshiki spoils the fox rotten. Most of his equipment were either in gold or adorned with ruby jewels. Odd choice for weaponry for sure, especially since they either get damaged or scratched during training anyway. And yet, no one seemed to bat an eye. What the fox wants, Momoshiki gives, and what Momoshiki orders, Wave follows. No question, no arguments. From the finest silk to the finest food, no expenses were spared when it comes to the fox. And yet, when he sees his Naruto walking in simple white yukata with simple wooden sandals, it often occurs to him the irony of the stark contrast between the two. He was already aware of the Kyuubi being jailed by Naruto, as revealed to them years ago when Naruto and his team first entered their land. So whenever he sees the two side by side, He can't help but smirk a little inwardly how the jailed was living so lavishly, while its jailer lives so simply. Of course, Urashiki-sensei does spoil his brother from time to time as well. But when it's just Naruto, he always tends to dress as simply as he can. And without delegations from foreign lands, he'd even forego the veil that his father insists on him wearing. The sight is reassuring to him, reminding him deep down that the down-to-earth hero who came to them years ago is still buried there, somewhere, despite the airs of nobility of his new Ōtsutsuki clan. Especially now that, as the branch members became more and more organized, the clan have become more and more elaborate in its structure as well. Still, Inari and his peers always listen to Naruto and Urashiki. And when Urashiki is absent, as he tend to do mostly these days, everyone mostly listens to Naruto, who in turn now listen to Kyuubi. Inari felt a gentle cooling sensation on his face, and he looked up to see his sensei's face as the man, or should he say demon, started healing him with his chakra. It always amazes him to see how the fox's power works. Even with his knowledge of nature's energy, his sensei just seemed to operate on an entirely new level, seemingly without the limits imposed by the laws of nature or physics. It appears that you have nearly mastered the art of nature energy. Your training is nearing completion. Now get up. I have something for you. What you will witness here is not sanctioned by Naruto and the Ōtsutsuki, so I demand your absolute silence and honesty. Inari frowned. Over the time he has come to respect the fox. But this is an odd request coming from him. What is it, Kyuubi-sensei? The man just grinned as he led him to an underground area accessed behind the throne room. He doesn't even know that such area exists. Now this place is unknown even to the Ōtsutsuki. Here my word is the law. And in here you answer to me. The chakra coursing through your veins are mine. And one word from me you will rot from the inside out. So carefully consider this a threat, paltry humans. For you may have been loyal soldiers of Wave, but make no mistake. You are mine since the day you accepted my chakra pills. Inari gulped, unsure just what the fox wanted from them. He's now vaguely aware of 3 other presents in the room. Inari, of all the people in this room, you are the only one who was not brought back by the power of Naruto's eye, and hence you are not beholden to any of us. But just the same, you will heed what I will tell you. For not even Naruto knows what will take place this day. I have little demands in life, but certain things have developed into something that may need my intervention. From this day forward, you 4 will form the first generation of the Kitsune Royal Guard. Heed not the Ōtsutsuki, not the daimyo or the council. Heed no one else. You listen to me and me alone. Understood? Inari nodded slowly, vaguely aware of the growing pressure within the room, and he realized just why. The form that his sensei usually uses now have 5 tails on his back, and each tail were inching closer to any of them. Wonderful. Let this covenant be formed. You are Ōtsutsuki only in name, but in spirit you are Kitsune, the first of my servants, and I charge you all now with one single purpose. No other priority will come first, for your first task is paramount above all. The fox paused dramatically as his eyes glinted in the darkness of the room. I now hereby charge you with the protection of Uzumaki Naruto, for the day of his awakening draws near. And as Inari heard that, he can't help but grin widely, despite the stabbing feeling in his chest as Kyuubi's tail injected him with more of his chakra. He can't help but feel excited. If what his sensei says is true, then it won't be long before Naruto will return to them not just in body but also spirit and mind. And he'd be crazy to throw away an opportunity like this. This task he wholeheartedly accept. Oh! Momoshiki felt weird. Something within him is stirring, and he can't help but hearken back to Kyuubi's words. The memories he sought to forget have started resurfacing, and while it took gargantuan efforts on his part to erase the vague image of a small naive boy reaching out to another boy's turned back, the feeling of alienation still remained, as if something within him rages in the prison of his own mind and heart. And he's not quite sure of its Kyuubi's doing this time. The visitors from Konoha, his encounter with those intruders at the daimyo's palace, all triggered something within him. And while he's thankful that the fox has eased up on his memories, allowing him to sleep once more, there is a certain yearning, aching in his chest that he doesn't quite know where it came from. Sasuke, he whispered, and as soon as he said it, His eyes widened. Why does that name sound so familiar? Before he can ponder on such thoughts, however, the door to his room flew wide open and in came Kyubi, looking smug like always. But there's something more in those looks, those crimson eyes that focused on him with such intensity that he feel like he's melting each time. What is it, Kara-chan? The fox simply gave him a small grin. Your trip to Konoha approaches, Kit. I have already made preparations. Eh? What for? Ugh, hi, you can be scatterbrained at times, you know that. For the Chunin exams, of course. But first, you will have a personal meeting with their Kage to finalize your alliance. A chance to see Konoha for yourself. Isn't that what you told me days ago? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Naruto blamed it on that gnawing feeling on his gut that he's feeling distracted lately, but a big part of him doesn't want to entertain the notion of going to Konoha. He doesn't quite get it. He'd never even been to that village his whole life, and yet here he is, dreading the trip, pushing it to his mind's subconscious, ever since he had time to sift through Itachi's memories of his meeting with Tsunade. There's something about the woman, crying, so utterly broken that bothered him. And over the passing days he immersed himself in training, relegating much of the administrative work to Kyubi as he organized the day-to-day arrangements in the newly formed branch of the Ōtsutsuki clan and even their village. The fox and Itachi had been the ones who mostly run Nami for a while, and he had to admit he did feel a little bit guilty leaving the job to them, but he had to collect himself after that fateful visit. For ever since that meeting, that gnawing feeling in his chest and the back of his head has only intensified, refusing to let go despite all his efforts. He felt Kyubi cup his chin gently, tenderly, the demon's thumb caressing his cheeks as if he's trying to memorize every detail, every contour. Before slowly, the demon withdraw, a satisfied look on his eyes replaced longing ones. Now come. Only with your abilities can we travel safely, after all. Oh! Konoha is abuzz with excitement as foreign delegations started streaming in. The preparations for the Chunin exams is not something to be taken lightly, and a small committee have been formed at the behest of the village elders. This time, Konoha and its allies wanted to organize it together, in a show of camaraderie and spirit of brotherhood. Of course, the meeting is not yet to occur on this day, but more and more of its allies started streaming in nonetheless, mostly to enjoy the sights and lush greenery that Konoha has to offer. One of this is Gaara, now the Kage of his own village, who rose to power having been inspired by the very light of Konoha who went missing years ago. Despite the loss of his primary tie to the village, Gaara maintained close contact with Tsunade and her most trusted ninja. During the reign of terror of Akatsuki, Konoha had been instrumental in their defense. And while they did succeed in taking away the demon that resided in him, Konoha did help in defending them. Agar-sama, you're just in time. We're expecting a very special visitor today. Come join us. It was Ino who greeted him at the gates. And before he knows it, he was pulled to the Hokage Tower. Now normally, he would react negatively to this treatment, but he has grown closer with the Konoha 10 over the years, especially when they were together when they searched for Naruto. And naturally, he has become more and more familiar with the quirks and peculiarities that Naruto's peers possess. He wondered for a bit who the special guest is, but when they saw who was at the doors to the Hokage's office, he tensed immediately. Sand threatened to form a wall around him as he glared at the blonde-haired man who was speaking with Jiraiya. Akatsuki, what are you doing here? Gaara's tone was hostile as he readied himself and his ninja escorts for a battle if need be. Before a war could break out in the tower, Tsunade came between them. Sorry Gaara, I should have warned you about this, but this is top secret only. The Akatsuki that you once knew is no more. This is Ōtsutsuki Deidara, and his presence here signals the arrival of our most precious guest. You've been receiving our letters, I take it. Gaara's eyes narrowed for a moment, processing each word that spilled from the Hokage's lips, until it suddenly clicked. Excitement welled from his chest at the implication, and while he disliked this man for doing what he did, he too had been made aware of the tragic fate that befell this criminal organization. And while Tsunade asked for his secrecy, he won't deny the animosity that rose from his chest as he saw the man. Still, the man, as the reports say, is different now than what he faced. And so he stayed his hand and ordered his ninja to scatter back to their vantage points. While I am livid to see this man standing here, the news of his arrival will dampen that somehow. Gaara glared at the clueless Deidara, who only stared blankly. Tsunade coughed, attempting to break the tension that has engulfed them all. Right? As you were saying, Ōtsutsuki-san? Momoshiki-sama is on his way now. However, he's not expecting this much guests to turn up. I understand, but we're here to discuss alliances and the Chunin exam. Deidara-san. I hope the Namekage isn't offended. Sand is a close ally to Konoha, one that he will come into close contact with during the duration of the exams. Very well, but next time, he wishes to be informed in advance if there are any changes to the plan. Because as he understood it, he's to meet with you alone. My apologies. Tsunade did look apologetic, as she's not expecting Gaara to turn up this early, but still she must proceed with the plans. Tell your Namekage that a light lunch consisting of the best ramen in Konoha have been prepared for his arrival. This will be a very casual meeting, of course, so he need not worry about anything. As she said it, multiple rifts in space appeared around them, surprising even Gaara, who's usually the picture of composure and stoicism. The first rift revealed a crimson-clad man with a kitsune mask, and Gaara could feel his presence right away, sensing the familiarity hidden behind those robes as he understood right away that this is the real deal. But what stole their attention was the person who emerged from the main rift, the one on the center. In all his glory, the man they had been looking for and the subject of both Konoha and Sunegakure's fascination for years stepped into their midst. The horned being, clad in his traditional Ōtsutsuki garb, bowed politely, an etiquette he learned from Kinshiki and his adoptive father himself, Momoshiki, as is befitting of noble heavenly beings like them should act. As his thin veil bellowed regally in a gust of wind, Naruto descended from the rift, and the group watched on mesmerized as he floated towards them. Greetings, Hokage-sama, Kazekage-sama. My apologies for my rudeness, certain precautions and all that. As you can see, we're still very few in numbers. Tsunade stood frozen, her golden brown eyes transfixed on Naruto, seeing him for the first time. And while she may have heard and read the reports about him, to see him in his new form is still quite a shock to her. A white cloth with a forehead protector had been tied around his forehead, hiding his Sharingan. Who knows how she'll react if she's what had been described in the intelligence reports. Thankfully, Jiraiya was there to fill in for her, and as she stood frozen in spot, the silver-haired ninja addressed the Namekage. Welcome, Momoshiki-sama. We've been expecting you. Oh, how we missed you. Where have you been all this time? Naruto raised his eyebrow. To address me so casually. I don't believe we've been properly introduced yet. You are. Oh, what am I saying? Of course. I forgot. I am the greatest ninja across the land, the world-famous Toad Hermit, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya-sama. Pleased to make your acquaintance, my lord. Naruto tried to suppress his chuckle, as the man's pose was simply hilarious. And while Jiraiya felt a little awkward not hearing the screams of Ero Sennin sent his way, he did notice that the Ōtsutsuki lightened up. Sorry, Naruto uttered quickly as he covered his mouth. Pleased to meet your acquaintance then, Jiraiya-sama. Well then, shall we begin, or is there anyone else we've been expecting? Right? No, not that I'm aware of. Come on, gentlemen. Right this way. Jiraiya led the group to the conference room as placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. This seemed to have snapped her out of her reverie, and she walked with the group silently, her eyes never leaving Naruto as they walked. Oh! Inari and his partner emerged from the rift a few distance from the Hokage Tower, and they were granted with the view of its lush greenery and towering mountains for the first time. So this is where Naruto grew up. Come on, Haku. Let's take a look around. The boy beside him, who was wearing a simple sleeveless pink kimono, scanned the view around them, taking in the sights. Let's gather some information then. Find a suitable area for training as Kyubi-sensei instructed. Right? But before that, Inari let out an excited laughter as he grinned wider. Aren't you interested in a little sightseeing, Haku-chan? The other boy just stared at him blankly, but Inari would not let up. He hooked his arm with the other and grabbed him as they briskly walked through the streets of Konoha. Come on, Kyubi-sensei did give us an assignment, but Naruto-niken told us to enjoy ourselves, too. Don't worry, it's my treat. Zabuza-san did promise to keep watch over Naruto-niken while we're gone. Don't you trust him? Inari inquired, aware of Haku's formerly staunch loyalty to the ninja. And while they may have been instrumental in the chaos of their village years ago, Inari knew that these weren't the same people. Especially since, in the end, Zabuza ended his life trying to take out Gato. A small smile twitched at the corner of Haku's lips as he allowed himself to be dragged by the dark-haired shinobi. Well, if Zabuza-sama's keeping watch, he guess he can take it easy for a bit with Inari. Oh! Ino excitedly skipped to the small training yard. Inwardly, she's screaming. And luckily for her, she saw most of the Konoha 10 assembled at their usual hangout spot. Guys, listen. I have news. Kai-ah! She yelled, unable to contain her excitement any longer. Ino-chan? Can you yell any louder? Sakura entered, still in her Chunin garb, her espionage mission at Wave having just been over with the arrival of Momoshiki and his team. I know, Sakura-chan, but listen to this, Naruto. Our Naruto is here. We have to get the whole gang together. Pronto. And with that, the teens started discussing their own plans. Chapter 16. Bet of a Lifetime. Oh. Naruto looked at the bowls of ramen in front of him and he felt his mouth salivate. Tsunade and Gaara have been watching him intently as he savored the dish. Unbeknownst to them, Tsunade specifically ordered this from the one and only Ichiraka ramen, as was suggested to them. Tsunade haven't revealed it to anyone but in one of their correspondents. Aside from Itachi and Deidara, a masked figure in red came to them one day and outlined an elaborate scheme to restore Naruto's memories. Jiraiya was quick to notice that it was the one and only Kyuubi himself, which understandably put them on edge, especially since they know that the fox have been operating independently of its host. But the more they talked with him, the more they understood that the fox too was simply desperate to have his Naruto back. The demon even told them that there's nothing wrong with Naruto. The brat himself simply doesn't want to remember and has locked whatever memories he had inside of him. They couldn't quite understand what the fox was saying, considering that the demon tend to speak in riddles, but it was implied how there are two Narutos battling deep in the confines of Momoshik's mind. And with each passing year, the Naruto who they knew was fighting a losing battle after that fateful fight with the Uchiha. The fox himself admitted that while they can try to help that Naruto gain some fighting ground, it would need a strong catalyst to truly unlock the chains that shackled the real Naruto. Which is why the fox suggested that until they can get him and the Uchiha to talk properly, the best they can do is help remind Naruto of the goodness of his old life. At first, Tsunade lashed out, demon or not, to suggest that they need the Uchiha for this plan is preposterous to her. She could still remember that fateful exchange. Oh. Mini flashback. You're insane. How can you even consider that? The Uchiha is a traitor and must pay for his crimes. The figure growled as he punched the table in frustration, his voice booming, keeping the outraged Hokage frozen. I know that. Don't you think I know that? The brat has damaged Naruto beyond repair. Don't you think I want to put his disgusting little neck between my fangs and rip it beyond existence? I have considered it for years, Hokage. Dreamed of it every single night. For years, I watched my vessel lead a life that is not his to live. For years, I watched the one I cared for not even knowing who I am. I love him too, Hokage. To watch him wither away in that fake life is beyond more than I could take. Which is why I am here now, aren't I? It's not often that I make deals with humans like this, Hokage. But even I am running out of options. Tsunade froze. What did he just say? Just who are you? Hear me. For I who was cursed and hated by this village for centuries come to you now. I am Kurama, otherwise known as Kyuubi no Yoko, head of the Fox Demon Clan and its summons. I who was born from chakra, sealed and resealed within countless vessels for centuries. I have lived for far too long to meddle in the affairs of you insignificant mortals. Yet here I am, enthralled by one of the very mortal I so despised. And I will do anything to have him back again. Tsunade calmed down as the figure removed his mask, and couldn't stop herself from choking as she saw the face staring back at her. It was then that the demon, wearing the face of the very person she longed to see, Hold and here looked straight in her eyes with burning crimson ones, and she saw nothing but love, of desperation and of utmost resolve to bring her Naruto back. That was the day that Tsunade allied herself with the Kyuubi, the dreaded demon that can level villages. For even she who considered herself a mother could feel the love emanating from its very depths. Oh! And true enough, the very tiny actions that the Kyuubi suggested has had some impact in the usually reserved Momoshiki. As Tsunade watched the young man throw manners and etiquette out the window as soon as that steaming bowl of ramen was placed on him, she understood now that the Kyuubi was indeed aware of what he's doing. The demon was only trying to bring back what he has lost that fateful day. The hate that the creature shouldered have been completely superseded by the love that Naruto has ceded before his loss. And she knew then that the demon have been suffering all along. For it to live with a host who doesn't know him and watch that host assume an identity that is so alien and foreign to him, what a terrible sight it must be for the demon. How frustrating an existence must it be. And even if she were to assume the worst in the bijou, she still would have empathized with the beast. For living in a host that didn't acknowledge him other than a simple source of power only until recently must have taken its toll too. Man, this is delicious. What is in this stuff? Naruto continued to savor his ramen, oblivious to the longing looks of the people around him as he inhaled bowl after bowl of this seemingly benign yet weighty dish. For his addiction to this dish goes beyond taste. Somehow, a subconscious self within him recognized the importance that this bowl signifies. How a simply dish of ramen brought about acceptance and hope in a life he once led, a life he desperately wanted to wish away. If you'd like Namikage-sama, I can commission a branch in Wave. Ichiraka ramen is actually quite popular around these parts, sir. Tsunade wasted no time in seizing the opportunity. The more of her people she can surround Naruto in, the better. And once she remembered the resolve burning brightly in the Kyuubi's eyes, she too wanted to do so much more for the man she viewed as her son. Hey, that's a great idea, Granny. Tsunade paused for a bit, feeling nostalgic all of the sudden at the namesake, but decided not to prod. She's just happy that for all it's worth, her Naruto is stirring from Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, though he may not realize it just yet. You'd really do that for me? Of course. We're allies, aren't we? Hehe, that's true. Well, maybe I misjudged you, humans. You're not as bad as I thought. Tsunade frowned at the choice of words. While it is true that they're working to restore Naruto's memories, it is undeniable that as per piecing what little intelligence and data they have, the one in front of them is no longer fully human. That is something that they must contend with as time goes by. But for now, they'll take baby steps, and getting Momoshiki to see them positively is a small victory for them. Pardon me, Namikage-sama. Curiosity really does get the better of me. But are you implying that you're not human yourself? Is that in the literal sense or metaphorically? Tsunade mouthed a "What are you doing?" to Gaara, who was now inching closer to the Namikage. Naruto just chuckled, these poor oblivious creatures. But since he's feeling a little light with their food and hospitality, he decided to humor the question, his eyes flashing golden as he turned to Gaara. Bah! Isn't it obvious, Kazekage-sama? We of the Ōtsutsuki clan are more than humans. You would do well to remember that you among here are lucky enough to stand amongst a god. Be glad that my brother isn't here to hear such a foolish question. He may not be as forgiving as I am. Of course, sir, my deepest apologies. Well, I did say that you're lucky it was just me. My dad would probably discipline me for saying this, but I am not too hung up on the clan stuff as my brother and father is. But it is true that the clan has always viewed itself as superior to mere mortals. But the more I come to interact with the outside world, the more I realize that we're not so different, to be honest. When speaking with Niji-san from Konoha, for example, I realized that the Ōtsutsuki clan is just another clan with its own bloodline limit. The same stifling traditions and practices that I intend to change one day. Gaara smirked. Are you sure about that, my lord? Naruto cocked his head to the side. What do you mean? Can you really accomplish what you say you would do? I know what I said, Kazekage-sama. And with all due respect, I don't ever break my promises. That's my ninja way. Gaara and Tsunade finished in their heads, feeling a very familiar presence as they saw resolve burning in Naruto's sapphire Rinnegan eyes. Gaara's smirk became a respectful smile. Then I hope our actions speak for ourselves eventually, my lord. I hope for your future success. For I too believe in the power of resolve and the importance of staying true to yourself, of always fighting for one's dreams and goals, of never giving up and standing for what you believe in, especially when it comes to protecting those who are dear to us. Someone very important to me before taught me a very valuable lesson. And to this day, I cherish his words every day. Tsunade and Jiraiya stared at Gaara in shock. That has to be the longest they heard the man spoke. Damn right. I agree with that wholeheartedly. You know what? I think you and I are going to get along very well, Kazekage-sama. Gaara's smile widened as he too sipped from his bowl. Likewise, Yuzu he stopped himself, nearly forgetting himself. Their conversation has almost caused him to forget that this Naruto still hasn't remembered yet. Ōtsutsuki-sama. As the two exchanged words and pleasantries, Tsunade watched from the sidelines as she eased back in her chair. Maybe the QB is right. Their Naruto is trying to break free, but it would a very strong catalyst to truly unshackle the chains to his memories. As the conversation went on, however, their attention turned to the Chunin exams itself. And while Tsunade was enjoying herself, content to just listen to Naruto's voice, a thought occurred to her as she fingered the blue pendant hanging from her chest. I have a proposal for you, Namikaze-sama. I'm listening, Hokage. Naruto turned to her, suddenly interested. Since this is your first time in the Chunin exams, how about we make this a little more interesting? Just what are you proposing, Tsunade-sama? A bet. A bet. Yes, you're aware of course that at the end of this, there will be matches. Are you interested in a little contest, if you will? Tempting, but since I only have 2 participants, I think it's rather unfair, don't you think, Hokage-sama? Of course, you won't get out of this empty-handed. If one from our teams reach the final round, whoever wins can make any demands of the losing side. Of course, you should know that if your team loses before reaching the final round, that counts as you losing, right? And to make it worth your while, I'll even stake my own necklace in this. What do you say? Kyuubi, who have been listening from Naruto's side, leaned in to Momoshiki. Take the bet, Kit. I told you before, didn't I? She's the legendary sucker. And that necklace, that's worth well over 3 mountains with gold mines in it. It would be a valuable asset to have in our hands. Naruto grinned. You're on, Granny. There's no way my Inari and Haku can lose anyway. So we are in agreement then? You're on. It's a bet of a lifetime. Tsunade smiled. It's not that she has no faith in Niji's team. She was planning on giving the necklace anyway. She just wants Naruto to be more invested in the exams than he already is. Besides, she felt wrong wearing this necklace for all those years. This time it gets back to its rightful owner anyway. Oh. Naruto stretched as he exited the Hokage's reception hall. He had an amazing time and he felt like he was full for some reason, like that gnawing feeling at the pit in his stomach have receded somewhat. As he moved to make way for his designated quarters, he spotted Niji on the hallway, and it looks as if the genin have been waiting for him for quite a while. Namikaze-sama, a moment of your time. Of course, Niji-san. I did say we can talk anytime before. What is it? I want to be the one to formally tour you around the village. That is, if you'll allow it. Naruto stared at the man in front of him. And suddenly, he remembered Kyuubi teasing him one night how the Hyuga was more than interested in him, and his face reddened at the thought. After all, the man waited for him all this time just to spend time with him. So it can only mean one thing, right? Yo, you mean L like a DD date? Smirking to himself, Niji moved closer to the stammering Ōtsutsuki and whispered close to his ear. If you want it to be, Ōtsutsuki-sama. Naruto looked at the Hyuga wide-eyed, and Niji swore that for a moment there, he saw the red glow of the Sharingan behind that white bandana tied to his forehead. My, aren't we forward, Hyuga-san? Well, I am rather curious with what your village has to offer. Maybe. Let me go get changed into something more casual. These clothes have been killing me all day. May I walk you home, sir? Niji offered his hand, but a flash of red appeared before him. Watch it, Hyuga. Do not overstep your limits. It's fine, Karachan. I'll see you when we get back. All right? Now come on, Niji-san. I've been wanting to give this village a tour since this morning. As Naruto grabbed Niji's hand, two sets of eyes watched the pair jealously as Naruto dragged Niji through the streets of Konoha. Chapter 17. Fated Reunions. Oh! Naruto's boisterous laughter filled Niji's ear. His unrestrained laughter warmed the Hyuga's heart. And if he had to embarrass himself and tell jokes to do it, it was worth it. Naruto was in a simple all-black outfit with an orange haori on top. His hair was tied neatly as the ponytail on his back bounced as he laughed. His veil is no more, leaving his face bare to the world and letting the other ninja truly appreciate his face in full view. To Niji, nothing could be more breathtaking than the man in front of him. This man who ripped him from his darkness and melted all his walls when they were children. Truly, despite the horn on his head and the Rinnegan eyes, Naruto, at least to Niji, look absolutely attractive. And even without his memories, Naruto is energetic and excitable when not in the presence of his servants. When there is no need for ceremony, it is here where Naruto truly shines, and there have been moments when Niji found himself speechless, just admiring the view in front of him. As they wandered aimlessly through the streets, Niji can't help but keep watch on Naruto's face, and he has to admit that the years have been kind to Naruto. The whisker marks on his cheeks have become darker, true, but it only accented his now otherworldly beauty. Did you see the look on that guy's face? Hilarious. You sure showed him, Niji-san. About that Momoshiki-sama, you can simply refer to me as Niji, if you want to. Naruto stopped, looked at him before shrugging. Yeah, you're right. I felt like we're close friends by now anyway. And to tell you the truth, I haven't really had a friend my age anyway. In that case, call me Momoshiki, Niji. And if anyone gives you a hard time for it, they'll be answering to me. Niji gave a small smile as he tightened his hold on the Namakuge's hand. Here, Naruto shoved a candied apple in front of him. As token of our friendship. Niji accepted the treat, and even if he's not one for sweets, he indulged in it regardless, especially when Naruto's expressive eyes were shining with joy at the prospect of having a new friend. As the two wandered the streets of Konoha further, Naruto abruptly stopped as he looked up at the mountain above them. Is something wrong, Momoshiki? There's something about that place. Feels familiar. Niji had no time to ask what he meant by it further as Naruto lifted him on his arms and Niji felt light all of the sudden. That was when he realized that they were actually flying towards the mountain with Hokage heads on it. As Naruto slowly descended on one of the heads, he placed Niji down, who gazed at the village below them. He can't help but gasp at the view as the lights contrasted against the darkness that's enveloping Konoha. Amazing! He can't help but breathe out as he took in the sights. He hasn't been up here for quite a while now, and to see the village in this angle in this time was absolutely breathtaking. Naruto smiled from behind him. Beautiful, isn't it? I always felt this place was familiar. I say it was worth bringing you here. Thank you, Momoshiki. It truly is a beautiful sight. I haven't actually taken a good look at the village all this time. Right? Makes you want to protect it, doesn't it? Niji looked down, remembering the very same words uttered from that lips countless of times before. Naruto of the past also wanted to protect Konoha, despite how it was revealed how the people used to treat him. And Niji can't help but feel a surge of respect for the man. Momoshiki, When Niji looked up, however, he realized that the Namakuge's face was very close to him. Oh, so close. And those lips started to look so tempting all of a sudden. Niji doesn't understand what came over him. Maybe because of the atmosphere or the high he experienced as he watched the village from his high up. Or maybe because he just missed Naruto terribly after all those years and seeing him this close made him want to hold him forever. But he leaned in close too. He could feel Naruto's breath against his lips. And when Naruto made no move to avoid him, Niji captured those lips with his own. Momoshiki didn't seem to mind this as his arm wrapped themselves at the back of Niji's neck. Spurred by the boldness of the Namakuge, Niji wrapped his own arms on the man's waist. And when air became a necessity for both of them, the two parted slowly, not saying a word to each other. Wow, Naruto was the one who broke the silence first. That was breathtaking. Niji finished for him. His cheeks were flushed now, his eyes half-lidded. He could feel his heart thumping in his chest. He doesn't understand this new feelings. He only wanted to get close to Naruto, to help him remember. But why is he falling for the loud ninja? As Niji stood in the Namakige's hold, unmoving, still processing what happened, he was quickly shoved to the side and watched as Naruto quickly unwrapped the white bandage on his left hand. Niji realized then that Naruto had just absorbed an attack for them. Let go of him, Hyuga! When Niji regained his senses, Naruto was already in his battle mode. And Niji marveled at the sight before him. He saw the Namakage train before, but this is something even more magnificent. For Naruto's chakra glowed golden as his eyes turned into slits. The blue Rinnegan has transformed completely into golden orbs. At the sides of his eyes, red-crimson wings appeared. For chakra tails emerged from his back as he shielded Niji from the attacker. Niji was familiar with this form. This is the form that the fox referred to as a completed fox sage mode. Uchiha, sneered Niji. Hyuga, that attack was meant for you, Sasuke retorted back. You again, Naruto exclaimed. First at Wave and now here. You really don't know when to quit, do you, mortal? Get away from him, Naruto. You're meant to be with me, not him. Sasuke was livid. His Sharingan eyes spun wildly as he glared at the Hyuga behind Naruto's back. Foolish mortal, to command me, an Ōtsutsuki, and for the last time, I am Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, Lord of the Land of Waves, heir to Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, God amongst you simpering mortals. I will not be disrespected in this manner. It was in this moment that Niji was reminded of how different this Naruto is to their old one. Momoshiki is ready to kill Sasuke. He could see the claws on the Namakige's hand lengthen as he advanced to the glowering Uchiha. Perhaps you coming here is not coincidence, after all, Uchiha, is it? You have something of ours that I will have to reclaim first. It is a national treasure of Wave. Return it at once. Then I'll take great pleasure devouring your pathetic existence. What are you saying, Dobe? Still playing ignorant, I see. I'm going to enjoy this wholeheartedly. Naruto approached, his eyes glistening with bloodlust as Sasuke took a step back. This is not how he pictured their next meeting would be. Curse that Hyuga for making him rush in like this. This is not how he planned their next encounter at all, and it's all ruined. All because of this Hyuga. Wait. Naru Momoshiki. Sasuke finally realized his error, and if using that name helps placate the raging inferno of chakra before him, he'll do it. No, I believe I won't. Hand me the sword back and I may yet show you mercy. Please, just listen to me for a minute. Why should I? You attacked us first, if I recall. And you stormed my friend's palace to steal our national treasure. Your actions are beyond forgiveness. What is there for us to discuss? Sasuke was rooted in fear. He can't believe this is happening. He can't believe it would end this way. Before Naruto could advance any further, a flash of crimson appeared and in an instant, Kyuubi was there in his front. Stop it, Kit. Let me handle this. Stand aside, Karachan. I have dallied long enough. Please? Just this once. Naruto was taken aback. It's not often that the fox would beg like this. Let me talk to him. I will retrieve the sword for you. For now, trust me on this. Won't you? Fine, Karachan. Since you asked so nicely. Naruto picked the still stunned Niji in his arms and disappeared in a rift he created. Sasuke could only look on in jealousy, still unable to process what just happened. Kyuubi turned to him now. Uchiha, of all the reckless, irresponsible thing you could have done. Kyuubi ran his hand through his hair in exasperation and sighed. Come with me. You and I will have a very thorough conversation. Why should I go with you? I don't even know you. Kyuubi removed his mask, revealing Naruto's face to Sasuke. Sasuke could only watch in horror at the crimson-eyed demon. You will come with me, Uchiha. You owe me that much at least. Not seeing much of a choice, Sasuke relented and followed the demon, still confused about this startling turn of events. Oh! Naruto gently placed Niji back on his feet. He has since calmed down now, and the thunderous torrent of chakra that engulfed him mere moments ago has died down. Are you all right, Niji? Niji blushed at the seeming concern that Naruto had for him. My apologies if you had to see that. Sometimes, it's difficult to control my temper. I assure you, Momoshiki, it's perfectly all right. I'm not harmed in any way at all. Thanks to you, Niji said, still reeling from the sudden intensity of what took place just mere moments ago. He was suddenly drawn to Momoshiki's broad chest, and he can't help but inhale the sunshine that enveloped him. You're not Niji. Nothing can escape these eyes, remember. While it's true that Niji was shaken, it was not from seeing the Uchiha once again. It was the fury that he saw in Naruto's eyes mere moments ago. It was something that he never saw in his friend's eyes ever before. And Niji wondered if there is more to Naruto's anger than what he initially said. As if some repressed hate, bitterness, and anger oozed out in that moment. Though when he looked up, Naruto's eyes were no longer those same angry ones. The appearance of their unrestrained fury was still burned fresh in his mind. But he decided to not think of it for a moment. Content that right now he's surrounded wholly by Naruto. He leaned his head tighter against that welcoming chest, taking in more of Naruto's scent. I admit that I was a bit shaken, but I'm fine now really. Thank you, Momoshiki. That's good, Niji. Man, I can't believe our night was ruined. Who was that guy anyway? I'll explain soon, but for now I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you mind if we grab something to eat? Niji hoped that Naruto would agree, not really in the mood to explain about the Uchiha right now. His prayers were answered when Naruto's look softened. TSK, it's hard to refuse that offer, Niji, especially if it's from you. Do you have a place in mind? Actually, my friends were planning a get-together for dinner tonight. Would you like to join us? I'd be honored, Niji. As long as it's with you, I don't really care. And Niji's heart nearly melted when he saw Momoshiki grinned down at him. Oh, what is going on here? Who are you? Kyubi growled. Shut up, Uchiha, and listen well. You are the most idiotic, pig-headed, ill-advised moron that I have the displeasure of meeting. But, Kyubi sighed, if you want Naruto back, you will listen and you will heed my words. But first, let us discuss the return of the executioner's blade. The kit won't stay silent otherwise. You will receive another blade, trust me. But for now, do cooperate, Uchiha. I am so close to ripping you to shreds right now, and it's hard for me to even look at you without feeling intense anger. But I have other priorities in mind, so I suggest that you sort out your priorities as well. It finally dawned unto Sasuke that the demon in front of him has his best interests in mind. And so, with a sigh, Sasuke relented. All right, but first I have a few questions of my own as well. Is that really you, Kurama? The fox grinned. Took you long enough. And with that, the demon was tackled to the ground as Sasuke embraced him in a hug. I was angry at you, you know? You left us. I'm sorry, Kura. Forgive me? Gah, you will earn it in time, Sasuke. But for now, I have bigger priorities than my own resentment towards you. And while I don't think I could ever forgive you for what you've done, Naruto comes first. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Sasuke looked down, aware of what he did. But for now, he knows that Kurama is acting in Naruto's best interest. And just as the demon lowered its pride, so shall he. For Naruto, it's the least he could do. All right, Kura, what do I need to do? Kurama grinned. Seeing the Uchiha humble himself is a rare sight for the demon. But this makes it all the more easier to achieve his ends. Here's to hoping the Uchiha won't make any more rash decisions while they're gradually piecing the pieces together. Chapter 18. Sasuke's Resolve. Oh, your fight at the Valley of the End broke him, Sasuke. Naruto's mind completely crumbled that day. While I did what I could to heal his physical wounds, even I can't reach his mind. It's only thanks to this entity who calls himself Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki that Naruto was brought from the brink. And even then, he wasn't the same ever since. I always wondered myself, but over time, I've come to realize that it's not that something inside was broken, but Naruto himself wishes to begin anew without the burdens of his past and the hurt he received. And when Momoshiki offered him the chance to restart his life, our Naruto back then took it without question, burying any semblance of the old to start his new life as an Ōtsutsuki. I have tried ever since to restore him, countless of times in fact. But a barrier now exists between his consciousness and my own. Sasuke's heart clenched as he listened to the Kyuubi's tale, for he knew that solely, he's the one to blame. Don't you know how hollow it feels without him, Uchiha? All those years, this feeling of empty disconnect, the narrowing of the empty space in my own abyss. It felt as if my own mind is being torn apart. I spent years hating you since then, but in the end, all I know is that for him to become whole once more, he needs you. And as much as I hated you, as much as I blamed you for everything, Naruto always comes first. Sasuke looked wide-eyed at the fox, who's bearing all that he is to him now, and he can't help but pity him, for he knows that through their history, the fox always looked out for them both. He has to make things right again. He has to, and if he have to move heaven and earth to do it, he'd do it. Kyuubi gave a self-deprecating laugh as he looked at his hands. Look at us, reduced to this pathetic existence by one mortal. Although by all accounts Naruto isn't exactly a mortal now, is he? The Ōtsutsuki blood that runs within him slowly rewrote his very genetics. And while we may be able to brought his memories back, we may never return to the halcyon days of old. Still, are you willing to try, Uchiha? Sasuke looked at the fox, resolve burning in his midnight eyes. Naruto was the one and only constant in his life, and he will not let his dobe slip through his hands again. He won't make the same mistake again. I will, Kurama. I will retrieve the sword and return it as soon as possible. And, thank you. Promise, I will make amends. Not just to him but also to you. The Kyuubi just chuckled and turned. Do not thank me yet, Uchiha. We still haven't accomplished anything. I will contact you during the Chunin exams. But until then, try not to cause any more trouble. I have waited a long time for this moment. No one will get in the way. As the fox disappeared before Sasuke, he let out a huge breath, a huge burden having been suddenly lifted from him. The assurance that the fox is doing this for them both washed over him as he slumped on his chair. He closed his eyes as he indulged himself in memories of old once more. Oh, everyone, I'd like you to meet a very special guest. Niji began as he entered the small venue they rented for the evening. The Namikaze of Wave will be joining us today. I'd like you all to meet Lord Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. I trust you will all afford him respect and our famed Konoha hospitality. All right, we're complete at last. Finally, Konoha 10 is back in full again, Kiba announced as he eyed their visitor, causing Momoshiki to send looks of confusion to Niji. Don't mind Kiba, Momoshiki. He just likes to run his mouth. Anyway, I'm sure everyone is excited to have you. Well, if you say so, Niji. I'm not the one to refuse good food, Momoshiki said as he sat himself on the table and joined the others, while the rest gawked at him, still unable to believe that their Naruto is finally in front of them. In the flesh, Naruto himself just enjoyed the familiar sounds and the food, not minding the chaos of his peers around him. For some reason, this feels right, and so despite the noise and Kiba and Lee's bickering or the odd looks that Hinata have been sending him, Momoshiki didn't seem to mind as he enjoyed the night with Niji's friends. He has completely forgotten the earlier incident at the Hokage Mountains. Instead, he made his resolve to simply sit back and relish in this company. He doesn't quite get it, but their presence filled his chest with warmth. And without realizing it, he's already arguing with Kiba and Lee about the best flavors of ramen and talking with Choji about the best cuts of meat to barbecue. And through it all, Sakura, Tenten and Niji watched him with a nostalgic expression. Despite everything, Momoshiki for all intents felt right at home with the rambunctious crowd, and he too lost himself in their antics. Oh, what? You can't be serious, Sasuke-san. After all the trouble we took to get it. Sasuke glared at Suigetsu, who shrunk under his stare. It was carelessness on my part to charge into Wave without researching the circumstances. But to hold on to it invites a diplomatic incident with Wave. If we are to maintain legitimacy, it is only right that we return it. Do you have a problem with it, Hozuki? And not at all, Sasuke-san. Suigetsu sighed as he handed the Otokiage his sword, took one last look at it before leaving the room. Despite his heavy heart, he can't possibly expect to go against Sasuke. Anyway, Besides, there are more weapons from the Swordsman of the Mist he can collect. Still, the swordsmen wonder why Sasuke started caring now, of all times. As Sasuke held the sword in his hands and looked at it longingly, as if it's the key to Naruto. Of course it won't be, but it will be the first step. And for now, nothing else matters. If the sword is that important to Naruto, he will return it no matter what. Besides, he has to start earning his keep as well. And after all the things he's done and said that day, it won't be easy for him to earn his forgiveness. Still, he's positive that over time he can still reach out to his Naruto. Sasuke's eyes hardened as determination flared from within. If Kyuubi is willing to lower his pride, then he should be willing to sink low as well. Naruto, his sunshine deserves that much. Karen. Yes, Sasuke-kun? Make the necessary preparations. We shall officially make our way to Konoha. Are the teams ready? Well, as you requested, we drafted some from former lab experiments. From the volunteers, we were able to form 3 teams. But I'm not sure if they're exactly fit. That's fine. Winning is not our aim anyway. You may take your leave now. Karen stared at him for a minute, confused as to what their leader's thinking, but did as she's told anyway. She often wonders why they even bothered with this. Sound has no proper ninja system. Most who flock to the village are refugees or former experiments. But who was she to question their leader's plans? Oh! Momoshiki was excited. As per Tsunade's timetable, tomorrow is the day that the Chunin exams will start. And considering the excitement surrounding it, he can't wait to finally witness it. For some reason, his soul is on fire and he can't wait to get it over with, especially if he finally will have the chance to witness other ninja fight. It gets boring only having to watch his brothers fight. Which is why he's also overseeing Inari and Haku's training today. He's been itching for a good action and he wanted to see just how much the two has progressed. Naruto dodged Inari's fist as he parried Haku's kunai. Your form is definitely improving, Inari. And Haku, your aim is slightly off. But it's passable. Now I want you two to show me what you've learned from Kurama. Inari grinned. He's been waiting for this moment. He closed his eyes and opened slitted crimson ones. On the corner of his eyes, a narrow crimson mark also materialized, appearing darker and darker with each nature energy he absorbs. Haku does the same as he concentrated chakra on his palms and struck at Naruto. Naruto just grinned, but didn't enter his own Fox Sage mode, nor did he activate his Byakugan. He knows he can't be too hard on them, despite their experience with Wave's missions. With their Fox Sage mode activated, they were finally able to keep up with Naruto's natural speed. And Naruto was having fun with the two as he parried their kicks, punches, and weapons. No fair, Naruto-naiken. You're not even in your Fox Sage mode, and we're still having trouble keeping up. Naruto just chuckled. Well, you two can continue training. But don't feel bad, Inari, Haku. You're definitely going to win the finals. I'm sure of it. I won't be surprised if you two will end up fighting for the final match. Inari groaned in frustration. He really wanted to hit his sensei. He wanted to show the results of his training and he won't be contented with this. Let's show him, Haku-chan. Just this once, he wanted to impress Naruto and Haku seemed to be in agreement. So he formed the necessary hand signs and a small rift opened to his side. He slid his arms into the rift while Haku distracted Naruto with his ice mirrors. While Naruto fought off Haku's double images, 2 rifts materialized in his back, and in it emerged 2 hands bearing a spinning crimson sphere of chakra. Rasengan. Before the attack could connect, however, Naruto caught his wrists. Inari, I taught you that technique, remember? But man, I'm impressed with your combo with Haku. You two go rest up. That was a great fight, Naruto said as he wiped off the sweat that fell from his forehead. Inari, content that they at least made their sensei sweat, relented and led Haku to a nearby tree as they caught their breath. At their level, using nature energy is incredibly draining. But the satisfaction of at least denting their leader was enough for Inari. As the two laid on the grass, Naruto smiled to himself. His team is definitely ready for the exams, and he's proud of what they accomplished. He was about to join them himself when he saw a figure approach him. Amazing display, Namikaze-sama. And you are? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Ōtsutsuki of sound, Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, Naruto's disposition changed. You! But before he can do anything else, the man in front of him dropped to one knee and offered him a box. Please, my lord, accept my humblest apologies. I realize that we may not have gotten the best of start, but I really wish to know you further. I wish only to offer you my most sincerest apologies for all that has transpired between us. Naruto calmed himself, surprised at the sight in front of him. This is definitely something that he didn't expect. The man kneeling in front of him completely caught him off guard. He took the time to examine the box, and true enough, the executioner's blade is in it, along with a blue rose on it. Naruto looked at the rose in confusion. What is this? That flower is native to sound, my lord. I hope it is to your liking. Naruto looked at the man warily, who still remained on his knee, and Naruto could almost cringe at the sight. That has to hurt, especially since they're on the rocky part of Konoha's training ground and he wanted the man to get up already. He looked conflicted for a moment, unsure of how to proceed, but strangely, he couldn't find himself to be angry. He's not quite sure why, but the sight of this man prostrating in front of him lowered his guard. Well, the return of the blade was all I asked, Uchiha, and for that, I guess I really can't stay mad anyway. I dislike pointless violence. And since you've done this much, I believe I'm willing to look beyond our earlier encounters. Naruto held out a hand and offered it to Sasuke, signaling him to get up. Sasuke looked up in shock, and he was reminded just how forgiving Naruto really is when he saw no sign of anger in those shining blue eyes looking down on him. And so he eagerly took the hand, which promptly pulled him up. Thank you, Momoshiki-sama. However, Naruto began again. Since you're a Kage of a separate village, I think you must somehow make amends for what you've done to the daimyo's castle. A reparation is in order, don't you think? Done, my lord. I will personally see to it that all expenses plus more will be paid and the damage repaired solely at my village's expense. Sasuke was quick to say, and despite knowing that Sound is in no financial shape for the moment, he knows that this is penance for all the things he did, something that he'll have to do in order to get back on his Naruto's good side. Besides, the small smile that slowly makes its way to Naruto's lips was worth. But as soon as that relief washed over him, Momoshiki spoke once more and Sasuke could feel bile rise to his throat. And lastly, you will apologize to Hyuga Neji for your previous assault. Only then can I truly forgive you. At the mention of Neji's name, Sasuke's blood ran cold. He could still see that image of Neji kissing Naruto in his mind. But even as his heart rages, he maintained an image of composure. This is for Naruto after all. As you wish, my lord. Besides, the huge grin on Naruto's face makes it all worth it. Would you allow me, my lord, to treat you to lunch? I heard that the Ichiraka ramen is nearby. Naruto contemplated for a bit. Seeing no harm in it and excited at the prospect of eating at Ichiraku, he nodded and grabbed Sasuke's hand. Well, why didn't you say so? Inari, take care of this sword for me, will you? This gentleman and I have a very important appointment. Before Inari could react, however, Naruto has already dragged the shocked and perplexed Uchiha to the village's direction. And from a distance, just as the line of trees started, a figure in crimson robes watched in satisfaction, before he too moved to join his students at the training yard. Chapter 19, The Raven and the White Knight. Oh! To Dead Rose, here's the template for the Fox Sage mode. Or Google Red Sage mode if the link isn't working. Just replace the eye with a vertical slit, rather than a horizontal one. Picture the one from QB. Sorry, I couldn't find other way to describe the outer wingtips around the eye. I hope it helps you visualize. By the way, thank you for pointing out the mistakes in Chapter 17. Gave me quite a laugh while I was rereading it. Oh! As soon as they sat down, Sasuke was instantly hit with a wave of nostalgia. The growing pile of bowls at their side reminded Sasuke of their genin days and the warmth radiating from his Naruto beside him. The smell of the sun and the earth that subtly wafted through the strong scent of miso and broth instantly flooded his mind with memories, and his heart clenched at the thought that his Naruto, who sat so close to him, was still so far out of his reach. While their conversation was non-hostile, it was bereft of the old intimacy they used to have. Those moments where they would just lay under the stars and the moon and talk after training when they were younger. He cannot deny, however, that while this Naruto is vastly different from his narrow-minded and headstrong Dobe, his kind nature has been left to him, and for that, Sasuke was thankful because despite their old history, the Namekage of today held no grudge to him over their previous altercations. And as he watched Naruto scarf down the heavenly treat that the enthusiastic Ayame and Tuchi served them, he was still reminded that somewhere trapped beneath the confines of his mind lies Naruto's consciousness. And while the Naruto of today regards him without hostility, Sasuke longed for the intimate kisses and the aggressive touches from Naruto's inexperienced yet eager hands. His eyes traced the man's features, wondering what it would be like to touch his horns, or to run his fingers through that long silky hair that was tied down behind him, or to run his lips over those expressive eyes and soft, plump lips. For a moment, he felt jealous of the broth and the noodles that were hungrily and intimately savored by those greedy appendages. The way that his Dobe's eyes would glaze over, half-lidded as they regarded each bowl, or how those lips would smack together and suck on those limp yet chewy noodles, as wet pink tongue eagerly licked the hot broth on the sides of his bowl. Sasuke could feel an uncomfortable tightness in his pants that he hasn't felt in a long time. All of a sudden, he's aware of the thunderous roar of his heartbeat against his own ears. As he felt Naruto's sapphire eyes side-glanced at him, he felt his face heat up as he eyed the muscular and long slender neck that twitched with every gulp and every swallow. It is in moments like these that Sasuke wish he can be that ramen that his Dobe is so engrossed with. He glared at his bowl, not liking where his thoughts are headed. "Are you all right, Uchiha-san?" Naruto's concerned face came into his view as the Ōtsutsuki noticed how the other male stopped eating. Sasuke had to suck the pool of saliva that threatened to spill out of his mouth as he jerked up, surprised at the suddenness of the inquiry. "Wah, yeah. Ha," Sasuke managed to stammer. "You haven't touched your ramen, you know? Is something wrong with it? Damn Naruto and his innocence sometimes." Sasuke inwardly cursed as his heart nearly melted at the puppy-like expression on the other man's face. It doesn't help that his bunny-like horns made him look even more adorable from Sasuke's angle. "Oh, I was just wondering about the teams for this year's Chunin exams." Sasuke was proud of himself for his quick thinking. That's something they can all relate to. Unfortunate it is to admit, but my teams are a bunch of slackers. Naruto grinned. "Hee, not mine. I am actually very excited to see how they'll perform. I've personally trained them myself." "Really?" Sasuke took this as an opportunity to inch closer. "Would love to see them in action, Namekage-sama." "Oh, you'll get to see them very soon, Otokage-sama. In fact, we spent the entire year just training. I'm pretty proud of my Inari's progress. And it's all thanks to Konoha's help." "Really? How so?" "Well, it's a funny story, really. Kakashi-san and a bunch of ninja from Konoha appeared on our doorstep one day. Well, one thing led to another and we now have a strong alliance with Konoha, which is a big help, really. I honestly have no idea it was that hard to establish a ninja academy of all things. But well, thanks to everyone's help." Sasuke relished the voice of his love. Yes, how he missed this talkative Naruto. The voice that pierces the darkest of his thoughts each night. How he dreamed of this voice again and again. And to hear this in the flesh is like music to his ears. For this voice that brought comfort to him each night in his dreams is actually real this time. As Naruto droned on and on about his story, Sasuke was lost again as he continued to enjoy the sound of Naruto's voice. "And then it turns out we both have the Byakugan, and so we sparred for a bit, and hey, Sasuke-san? Sasuke-san." Sasuke was brought out of his reverie once more as Naruto waved his hand in front of him. "What? Huh? Did I lose you there? Sorry. Apart from Niji, there's really no one my age that I got to talk to. And you seem easy to talk to, so I guess I spilled my guts and oh my, I don't even know what I'm talking about. And, hey, am I boring you?" Naruto inquired as he noticed Sasuke's expression soured as he heard the name Niji. Sasuke was quick to grab his hand and realized his error. No, of course not, Namekage-sama. You're fun to talk to. As a matter of fact, I really love hearing your voice. If I could, I'd listen to you talk all day, my lord." Sasuke noticed a slight tinge of pink dusting the Namekage's cheeks, giving him an inward sense of victory as he held the hand tighter, jumping inwardly when Naruto didn't seem to recoil at his touch. "Gah, you're making this weird, you know?" Naruto said as he slurped more of his noodles. "Am I? My apologies, sir." Before any word can be said, Sasuke's keen ears could hear a set of footsteps approaching them, and true enough, a voice joined in their conversation. He realized who it was at once. I didn't expect to see you here, Momoshiki." Sasuke perked upon hearing that. The Hyuga is on a first-name basis with his Naruto? What's worse is, the very same Hyuga shamelessly sat beside his Naruto, and his Naruto reflexively swung an arm over the Hyuga's shoulder. "Neji, I didn't expect you either. What's up?" "Oh, nothing. My team and I just finished training, and I decided to grab a bite to eat. And who could have imagined who I saw? It would appear that fate has drawn us together. Again, Momoshiki." Neji side-eyed Sasuke as he whispered the last part close to Naruto's eye. Hey, what did I tell you about that fate crap, Neji?" "Ah, sorry. Mina-chan, I almost forgot." Neji leaned closer to Naruto as he rested his chin on the man's shoulder. "I'll be sure to remember next time." Neji inwardly smirked as he saw the Uchiha tightened his grip on his chopsticks, the other's eyes carefully following Neji's fingers crawling their way up Naruto's neck like a hawk eyeing their prey. It wasn't a lie that they were just training nearby, but as soon as he could sense Naruto's chakra, he excused himself from Tenten and Lee. "Anyway, how goes your preparation for the Chunin exams? I heard you're participating in it." "It's going quite well, my lord. In fact, I'm pretty excited to show you a new technique of mine. I hope you'll enjoy it at the matches. I developed it after our spar." "Whoa, really? I'm excited. Oh, what am I saying? I nearly forgot. I'd like you to meet the Ōtsutsuki, Neji." Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes twitched as Neji stole a bite of chashu from Naruto's chopsticks. The freaking nerve. "Greetings, Ōtsutsuki-sama. Hyuga Neji, at your service, sir." Neji smirked as he extended his hand. Naruto looked at Sasuke expectantly, who hesitantly took it. "My pleasure, meeting you, Hyuga," Sasuke stiffly said as he tried to control his emotions. He must not cause a scene here. He already promised Kyuubi he'd behave, and he will stick to that promise now. "Oh no, the pleasure is all mine. Though I didn't know you were the Ōtsutsuki now, Uchiha-sama. I hope you won't abandon your subjects, sir, because I for one know someone who's an expert at running away." The chopstick on Sasuke's hand snapped and Neji's smirk only widened as he felt the Uchiha seethed. Naruto seemed to be clueless what he was referring to because he continued eating his ramen. "How I lead my people is none of your business, Hyuga." "Quite. My apologies, sir." "Hey, speaking of apologies, I believe a certain someone promised something. Uchiha-san, if you will." Sasuke looked like a deer caught in headlights. His eyes widened as he remembered their earlier talk. But the expecting look from Naruto led him to recompose himself and he found his voice yet again. "Right, Hyuga-san, about what happened between us. I offer you my most sincere apologies. If there's anything I could do to make amends, then I'd be happy to do it." Sasuke turned to Neji as he uttered his apologies through clenched teeth. "Oh, that's quite all right, Ōtsutsuki-sama. No one's hurt in the end. Though I may take you up on your offer sometime later." Sasuke was about to retort more but Naruto pulled the two men together. "Oh, isn't this great? Now we can all be friends, right? I've never had friends my age before. Isn't this exciting?" Naruto said as he rubbed their cheeks together, unaware of the electricity emanating through both men beside him as pale white eyes glared back at dark obsidian. "Yes, friends," Sasuke and Neji said in agreement. "Hey, Tsuchi-san. Another bowl for my friend here, please," Naruto said as he offered Neji his seat. And so the three would eat an uneasy lunch together with their oblivious object of affection trying to get them to talk from time to time. From a distance, a certain fox watched the whole interaction in amusement as he tried to contain his laughter. "Kara-sensei?" Inari inquired as he watched his sensei tried to contain his laughter. "Nice going, Hyuga," Inari heard the fox whisper. "Sensei?" Inari asked again. This time, Kurama couldn't contain himself anymore. He laughed freely. And as he noticed, Inari and Haku looked at him confused as his howls of laughter echoed through the streets. He immediately composed himself. "Ah, what are you two dallying for? Didn't I tell you two to start preparing for tomorrow? Go now and make us all proud." "Yes, sensei." Inari sent one worried glance at his sensei's direction before pulling Haku along. "Be sure to sleep early, you two. The Chunin exams starts early tomorrow." "Understood, sir." As Inari and Haku ran along, Kurama shook his head as he hinged himself into a small fox. Something interesting is definitely brewing over in that little ramen shop, and he'd be damn if he'll miss out on it. Chapter 20. What's in Your Heart? Oh. Naruto laid on his bed as he contemplated the day. It was strange to him, to be honest. How easily he forgave the man who not only attacked the daimyo's castle and stole their national treasure, but also attacked him in Konoha. Instead, a deep part of him actually wants to get closer to the man. And when they teleported to return the sword to the daimyo allowed them the use of the sword, saying that it's for Wave's defenders. Then the sword is meant to be used. However, when the daimyo wanted more punishment for the Ōtsutsuki, it was Naruto who intervened and graciously asked the daimyo to extend leniency. He thought back to their moments back in Ichiraku and how he wanted so much to include Sasuke in every conversation. And even when Neji was holding on to him, Naruto still yearns to be touched by Uchiha. There's a strange familiarity he felt with that man, and he can't deny the longing looks the man have been sending him throughout their time in Ichiraku, which oddly sent waves of excitement and self-pride towards him that he too can't help but preen himself in front of the Uchiha. He even loosened his white yukata under the guise of more comfort when in reality, he just wanted those dark obsidian eyes to look at his muscled neck. And when the Uchiha can't keep his eyes off him, something in his chest stirred, something akin to excitement and anticipation. "Just who are you, Uchiha Sasuke?" he muttered to himself as he stared at the ceiling. After their time at Ichiraku, Naruto retreated to his designated quarters right in the center of the Hokage's complex. While the rest of the Kage who started to stream in were assigned their own hotels, Tsunade insisted in him staying in the tower, saying something that she wanted the best accommodation for him and how she wanted his first Chunin exams to be extra special. Naturally, Naruto and his escorts were also given free rein on the Hokage Tower, and Inari and Haku were off training in the Hokage's personal training yard. But Naruto couldn't even bring himself to oversee them for the night, for he was too overwhelmed with what happened that day. It almost felt surreal to him. What made this man so special? Thinking about someone? "Gah! You surprised me, Kara-chan," Naruto said, nearly jumping when Kyuubi entered the room. A smug expression on his face which irritated him further. He knows that look, all right. The fox have teased him before, and that's the very same look. "Is there something that I should know, Kurama?" "Nothing that you don't already know, little kit," the fox said cryptically as his clone laid beside him and started playing with his hair. For once, I really would appreciate if you stop speaking in riddles, you know. It would help a lot." The fox grinned, crimson eyes dancing with mirth, as he reached up to enjoy the silky feeling of Naruto's shoulder-length golden locks. "I could, but I'm having too much fun to tease you, Naruto-chan. And stop calling me that. Why? It's the real you after all. It's time you stop denying what's in your heart, little kit." The Kyuubi flipped them so that the fox is now on top of him. "You've always known who you are deep down. You can't expect to hide from your past forever, you know? Tesuke, the past doesn't matter, Kurama. What matters is now. And I like who I am now. And I as well. You are far stronger, smarter, craftier, and more confident, more assertive, more dominant than who you ever once were. And for that, I respect you tremendously. However, you can always feel it, can't you?" Kyuubi leaned closer to him so their lips and noses are almost touching. The demon placed a hand over his chest, caressing it carefully. "You can feel that there's something missing in here." Naruto stared at the fox, feeling those intense crimson eyes boring into his, and found himself unable to reply, because deep down he knows that what the fox says is true. The feeling of incompleteness has hounded him since that fateful encounter at the daimyo castle. And no matter what kind of chakra his father has fed him, there's always that lingering hunger at the pit of his stomach, that strange yearning for something or someone. He tried to convince himself that he has all that he needs. He has everything he could ever wanted, but deep down, there's always that feeling of incompleteness, that hollow emptiness in him that yearns to be fulfilled. He felt a soft kiss on his forehead as the Kyuubi pushed himself off the bed. You are not a coward, Uzumaki Naruto. You are battered beyond belief. And I know your heart and soul is tired, yet you keep a brave face. You are among the strongest person I know. Kurama. You don't need to force yourself now, Naruto. But know that I will always be here to await your return. For you have been a part of me as much as I am a part of you. I watched you grow throughout the years. I've seen how in every misfortune you always get back up. Seen how you fought every adversity in your way. And I know how the goodness in you always win out, how the light in you drives out the darkness. You surround yourself with whatever theatrics that you thought might help you convince yourself that what you believe is right. Even now, you still surround yourself in fanciful theatrics. The reason why you push Inari so hard, the reason why you work hard for the land of Wave. All of it comes full circle to who you really are deep inside, a hopeful, kind, loving person. And I know that the you who have been sleeping all this time, hiding, will emerge. And I will be here, whenever you're ready. I don't want to go back, Kyuubi, Naruto said as he clutched his chest, feeling a dull ache there all of the sudden. Don't want to feel it all over again. It's too late, Kit. You're already starting to feel again. Kyuubi placed a hand under his chin, caressing it lovingly. Know that whatever path you chose, through thick and thin, I will always be here for you. Naruto hugged Kurama, burying himself in that warm, inviting chest. Thank you, Kurachan. I wouldn't be where I am without you. Heh. You'd be lost without me, Uzumaki. And for that, I can't ever leave you. But it's time for you to show me your real self. The you that I've been waiting for. I'm not ready yet, Kyuubi. I can't. I'm sorry. Shoo. Kyuubi run little circles on his back as he held him in his arms. In time, little one. You will be ready. Rest. The night is getting late. And you have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Kurama. Naruto began. There's so many things he wants to tell the fox, so many he wants to ask. But eventually, he gave a small smile and kissed his clone on the cheek. Thank you, really. Thank you for everything. The fox replied by placing a hand on his head. Our fates are entwined so intimately, Naruto. I could never leave you alone. So don't think for a second that you're fighting alone. With that, the fox left Naruto to his thoughts. Oh. Kyuubi stared at the vast village of Konoha beyond him, contemplating how fragile mortals can be. And yet, they always never fail to surprise him. The vulnerability that Naruto's in right now is one of the many consequences that coming into contact with his past has brought. And as his present and past collides, the fox knew that deep inside Naruto is struggling to reconcile it, struggling to accept who he was. But he knows that the kit will eventually come through, for he has seen what marvels the young mortal can do, how he changed himself and the people around him, how he became the light not just to everyone else but to himself as well. And even for an old jaded demon like himself, Naruto have always been a great anchor, a lighthouse in stormy seas. And Kyuubi takes great pride and strong trust in the stability of that anchor. Naruto may drift in his own consciousness, lost in his own sea of doubts and insecurities, but eventually, he will remember what made Uzumaki Naruto the most unpredictable ninja the world has ever seen. The fox smiled to himself, feeling a sense of pride and love as he thought of the young mortal. For the demon have found no one else who made him feel this way, not even Hagoromo, who he saw as an adoptive father. For to him, Naruto is the other half to his soul, the facet that completes his heart, the guiding light to his existence. For Naruto has lifted the haze, conquered the hate from his heart, and chased away the darkness from within. And he'll protect it to his very last. For this time, it will be his time to guide the anchor back to its ship. Oh Naruto, what have you reduced me to? The fox lamented. But regardless, the thought brought a small smile to his face. Oh. Morning came to Konoha too quickly. Itachi, who have been guarding the door to the Namakige's door, felt uneasy. For something within him stirred. A few days ago, his direct connection to his master have been cut off. And while he can still receive orders like he used to, It feels as if his will is his own again. And while he may have followed orders all this time, that intimate connection have been somehow loosened. And he felt as if his mind is suddenly started to become more his own again. He wondered why. Ever since returning to Konoha, the strong iron will that chains him to his master has somehow lost its inescapable grip. And while he knows that the young master felt it, the Ōtsutsuki made no mention of it, perhaps not really caring to acknowledge it, too busy with his own inner demons to address it. There's something about this place that's nullifying the effects of the Rinnegan, something that's giving his mind more clarity. And Itachi knows that it's not the Kyuubi. For even if the Kyuubi wanted to, he and Naruto are one and the same, part of the same coin. While there may be a rift between them now, they are always intertwined, a continuous piece of the same soul. But Itachi knows that this goes beyond the Kyuubi and his master. There's something in Konoha that's stirring his memories, something that's awakening his cold, dead heart. As he ponders his newfound independence, he heard a set of footsteps approaching the Namakige's room, one that doesn't belong to the Kyuubi or the Namakige's servants. Naruto-sama is not admitting visitors at the moment. Turn back at once, he said out of habit, something that he has taken to saying as part of his standard warning to potential intruders to his master's quarters, and the figure stiffened as it recognized his voice. You! State your business or face the consequences. Itachi prepared himself for a potential fight. While he knows that the Hokage cares for his master, they are still in a foreign land where threats are congregating from all spheres of the ninja world. And he must maintain vigilance if he is to protect the one anchor that chains him to the land of the living. Nizan. Itachi stared at the uninvited guest, and as their eyes met together, memories eventually flooded Itachi's mind. How is this possible? Itachi's eyes eventually softened as sparks of recognition ignited within until the missing part of him slowly but surely woke up. And in an instant, like a burst from within, Itachi regained his sense of self. Hello, Atuto. The Akatsuki is destroyed. I'm sure of it. So how is it that you're here? Asked the guest, who's still in disbelief at what he's witnessing. Itachi, recognizing the situation, quickly woke Deidara, who have been snoozing nearby. What is it, senpai? Deidara asked sleepily. Is it my shift already? Stand guard. I have something that I must take care of for a while. Inform Naruto-sama that I won't take long. Fine. Just don't take too long. He's still sleeping, senpai. I can't reach him anyway. With a resolved look, Itachi turned to his younger brother. We must talk, Sasuke. Come. Chapter 21, Brothers. Oh. Sasuke's eyes widened, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning as torrential waves of emotion coursed through him as Itachi told his story. What did you say? Itachi's eyes softened, for he too was quite not sure how to feel about this whole situation. Unfortunate it is to say that I'm not exactly alive anymore, Ōtsuto. Sasuke stared at the man, blankly, his brain still unable to process what the man has told him. This has to be a dream, a sick, cruel nightmare. Itachi have pulled him to the servants' quarters on the halls opposite to the Namakige's quarters. And while he's usually more careful than this, Itachi, who has recently awakened to his old self at the sight of his younger brother, was himself unable to comprehend his current situation. I see you've awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke. Itachi's eyes turned more sympathetic. Who did you? Naruto. Sasuke tersely replied. For even if he tried to deny it, the way things are, it is true. Even if Momoshiki lives and breathes and laughs freely around him, Sasuke knew that he killed Naruto back then to achieve his coveted eyes. He didn't need Niji's hints nor Kyuubi's explanations to understand that much. And that burden he continues to carry even until now. It haunts him every day of his life then, back at Orochimaru, and it still haunts him up to the present. And while he may be trying to make amends now, nothing could ever change that memory. Nothing could ever wash the blood-stained hands every time he looked down on them. The young master? Sasuke's head snapped to his brother as Itachi cocked his head to the side. And even knowing how it was Naruto who revived his brother, it still felt odd to him that the brother he grew to fear, love and respect have been nothing but a puppet to his old rival, best friend and lover. I suppose so, but if you have awakened, why do you still refer to him that way, Itachi? Itachi shrugged. I only see bits and pieces of my old life now, little brother. My life force is still tethered to him. I may have my own independence, but even I can't deny his orders. Come to think of it, his will has always been stronger than ours. When he's directly controlling us, it feels as if we're nothing but audiences to our own bodies. At least now that he's asleep, we have more free rein to our bodies. But more importantly, seeing you seems to have awakened something within me, Sasuke. So, little brother, would you be willing to listen to what I have to say? While I still hold this moment of lucidity. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Everything feels surreal. How do I know you're telling the truth? I don't even, so you're some kind of, this has to be a trick and illusion, a genjutsu. Itachi sighed, and seeing what an incoherent mess his younger brother had become, grabbed a kunai from his holster and stabbed it straight to his own chest, piercing his heart. Sasuke watched in horror as the blade went through, but no blood oozed out. As long as Naruto-sama's chakra flows through me, Sasuke, I cannot die. Are you willing to listen now, little brother? Sasuke trembled. He doesn't know what to think, doesn't know what to feel, and yet, he knows that there's a lot that he has to ask his brother. Not knowing what other choice he have, Sasuke slowly nodded his head, his eyes turning black once more as the surge of emotions within ebbed and slowly waned. All right, Nizan, but please start from the very beginning. Why you did what you did. Maybe if Sasuke had been his younger self, he would have taken a stab, literally at the man in front of him, to partake in that sick fascination of sating his revenge while his brother was at his weakest, with his guard lowered. But he has matured now, able to let go of his hate the moment he heard of the Akatsuki's demise. Sasuke felt a familiar flick to his forehead as Itachi smiled. The kunai is back on the other's holster now. And so the elder Uchiha started talking of the past, of the Uchiha's massacre, the planned coup, the council's decision, his mission to Akatsuki, and how that mission became his end when Akatsuki bit more than it could chew by being targeted by the celestial beings known as the Ōtsutsuki. And once Itachi was done speaking, Sasuke just stared. He felt empty all of the sudden. All along his brother has been trying to protect Konoha, to protect him. Everything that Itachi has done has always been for the village and his little brother. Itachi was silent for a while, and as the younger Uchiha absorbed what he just heard, Sasuke wept. Wept for his brother. Wept for the Uchiha clan. Wept for himself. For all the things they underwent. The tragedy that befell their fates struck at his heart beyond belief. That's the extent of my memories, little brother. Itachi's voice almost cracked as he realized just what pain he has caused his little brother. Are we still? What a foolish question. Sasuke extended his pinky finger and Itachi's eyes glistened as recognition ignited from within. The handshake that he, Sasuke, and Shisui shared when they were younger. And so he grabbed the other's pinky as his thumb met Sasuke's own. You'll always be my brother, Itachi. Sasuke finally replied as he let go of his hate. While the past may continue to haunt him, he now find it easier to let go of his vendetta against the man he swore to kill. Sasuke was drawn into an unexpected hug, something that he haven't received in a long time, and he finally broke down, sobbed into his brother's chest as the other ran his hand on the younger male's back. Nizan. Thank you, Sasuke, was Itachi's soft reply. Nizan, will you be willing to meet up later? To train? Like old times? Sasuke looked up to his brother. That depends on the young master, Sasuke. But for now, I must leave. I can feel the master stirring. He's about to wake up, his consciousness reaching out to us. You still have your own goals to accomplish with him, correct? Sasuke gave a small smile. Yeah, I guess I do. Then I bid you good luck, little brother. And remember, no matter what Naruto-sama may have become, deep down he's still the headstrong, forgiving ninja you've known throughout the years. Sasuke stared at his brother, not knowing what to say at the amount of respect the man seemingly have for his old rival. Oh. Iruka gulped as he read the scroll. He haven't really had the chance to meet Naruto directly, and so when the order came to him to retrieve and escort the Namekage, he knew right away what Tsunade's planning. Slowly, Tsunade is reintroducing old faces to their Naruto in the hopes that one of them can somehow reignite the spark of the old Naruto. As anticipation drove his madly beating here against his chest, Irika swallowed once more, tied his forehead protector as he made his way for the Namakige's assigned quarters in the Hokage Tower. He observed the former Akatsuki member, now introduced to them as Ōtsutsuki Deidara, stood guard, staring blankly in front of the door of the Momoshikis' quarters. Here, he'll meet his Naruto, the little brother he loved and missed so much. And while Naruto may not even remember him anymore, Irika still wanted to take the chance to meet the Namakige in the flesh, just to see for himself that news of Naruto being alive isn't a prank or a lie. Deidara wasted no time in intercepting his approach, the vigilant puppet now following his programming as his master started to stir awake inside. Ōtsutsuki-sama is still sleeping. State your business or face the consequences. I am here to retrieve the Namakige, as per Hokage-sama's instructions. He will be escorted to the viewing deck that Tsunade-sama prepared for him for the Chunin exams. As Irika spoke, he noticed how Deidara's face brightened, the Rinnegan eyes glowing for a split second as recognition sparked within, before an excited grin broke out uncharacteristically of the man's face. Irika-sensei? Hold on. I'm coming out. Before Irika could question whatever the heck he meant by that, Deidara opened the door and he was tackled by Momoshiki. Hey, Irika-sensei. Irika looked down at the man who's wrapped around his torso, utter shock written in his face at the familiarity by which the Namakige addressed him. The Chunin swallowed a lump on his throat, not knowing what to do. Namakige-sama? Momoshiki quickly retracted himself and apologized. My apologies. I feel like I should know you. You're very important to me once. Like a brother. Momoshiki struggled with a word at the tip of his tongue. But this is the first time we've met, right? Irika looked at the figure in front of him, unsure what to do. What am I saying? Of course the first time we've met. I'm an only child. My apologies for my earlier rudeness, Irika-san. Irika just swallowed the growing lump on his throat. It's quite all right, my lord. Are you ready, sir? Irika's eyes glistened with tears, but he tried to regain his composure. Somehow, a piece of Naruto has remembered him. He dared not comment that he hasn't really introduced himself yet, but his chest swelled with pride at the fact that Naruto recognized him, even for a split second. It might not be much, but the sparks are definitely there. Nearly, will you be willing to wait for me, Irika-san? I shouldn't take long. That was when Irika noticed that the Namakige is still in his sleepwear, consisting of simple sleeveless white kimono, and the man must have rushed out the door as soon as he saw Irika through Deidara's eyes. That thought brings a strange warmth within Irika's chest. As the man smiled to himself, relishing in the memories of the old Naruto, he wasn't aware of the two Uchihas watching the whole exchange. And from a distant corner of the hallway, a figure in red-crimson robes looked intently, a small smile playing on his lips. Oh! True to his word, Naruto didn't take long. He's now in his traditional Ōtsutsuki garb and the thin veil draped freely over his horns. The Land of Waves forehead protector tied to his forehead as he greeted the men outside. Oh! Sasuke-san, you're here, too. Irika whipped around and addressed the Ōtokage behind him. Uchiha. He didn't notice Sasuke's approach earlier, for he was far too busy immersed in nostalgic memories of old, especially that of Naruto's Genin exam when they fought Mizuki together. It's Ōtokage to you, Yumino-san. And to Irika's surprise, Sasuke's one knee met the ground as he held out his hand. Momoshiki-sama, I want to personally accompany you to the viewing deck and observe the Chunin exams with you. May I? That viewing deck is reserved for Momoshiki-sama, only Ōtokage. Hokage's orders. Irika snarled, but Naruto just shook his head and accepted Sasuke's hand. It's fine, Irika-san. Sasuke-san's a friend to me, and he's welcome to accompany me. Sasuke sent a satisfied smirk to Irika's direction, who only looked away in disgust. For the man, too, has hated how the Uchiha was the reason for Naruto's loss, and is now slowly worming his way again into his little brother's life. Tempering his protective brotherly instinct, Irika swallowed once more, drew a huge breath before forcing a smile. Of course, Namakige-sama, as you wish. Now I have recently been informed that the written exams will be over soon. The viewing deck have been prepared with cameras to allow you to watch almost all angles of the Forest of Death. Really? That's great, Irika-san. Well, I should definitely thank Tsunade-sama later. Now I can show Sasuke-san here just how my team performs in the preliminaries. I believe she's already in the viewing deck, sir. She was reviewing the progress earlier on. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. As Irika led them to the viewing deck, Deidara and Itachi followed their master quietly. Irika still couldn't get used to the fact that one of the most notorious criminals now bow down to what he considers his younger brother, but his heart still swells with pride at the thought. Oh, Chapter 22. Chunin Exams. Let's go. Oh, Uchiha. You got a lot of nerve coming here. Tsunade growled as she saw the one man she hated the most. Now that's not very nice, Hokage-sama. That was when she realized that Sasuke didn't come alone. And beside him is none other than Naruto. Uchiha-san is a friend of mine. Tsunade gritted her teeth. How is it even possible? Uchiha makes his move fast, doesn't he? My apologies, sir. Unfortunately, because the Ōtsutsuki seat was assigned at the Kage area, there's only 2 seats here, yours and mine. Tsunade sent a knowing smirk to Sasuke. Naruto thought for a moment before grinning. Well, I don't think it will be a problem, my lady. Come, Sasuke-san. And Tsunade's eyes widened as Naruto lifted the Uchiha from his feet, sat on his designated chair and placed the Ōtsutsuki right on top of his lap. Now we're all seated. Comfy? Sasuke, who now sported a blush that can rival the Sharingan as he felt Naruto's heat from behind him, just nodded. Tsunade, on the other hand, scowled as she took her own seat. This was meant to be a private moment between her and her little brother. As the Kages sat down, Itachi and Deidara exited the room, standing guard outside the door while Irika bowed, still perturbed at Naruto's action, though he couldn't help but understand, considering his earlier hypothesis. Regardless of what went down in the past, Irika was their teacher in the academy. And even he could see that Sasuke has always been the closest to his troublemaking student. Even back then, Sasuke was quick to chase away whoever dares bully Naruto. And through their ongoing rivalry back then, Sasuke would only acknowledge Naruto's presence. So it's not surprising now that even without his memories, Naruto would subconsciously seek out the people who treated him decently. And Irika can attest to that with how Naruto reacted to him when he came to the Namakige's room earlier, which still makes his heart swell with joy and pride even now. As he set out to move on to his next duties, Irika mused that no matter what form their Naruto will take, he will always subconsciously seek out the presence of the young Uchiha, regardless of how that boy hurt him in the past. Oh. So, Hokage-sama, how did Nami perform in the earlier exam? I guess I kind of overslept a little. Tsunade gave a proud smile, ignoring the Uchiha on top of Naruto. With flying colors, my lord. Inari and Haku didn't even need to cheat as per Ibiki's feedback. Haku certainly is on a level that rivals genius. As Tsunade spoke, Sasuke side-eyed her, recognizing the name, Hakue. So, gathering from what Itachi had told him earlier, Sasuke was able to piece that Naruto is trying to rebuild his past in some way, and he's doing it without the painful memories that accompany it. By reviving Haku, Naruto is in a way trying to correct a painful aspect of his past. It makes Sasuke wonder what else Naruto is set to do now that he's in Konoha. I knew it, Naruto exclaimed proudly. All that tutoring is paying off. Tsunade just smiled as they watched the next phase of the exam coming to life in their screens. It didn't bother her one bit that Uchiha would often try to sneak a touch on Naruto's hand, or fake a laugh or cough to lean just a little closer to the Namakige's chest. It didn't bother her one bit. Tsunade forced herself to look at the screen as she took steady breaths, willing her hands that have been gripping the armrests close to cracking under her monstrous strength to relax just a little bit. Oh! Haku and Inari cursed as they found themselves surrounded by 3 teams of IWA Nins. Kurama-sensei warned them against this, telling them that in the event that they are surrounded, retreat is the best option. However, they can't give up their scrolls either. And while they were instructed not to reveal much of their power during the preliminary of the exams, they were left with no choice. There's no escape without revealing some of their village's own secrets. Inari-kun, I will distract them, Prepare the jutsu for dimensional recall. Roger, Haku-chan, Inari said as he started a long series of hand seals. Meanwhile, Haku surrounded Inari with his ice mirrors, protecting him from outside attacks. As the IWA Nin closed in, Haku made another set of hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and Tsunade was astonished to see the familiar jutsu that multiplied Haku into 6, who were now able to fight evenly with their opponents. As Kunai and Shuriken met Haku's ice shards, Tsunade watched in anticipation, wondering just how 2 people can escape 9 enemies. Haku retreated a bit closer to Inari's location. Inari, is it ready yet? It's just about ready, Haku-chan. As he said this, a black hole appeared behind Haku. Kamui no Mon, Kamui's gate. The ice mirrors instantly vanished as Inari and Haku jumped into the black hole. Before their opponents could follow them, the black hole disappeared, leaving their enemies confused. What just happened, my lord? Tsunade turned to Naruto, who just smiled proudly. I'm glad Inari chose to retreat this time rather than fighting. That kid can be a bit stubborn sometimes. What is that jutsu, Namikage-sama? Well, I think I feel like I can trust you, my lady, so I will explain. As you are aware, Wave is a civilian country. There's no jutsu there to speak of, no techniques to pass on to our ninja. So all of the abilities you see are wholly from the Ōtsutsuki clan. We are masters of space-time ninjutsu, Hokage-sama. However, most of them are not Ōtsutsuki born. They do not possess these eyes. Naruto pointed to his Rinnegan ones, nor the means to awaken it from their Byakugan. So I came up with a solution. My Kamui is barely in use anyway, so I set it up so all of Wave's ninja can access the dimension with some hand signs. What you witnessed is a Genin-level Kamui Ninjakin. It can only teleport its user to a previously marked location. Otherwise, its scope would require tremendous chakra only available to the Ōtsutsuki clan. It will cost them some precious time as it will return them farther back, but at least it will save them from an all-out fight, which I think is a prudent decision. Naruto didn't mention that another failsafe of that dimension is that the user must use Kurama's chakra to properly guide them to their destination, for without it, the user would be lost in an endless void. But he decided not to explain that, since it would divulge too much of their secrets. Tsunade, on the other hand, was impressed. To be able to manipulate jutsu like this is not an easy feat, especially for Naruto, who she remembered to have poor chakra control. But then again, maybe the Ōtsutsuki does have an amazing command of space-time ninjutsu. In this case, while Naruto may be a friend to them, there's no telling what the other Ōtsutsuki will be. She will have to bring this up with Jiraiya and the Intelligence Bureau later on. Don't be impressed just yet, my lady. My Inari and Haku still have a few tricks up their sleeve. Wait until the matches, Naruto said cryptically. Unsurprisingly, Inari and Haku advanced to the semi-final rounds after that. And while they may not be the first to finish, they still managed to deliver the Earth and the Heaven Scroll to the Central Tower. Oh! Sasuke was watching the Chunin exam, relishing in the warmth and heat of his Naruto around him. The hard-toned body hugging him from behind felt heaven to him as the scent that is wholly unique to his Naruto invaded his every senses. Then, it happened, he felt something warm and wet at the back of his neck. He was about to move, but Tsunade stopped him. Shoo! Tsunade motioned for the Uchiha to be quiet while she pointed at the sleeping figure underneath the Otokage. That was when Sasuke heard the soft rhythmic snores echoing through the room. Did he just? Tsunade rolled her eyes but mouthed yes. True enough, Naruto fell asleep underneath him, the Namikage using Sasuke as a human pillow while his hands were around the other's torso. Don't leave, Sasuke. They heard the Ōtsutsuki mumbled in his sleep, and their eyes softened as they looked at their sleeping Naruto. Tsunade slowly worked on prying the Namikage's hold on Sasuke. In a few moments, Sasuke had his dobe cradled on his arms, while the young Ōtsutsuki unconsciously sought the warmth of his chest. Tsunade, who watched the duo, sighed. Just try not to hurt him any more than you did, Uchiha. I mean it. I won't, Hokage-sama. Sasuke gave a respectful bow, thankful that despite her reservations, Tsunade has accepted him somewhat. The next phase of the Chunin exams will begin in 3 days, to give the fighters some time to rest, train, and recuperate. Take this time to enjoy your old home, Uchiha. Sasuke blinked and looked at Tsunade surprised. Does this mean that she approves of him now? Tsunade caught his look and glared. Now don't mistake this for my approval of you, Uchiha. But Naruto always comes first, so I will let it slide this time. Go, before I start to regret this. Tsunade's words reminded Sasuke of Kyuubi's words, and he's amazed just how many people really cared for Naruto. It brought a smile to his face as he carried the Ōtsutsuki back to his quarters. All the way, Deidara and Itachi followed him cautiously as they looked at their master cradled in the Otokige's arms. Oh! Naruto woke up strangely warm and comfortable. He's surrounded by his pillows in a familiar bed. The scent of familiar mint surrounds him as he felt gentle caring hands playing with his hair. He finally snapped open his eyes to see Sasuke reading a book beside him. He snuggled close to the man's lap and sighed contentedly. He doesn't quite get it, but he likes his current position. The other noticed his charge waking, and so Sasuke closed his book and looked down on the still sleepy Namakage. Welcome back, Momoshiki-san. Whoa? What happened, Uchiha-san? You feel asleep, sir, but you didn't miss out on much. Your team naturally advanced to the next rounds. Mine sadly did not. Oh, does that mean you'll be leaving now? Sasuke caught the obvious tone of disappointment on the other's voice, and he smiled at the other one as he raised Naruto by the chin, their eyes meeting together. Of course not, sir. I'll be watching the rest of the matches. Right here, by your side. Really? Of course. I'm not leaving you again, Naruto. Not now, not ever, Sasuke added in his mind, and the smile that greeted him lit up the whole room, setting Sasuke's heart on fire as he took in the smile that stretched from ear to ear. Sasuke's heart nearly skipped a beat at the sight. This is his sunshine, the very ball of light that can instantly lift up his soul, and he swore he wouldn't let this man go again. You hungry? Sasuke picked up a metal tray with ramen bowls in it. And Naruto's eyes at the sight. Man, I think I might love you already. Thanks, Sasuke-san. You're the best. As Naruto dug into his favorite dish, he was oblivious to the effect his words had on the Otokage, who was nearly gasping for air when he felt his heart stopped at those very words. Chapter 23. Looming Threat. Oh, my lord, the Chunin exams gave free rein to most of the visiting villages. Our teams were able to track the Namakage and the Otokage entering the Forest of Death. While most of the visiting teams are restricted from it, it appeared that Tsunade-sama granted them special permission to train in it at the request of the Namakage himself. Danzo grinned. What a pleasant surprise this is. To get the Rinnegan and the Sharingan at the same time? This is certainly an opportunity that we cannot miss. Sai, gather the others. I want all available squads on that field as soon as possible. Make sure that no Konoha or visiting ninja can enter. Fu, Toryun, deal with the Namakage's guards as you wish. I will personally collect those eyes, for the good of the village, of course. Sai bowed in compliance, but it didn't escape his notice the trail of saliva and the greedy look on the man's eyes at the prospect of attaining their coveted prize. Oh, the Hokage is gracious enough to allow us use of this field. Oh, and before that, Inari Haku, we have a special guest today. This is Uchiha Sasuke, the Otokage and a good friend of mine. He will be observing how we do things, so make sure to put on a good show. Haku and Inari nodded, excitement roaring through their veins at the prospect of being able to show off their skills. Right on, Naruto-naiken. As you wish, Momoshiki-sama, came their reply, and with that, Naruto snapped his fingers, revealing 6 more clones of himself. Sasuke had to turn on his Sharingan for a brief moment to figure out how Naruto summoned the clones without a hand sign. That was when he noticed that on the palm of the Namakage, hidden behind a white bandage, was a Rinnegan eye as well. Turning off his Sharingan, not wanting to alarm the Namakage and his guards, Sasuke waited for Naruto to speak once more. I already assessed your performance during the preliminaries and was impressed with how you two work well together. Pardon, sir, but you were asleep for half of it. Teamy Naruto pulled Sasuke to the side as his other hand clamped the Otokage's mouth shut. They don't need to know that, Sasuke-san. Naruto turned back to his genin, who looked amused at the exchange in front of them. Anyway, As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by this insufferable bastard over here. Sasuke rolled his eyes, and while he may react to the insult in his younger days, he's just happy that more and more of his old Naruto is showing through the more he spends time with him. And Momoshiki didn't seem to be as impulsive and reckless as before, not minding Sasuke and his banters, which the Uchiha took as a good sign that Naruto is warming up to him. This time, I want your individual performance to shine. 2 of my clones have a bell tied to their belts. Said clones stepped forward to identify themselves. You will chase them down and retrieve the bells. Once you do, we can begin the training proper. I will be introducing a new jutsu that I believe will serve you well in the upcoming matches. Do not engage the observer clones that will be following you. Any questions? Sensei, are we allowed to go all out? Naruto grinned, his sharp fangs glistening in the light which to Sasuke made him even more attractive. Go nuts, Inari. But don't tire yourself up too much. We still have training afterwards. And please, no teleportation jutsus. Consider this part of your training. Roger that. Well, let's begin. And with that, the clones sped on ahead. Inari and Haku entered their Fox Sage mode right away, surprising Sasuke at the pressure they released. Naruto just shook his head. They overdo it sometimes, but let's just enjoy the view, Naruto said as he snapped his fingers once more, revealing a clone carrying a large mirror. And Sasuke was surprised to see the views from the observer clones following Haku and Inari. As Sasuke turned to Naruto, the object of his affections have already seated himself on a blanket on the grass. And as Sasuke approached him, Naruto patted his lap for Sasuke. The Ōtsutsuki needed no further invitation as he rested his head on that inviting warmth and watched Haku and Inari chase the clones assigned to them. Oh! Itachi and Deidara were patrolling the trees surrounding the Forest of Death. This time, their independence have been retained to them, giving them a much freer rein with how they can carry out their one simple order. Keep watch for any hostile intruders. And so Itachi and Deidara talked for a while, relishing in the independence given to them. So, you're saying you made peace with your brother, Itachi-senpai? Itachi smiled, surprising Deidara at the uncharacteristic gesture. He knew of the Uchiha sternness even when they were still working for the Akatsuki. That's primarily one of the reasons why Itachi was considered one of their strongest. He does not play around. But the Itachi that he's meeting here is less the Itachi that he knew in Akatsuki. There's a sense of contentment shining behind those depths. It's liberating in a way. It's something that I never expected to occur in my lifetime. Itachi replied as he kept his gaze trained on the trees around them, still actively scouting for any foreign ninja that might seek to harm their master. So, what do you plan to do next? I don't know exactly. We'll probably just stick around the young master. I'm content with my goals, Deidara. And when around him, I can still continue to protect my younger brother. The other male thought for a while, and before he could reply, Itachi stood up abruptly. What is it, senpai? Prepare yourself, Deidara. We have intruders, Itachi said, his Sharingan eyes spinning wildly as he tracked multiple ninja heading their way. Oh, I must say this Fox Sage arts is intriguing, Momoshiki. What is it? It's complicated, Sasuke, but basically you take nature energy and harmonizes it with your own. However, it's not something that any of our ninja can do. Between you and me, I'll let you in on a secret. Sasuke was surprised that Naruto didn't object that they're now on a first-name basis. When did that happen anyway? Still, he's not one to complain as he reached up to play with Naruto's hair once more. Oh, and what would that be? We hold the contract to the Fox Summons, with Kurama as its head. It will take a while for me to explain it all to you, but in summary, Fox Sage Arts utilizes our connection with the foxes to alter and amplify nature energy. It's not that much different from a regular Sage mode, but combined with Kitsune arts of fighting, it is a deadly force to be reckoned with. You'll see more when Inari spar with the clone, because between the two of them, Inari seems to be the one who mastered the arts, perhaps even more than I am, though he doesn't possess the same chakra reserves as I do. Sasuke pondered on the Namakige's words, and true enough, with the crimson chakra surrounding Inari, he has no trouble catching up to Naruto's clone. Before they can watch the spar, however, they felt a presence approaching them, one that's unfamiliar and oppressive, causing the two men to be on their guard right away. In an instant, Sasuke and Naruto were on their feet as they studied the approaching figure. Now, there's no need to be alarmed, you two. I am simply here to collect something that's extremely valuable. Don't mind me. What do you mean? No offense, Namekage Otokage, but that Rinnegan and Sharingan on your eyes will be better put to use in my care. I will have you give them up if you value your lives. Naruto grinned. Oh? And what makes you think we'll acquiesce to your demand, mortal? A pity. I really would like to resolve this peacefully, you know. Sasuke stepped forward this time, recognizing the man from Itachi's stories. Danzo, isn't it? I'm surprised you know of me, boy, but just the same, you will give me your Sharingan. Perfect timing. The Uchiha clan will be avenged this day. Danzo chuckled darkly. You think you can take me on, boy? That was when he removed his top to reveal the multiple Sharingan on his arms. Sasuke immediately activated his Mangekyo, aware that it will be his only counter to those eyes. Stay behind me, Momoshiki. I'll protect you this time. But Sasuke was surprised when Naruto simply took off his forehead protector to reveal the glowing Sharingan eye on his forehead. How did you dash? Sasuke spoke, but Momoshiki wasn't listening to him. Instead, Momoshiki was looking straight at Danzo, his eyes glowing golden as he looked hungrily at the multiple Sharingan on the man's arm. I don't know who you are, mortal, but you look appetizing. Sasuke shivered as he heard Mommoshiki's animalistic growl. He's so different from the Naruto he's used to know. For the Momoshiki beside him looked almost feral as drool dripped from the sides of his mouth. The fangs lengthened as well as his claws, and even Danzo broke a sweat at the demon-like creature in front of him. The composed old man took a step back, surprised as 9 tails erupted from the Ōtsutsuki's back, tearing his clothes off as the tails broke free from their confines. What are you? Danzo managed to choke out as he looked at the creature, horrified. Even Sasuke was shocked and horrified at the creature in front of them. For the Momoshiki that appeared in front of them now looked completely alien. His hair has now lengthened in a disheveled manner as his usually light-tanned skin became a mixture of snowy and black. This Momoshiki feels oppressive, his presence suffocating. Before Danzo could even react, those tails were upon him, wrapping him in their inescapable hold as Naruto advanced to him. Foolish mortal, for you to offer yourself this way to me, you have no idea what forces you're dealing with. Sasuke could only watch as the Naruto he once knew stepped menacingly to the trembling old man. The Rinne Sharingan on the Ōtsutsuki's forehead shining in all its glory, and Sasuke was forced to look away at the intensity of it. What did you do? What did you do? Danzo could only scream as he found himself unable to use the Sharingan on his arms. Toryun. Fu. Sai. Where are you? Sasuke could feel a vague sense of satisfaction and fascination. The raw power that's bringing down the hammer of justice on this old man is well-deserved in Sasuke's opinion. Your paltry servants will not help you, old man. I already dealt with them before you even appeared in front of me. You seek to collect which belongs to the gods. Isn't it ironic that you will be consumed by it instead? Danzo screamed as the free tails approached his Sharingan and started pulling his arm away from him. This precious arm that you value so much, such a delicacy that is undeserving of a lowly beast such as you. I will be making good use of this instead. Ita de Kamasu. And so Danzo screamed as he was literally being torn apart by merciless tails. Don't just stand there, Uchiha. Stop him. That was when Kurama appeared as the fox rushed through the forest and appeared in front of them. And Sasuke was surprised to hear fear for once in the demon's proud and composed voice. Kurama tried to advance on Naruto, but even he was powerless against Naruto's tails, who swept the fox aside. What? What do you mean, Kurama? Do not let him eat Danzo's Sharingan, Sasuke. Restrain him at once or we could lose him forever, shouted Kyuubi as he tried to stand back up. Sasuke gulped. But the urgency with which the fox spoke is clue enough to him that something bad will happen if Naruto were to successfully consume Danzo and his Sharingan. As the man continued to scream while Naruto plucked the Sharingan like grapes from his arm with his tails, Sasuke was suddenly brought back from his initial shock. What the hell is he supposed to do? And how can he stop Naruto now? How can he possibly stand against the very man he swore to protect? Chapter 24, Rebirth. Oh! Sasuke's eyes widened as Minashiki's mouth flew wide open, leaving his sharp teeth bare to the world as his drooling tongue greedily lapped at the eyeball held in one of the tails. Tasting the forbidden fruit, the fruit that smelled oh so sweet to him. Minashiki's tails were curled around him protectively as he held Danzo's limp figure and the grayish appendage that held his prize. Now, Uchiha! Use your damn Sharingan! Kurama yelled as Minashiki was about to raise the fruit. Sasuke was briefly brought to the land of the living, his shock wearing off at Kurama's voice. He concentrated chakra to his eyes and targeted the eye that Minashiki's holding. Instantly, black flames started to engulf the eye as it crumbled to ash in the Ōtsutsuki's grasp. Sasuke could almost pity Minashiki as he looked sadly at the ash marks on his tail, as if mourning the loss of the treat he'd been looking forward to. But then he was reminded just how vicious the Ōtsutsuki can be when Minashiki bared his fangs in his direction as he let out a deafening roar. Don't interfere, you stupid wasteful team. I was looking forward to savoring that. Sasuke looked at Kurama, who grinned. Well, I'll be. It actually worked. Now the rest, Sasuke. 10 more eyes remain. Hurry! Minashiki plucked another eye and Sasuke targeted the eye with his Amaterasu once more. This time, however, the Ōtsutsuki was prepared as he held out the hand that held his father's Rinnegan. Before the flames could even touch the eye, it was absorbed by Momoshiki's Rinnegan, and Minashiki laughed darkly as he pulled at his left lower eyelid and stuck out a tongue. Bakaka! As if I'd let you stop me from consuming this delectable treat. Sasuke and Kyuubi shared a look at Minashiki's strange playfulness. But they could see just how excited the Ōtsutsuki is as he held the Sharingan to his mouth again. Sasuke tried targeting again, but yelled in pain as blood started oozing from his Sharingan. Ah! He clutched his eye as he endured the pain. Looks like 2 is my limit for now, Kurama. What now? The fox palmed his face as he cursed under his breath. Unbelievable, Uchiha. 3.5 years and all you could muster are 2 Amaterasu? Let me bolster your chakra with my own then. He sighed deeply. This will sacrifice this frail body, but we have no other option. Sasuke wanted to reply to the obvious insult, but he understood the situation they are in. No, Kurama, there has to be another way. The fox grinned, touched at the Uchiha's worry for him. But this is not the time for that. There's no other way, Sasuke. My consciousness will return to Naruto's seal after this. This body can be remade. So don't you worry about me. Sasuke hesitated, but Kurama already started performing his hand seals. Sasuke swallowed a lump on his throat as he watched Kurama's body slowly dissolve into crimson chakra before going straight for him. As the chakra surrounded him, Sasuke felt the fox's presence, feeling warmth surround him. And oh, that power! That surge of power growing from within him. This isn't barely half a tail's worth of chakra, Sasuke, so use it well. Now go and save our Naruto. Save him from himself. Sasuke felt determination surged from within him as Kurama finally vanished. Fueled by Kurama's chakra, Orochimaru's old seal on his shoulder started activating. His skin darkened as he grew 2 wings. As crimson chakra surrounded him, he sped to the Ōtsutsuki's direction. Why must you do this to me, Sasuke? Minashiki taunted as his tails chased after Sasuke, who was deftly evading them, boosted by Kurama's chakra. Look what you made poor Kurachan do. You sick, sadistic bastard. If you'd just listened to me, Ōtsutsuki, you wouldn't eat them. What did you just call me? Minashiki yelled, shaking Danzo's limp form in anger. That's it. I will deal with you first. I have been very lenient with you, Uchiha. But this is one too many offenses that I cannot let slide. Sasuke smirked, as Naruto's old self briefly flashed through the Ōtsutsuki. You heard me, dope, or have you gone deaf, moron? Grr. You'll regret that, team. I'll show you. Sasuke felt light. Despite the danger of the situation, this banter is strangely familiar to him, and his heart soared as he felt the familiarity envelop him. I bet you can't catch me, dead last. Keep dreaming. Sasuke said as he evaded each of Naruto's rampaging tails. All the while, he was discreetly burning the Sharingan from Danzo's arms. By his count, there should only be around 7 left, including Danzo's right eye. Stop wasting my damn food, you insufferable bastard. Alright, no more games. You've done enough damage. Naruto yelled as he closed his eyes, and for a split second, Sasuke could feel a pressure surrounding Naruto's form. The red wingtips appeared on the corner of his eyes that signaled his entry into his Fox Sage mode. I'm faster than you now. And with one single whip of his tail, Naruto sent Sasuke straight back to the ground. Naruto took this opportunity to swallow the remaining Sharingan one by one, forgoing his desire to savor them, greedily enjoying their sweet spicy taste in his mouth. And finally, when he plucked the right eye from Danzo's frail form, he dropped the limp, bloody, torn bag of flesh unceremoniously while he savored the final treat. Sasuke looked in horror as Naruto swallowed the last of the Sharingan. Naruto! No! Damn it! Sasuke yelled, punching the ground beneath him in exasperation at his failure. Such flavor! This is beyond what I could have imagined. This is at par with my father's Rinnegan. Damn you, team, for destroying the others. I ought to dash, but before Naruto could continue, his eyes widened as he felt his stomach tingle. Then a sharp pain caused him to clutch the center of his stomach. And before long, that very same sensation spread from his chakra seal to the rest of his body, causing him to slowly drift to the ground. What is this? Naruto asked, puzzled as his skin started mottling. Then as the surface started to dissolve, a large chunk of it peeled away, horrifying Sasuke at the sight. What's happening to me, ah? Sasuke watched, unable to move or speak as shock took hold over him. Sasuke started but stopped himself as the other fell into a fetal position. A thin white papery material started to surround Naruto, almost wrapping him like a cocoon. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, horrified at what he saw. From a distance, Haku and Inari came running, who saw the whole thing unfold. Naruto-naiken, what did you do to Naruto-naiken? Inari inquired as he shot an accusatory gaze to Sasuke, tears threatening to spill at the edges of his eyes. I didn't do anything. Kami, Naruto, what's happening here? Sasuke cried as he tried to approach the cocoon. But before he could approach, a fish-hook dove right toward him, which he was able to avoid this time. He knew that attack anywhere, and true enough, from the direction where the fishhook came, a tear in space appeared and out came Urashiki. I'm afraid I can't let you go any further, mortal. For you to take advantage of my absence. The audacity. But you did do something to my younger brother. Something that might eventually be fruitful. So I guess you may have your use after all. Sasuke stilled. He knew he can't hope to match against Urashiki. With ease, Urashiki evaded Sasuke's attacks and he punched the other man straight to the gut with speed that not even his Sharingan can keep up. The Uchiha dropped to the ground. Wait, Ōtsutsuki-sama. Will he be okay? Sasuke, even in his injured state, still worries for Naruto as he clutched his stomach. You're strange, aren't you? Even in the face of danger, you still worries for him. But worry not, mortal. What you have accomplished here is beyond anything that we could ever have hoped for. Urashiki smirked as his blue Rinnegan eyes examined Minashiki's cocoon, his hands caressing it tenderly. Oh, Tsunade-sama. A disturbance was reported from the Forest of Death, and Anbu reported to the Hokage. And instantly, recognition gleamed in her honey-brown eyes. That's where Naruto and his team is supposed to be training. No one else should be allowed in there. She even stationed some of the best Anbu to watch over for any suspicious activity. What? Are you positive? Who could possibly dash? Jiraiya made his entrance before she could finish. It's just as we feared, Lady Haim. Danzo has made his move. Tsunade's eyes hardened as her hands balled into fist. Danzo, she spat out his name like venom. Gather the rest of the Anbu, soldier. Gather everyone from Chunin to Jounin on free and active duty. At once. I want a full sweep of that area be done immediately. Arrest any traitors but do not engage Danzo on your own. Move, soldier. Tsunade shouted. She will not lose her son again. Not to that slime ball. Not on her watch. Not if she can help it, even if it costs her her life. Let's go, Jiraiya. Oh. Urashiki chuckled as the cocoon pulsated with life. Truly, he can't believe the marvels that he will witness. Perhaps this is Momoshiki-senpai's grand experiment finally growing to fruition. He doesn't know. But as he examined the cocoon, something amazing is happening. These mortals truly have no idea, no comprehension of what forces they're playing with, of what they have unleashed this day. It's almost laughable. And yet, he can't help but be humbled at the very life force of his younger brother. For if it were any other mortal, their bodies would have been torn asunder. But here lies the proof that nature can sometimes transcend what science has preordained. For within this cocoon, Urashiki looked at the cocoon excitedly as he poured his own chakra into it. "Wait, what are you doing?" Sasuke asked, horrified as chakra started leaking from the alien being in front of him. And as chakra transferred from Urashiki to the white pulsating cocoon, it started to grow bigger and bigger. "Behold, mortals, the culmination of your history. Welcome to the beginning of your doom, for the harvest festival shall now commence. My brother, you never cease to amaze me. Bloom, Momoshiki. Bloom in the name of the Ōtsutsuki clan." Urashiki can't help but feel giddy. As he said that, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Konoha 10 started arriving. Coincidentally, the other ninja from the visiting villages started streaming in, curious at the commotion that's happening and no longer being restricted by Danzo's root forces, who fell by Itachi and Deidara's hand. "Ōtsutsuki-sama, what's going on here?" "Welcome, Hokage-sama. I believe this is the first time we've met in person. No matter, you will soon see the most glorious phenomenon. Witness the beginning of the end. For this seedbed will finally be seeded at last. I guess this means that we of the Ōtsutsuki no longer have need of you, mortals." "What do you mean?" Urashiki just laughed. "Oh, what naive, ignorant creatures. Our search is over at last. Any Momoshiki-senpai?" And as he said that, two more rifts appeared beside the growing cocoon and out came Momoshiki and Kinshiki as they looked at the structure with fascination. "After all this time, it's actually right under our noses. No matter, this is truly a fascinating event." "Kinshiki." "Yes, sire." "Catalyze it." "With pleasure, sir." And the onlookers watched on in fascination as Kinshiki too started pouring his chakra to the pulsating cocoon. Before they could even utter a word, it burst into a small white tree, and on the center of its trunk, bared for all the ninja to see, is Momoshiki unconscious form entangled amongst its roots, branches, and twigs. Tsunade stared, processing what she's seeing, before she shouted, "What did you do to him?" Momoshiki just grinned. "Foolish, vulgar creatures. This is beneath your intelligence. You'll become fodder for our ascension. While this is unlike anything I have ever seen before, the process is uncannily similar." He turned to Tsunade and the ninja gathered there before blasting them away with a chakra wave. "Make way, mortals. The hour is at hand. For when the sleeper awakens, you will witness the fate of all things mortals. This is the divine destiny, just as preordained by the very cosmos themselves."